to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Hot damn, we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It appears that everything is working as it is supposed to. A great Sunday evening, Monday morning to some of you out there. It is magnificent to see you all things going well and boding well for us everywhere we turn across the West. As we see the anti-white, the destroyers in the streets, ramping up their destruction, destroying all that they could ever hope to manipulate to their favor and against us. And these folks, these mighty millions that we are reaching now, so many great people in this particular community making a great difference, making the difference that is going to change the future for every single one of us and all of our children and descendants here to come. We will be the heroes that they write about, that they sing the songs to in the future, rather than those who merely address the issues of the day. What a great thing it is to see all of you. We got a few things to talk about really quickly up front, and then we will be bringing on the magnificent Tiina today as we reach out to everybody across the West. Let me go ahead and grab Entropy's link so we can have Entropy up and running for you all. Now, as usual, you will be able to financially gift on Entropy at 15% and also on Cash App at 6% throughout the totality of the stream today while we are live. And I will be keeping an eye on those. Those who financially gift with questions or comments will get priority. And I will make sure, nonetheless, though, that I get to everyone, even if it requires that I save your comments for the next stream. You all know that this is the case. So it is great to see you all. How's everybody doing? I see the magnificent Reptile is here. Great to see you, dear brother, doing great things. The wonderful Brant Danger is here. And I wonder, is Roy Danton is here as well. We're going to be speaking in just a quick moment about stuff that Brant Danger. So is Althea and Yiz side by side. They come in the door to go free with the community. Traditional European is here. Can everybody hear me okay? Is the audio okay? Is the video okay? Would you rather see a beautiful 20-something-year-old woman on the screen rather than yours truly? That's okay. I understand. The great Ezra St. White is here. Great to see him. Jason explained the fabric that we need to sew. It totally makes sense. Well, I don't know exactly what that issue is that you all are discussing, but I will, if we get an opportunity to speak to it, we will do so. So what is here? So is Eternalism and the great Mrs. Jess Horse. What a magnificent participant there, rearing her all of numerous children that she has to go free. Beautiful White Fairy, great to see you. Wild Fang is here. And Spear is here. TT Foley is here. Hey, folks, we're starting a half hour early today because our wonderful guest that you all love dearly, Tiina, is 7 hours ahead of us. And we want to just give a little extra half hour to her before she falls asleep on camera, which would probably make for great TV if you're watching on your television or monitor. But it nonetheless might be embarrassing for her to fall asleep on television. So, and I say that I'm looking at Mrs. Jess Horst in the chat here, and she always has us up on the TV at home. It's fantastic. Art Acrobats. In fact, many folks are now, their television, they don't have access to any of the anti-white news and entertainment anymore, and they just screencast from their mobile device to their television, or they tapped right in from their television to YouTube, and that's what they watch. They watch the things that'll be of value to them, the value to their children. Talk about a Gutenberg press, a difference in the world when people have given up the anti-white narrative by way of anti-whiteism and the garbage that they're feeding us and have been feeding us for so many years. And now they are making a decision about what they want to watch, something that's actually going to be good for them, salubrious for themselves and for their children. So let's get to a couple of these things. And I think I just saw, and I'm not even, this is amazing if it's the case. Groundhog Fury. is here, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my dear friend. A big salute to you. A magnificent artist doing all of that video that we watched at the very beginning, and looking spectacular. That was one of the most wonderful things. And of course, that was paired with the great music of Imminent Rain. This is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, that I've been talking about that's never happened. So many things that's never happened in the white positive sphere, any of it. But one that happens here in Going Free, that happens here in Service to White Wellbeing, one of those things that hasn't happened elsewhere is that since this is a movement that is absolutely, there is no element of the sort of chauvinistic, me highlighting an individual, putting one's ego ahead of the service to white well-being. Since that doesn't exist, and since it is successful, what we are doing here, and we have more testimony, more witnessing to the success, we draw people then that are immensely talented, and people who are immensely dedicated, people who want to see differences in the world, people who want to make a change in the world for our people, for our children. And irrespective of the rest of the world, we have no ill will for them, but we're not going to be like the conservatives and talk about how we want to make sure that they are on top of the world and all of that sort of business. They're on top of the world. They're all worrying about their well-being. We're just going to worry about ours as well, to the detriment of no others. And we bring in all these magnificent people. And look, we have this fantastic Imminent Rain comes in, doing this great art for Null music. And then we have Groundhog Fury, a great, fantastic artist, doing these magnificent illustrations on the wall that you see behind me for Prometheus Rising. And if you don't know what that is, you need to find out soon. This is the story of our people. And when you put down that book, in which we are the heroes of our story, you pick up the pen and you write yourself into the clean white pages as the hero moving from here forward. So let's see. I want to celebrate talking about folks who are doing and making mighty contributions. One of those I forgot to mention last week was when I was celebrating him. I forgot to mention Fred, that he was the individual who stepped forward when I said, you know what, we have a lot of people who are going free in Estonia, in New Zealand, in Australia, in Poland. I'm getting reached out to from people in Finland. And of course, we're going to have a wonderful guest there from there, and Sweden. And I have these magnificent people from Sweden who contacted me, and they said, we made this great flyer, and we're going to be distributing this all over Sweden, teaching our people to go free, because it's worked for us in Sweden, those who have started to go free in Sweden. And so we know it will work for our brothers and sisters. More testimony to the fact that this psychological defense of going free works as a psychological defense against the anti-white psychological warfare waged against us across language barriers, ladies and gentlemen. And I wanted, of course, I didn't doubt these people, but nonetheless, I wanted to make it a regular policy that if somebody's going to send me a leaflet that has verbiage on it in a language I cannot read, that I'm going to have it looked at by somebody within our community to make sure it is acceptable before I share it. And Fred was the gentleman who stood up and did that for us. So big round of applause for Fred, who took a look at this and translated it into English for me, making sure that it was as beautiful as it appears to be. Wonderful, and looking forward to a great many more people from Sweden coming over to Going Free. We'll make a change in that world. Who knows where the biggest changes will take place on planet Earth when it comes to those going free. I mean, it might be in a specific state in the United States. It might be in another country somewhere else around the world. Wouldn't that be splendid to see the news have to say, well, this new group of people, this new thought, this new strain of thought is moving through the body politic in Sweden, and is changing the way that they have to do politics. And then once again, we will all have to convene here and say that a prediction and proof of concept and etc. has come to fruition once again. And I have no doubt that's exactly what we will see in the very near future. So thank you very much, Fred, for that. Of course, I'm just returning from a magnificent IRL, and we had a spectacular time there, made a lot of progress there in Going Free, spreading the message of Going Free, strategizing. And then I came back, and we had this beautiful colloquy, of course, with John Bruce Leonard, Mr. George and I on tap yesterday. If you have not seen it, you have to check it out. If you don't know what a colloquy is, I apologize. Look that up, because that's actually what it is. I mean, sometimes I speak in the words that best define a specific thing. And so look up Colloquy, and maybe HB will show up and he'll provide the definition in the live chat. But that's what we had yesterday. And that is the kind of, if you're going to have a deep conversation, if you're going to have a deep dive, that's the kind you want to have, rather than, as I said yesterday, these guys, just whoever they might be, no names, wearing ascots and talking nonsense, coming up with novelty takes, as Lovely Porridge likes to say, and brilliantly and astutely says, get your attention and then leads you nowhere. We are making a difference. And so when an individual wants to step forward and say, I'd like to provide a deep dive on how and why I think all of this is working, then we absolutely welcome that. And we hope to see many more doing that in the future. So a big hats off to John Bruce Leonard yesterday. Please check out that colloquy that we had with him yesterday. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, Panzer Faust had a question about whether or not, right before we went live, about whether or not I answered his question about Prometheus and whether or not he was Luciferian. And of course, last week we did briefly address that. But of course, it's an 8-hour stream, and Panzer Faust, I'm sure you missed it, so you won't miss this at the very beginning. No, the Prometheus in Prometheus Rising, his full name is Prometheus Ithelia. He is rewritten. There are linkages, obviously, to the ancient myth of Prometheus and some other myths throughout the tale. You'll find linkages too. There are, this interpretation of Prometheus as Lucifer is one of scores of interpretations. People who, as Lovely Porridge mentioned in the other context, came up with novelty takes about some ancient lore and got themselves some attention, sold themselves some books. And so any sort of bizarre interpretation of the ancient character of Prometheus simply do not apply to the newly written character of Prometheus Ithelia, who is the god of the Prometheans in Prometheus Rising, and depicted here absolutely magnificently on the wall, as you can see, by Groundhog Fury. Prometheus Ithelia creating Vedya, the cosmos, with the clay and the fire. Beautifully done, absolutely. And what you're seeing on your screen doesn't even remotely come close to really demonstrating how magnificent that illustration is. So that was for Panzer Faust. Now we have School of the West. This is Brant Danger, ladies and gentlemen, and we want to, he has a request. That is School of the West at protonmail.com. Now, where is that document? I know I have it somewhere. And really quickly, reach out to Brant Danger, who's doing the splendid work, School of the West. And let me show you all quickly, before we're going to be bringing Tiina on in just a moment. I can see that she's backstage looking lovely as ever. And so she's raring to go, even though it's the midnight sun is up in her part of the world. I will show you. Let's see. Here we go. So this is Brant Danger's School of the West. This is homeschooling for our children, and they are going to need this material, ladies and gentlemen, more than you could ever imagine. The superintendents, principals, teachers who are reaching out to me, the anti-white harmonizing of the multiracialism, harmonizing of the diversity is ramping up, as we said and predicted, and is coming to fruition exactly as we predicted. And it is far worse than anything that has gone before. He writes here, he says he's looking for volunteers who either have knowledge of or are interested in researching the following areas. American history, any part of it can be used. And I have specific interest in the following. The Solutrean hypothesis. Now, this is very interesting, and obviously we can't talk very much about that on a live stream. We could on a different platform, of course, and perhaps we will on a different platform at some point, but you'll have to look it up for yourself. He also has here Viking voyages, the early Dutch and English settlements, French and Indian War, indentured servitude, the Revolutionary War, the War for Southern Independence, incorrectly named the Civil War, the westward expansion. He also has here Canadian history, Australian history, New Zealand history, Rhodesian history, South African history, biographies of any interesting members of Western kind, the histories of any inventions produced by Western kind, ethnic customs or traditions of any European groups. He says here, besides also the academic work, he's also looking for volunteers to create videos that promote curiosity or self-sufficiency, such as gardening, cooking, food preparation, nutrition, exercise, arts and crafts, woodworking, simple building projects, bicycle maintenance, automobile maintenance, learning musical instruments, science experiments that can be performed with household items. Now, this is School of the West.world. School of the West.world. You can reach out, I guess, there, but also School of the West at protonmail.com. Let's get a colossal round of raucous applauding emojis for Brand Danger and all of those. I know Althea has contributed, I think, and others have as well. Let's get a big round of applause to all of these people who are contributing to the School of the West and supplemental materials for white families to teach their children about the glory of Western kind, Western civilization, and to introduce them to going free, inoculating them against the mean pathogens that will be used to infect them. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what kind of flag you raise. It doesn't matter what kind of slogan you have. If you are vulnerable to the anti-white, this psychological warfare that they use against us, your efforts will be defeated. We have to have children who are clearer thinking than ourselves. We also have, and this is completely exciting, ladies and gentlemen, an individual is producing a video game, and you can find him on Twitter, and he is called Western Kind Games, and it's at Western Kind, and I can't see the rest here. This was a screenshot. It's probably Western Kind Games, and if somebody knows, perhaps they could write it in the live chat right now. Western Kind Games, and these are all people. Again, I just want to mention again, I want to stress so that you know to stress these things. When you were talking to your friends, family, and strangers, when you were talking to people in MAGA country, when you were talking to people in Second Amendment country, when you were talking to people throughout the white positive sphere, that these are people who are not being paid to do these things. These are people who are not being forced by peer pressure to do these things. These are people who are coming forward and contributing their magnificent talents for their love for Western kind. And they know that if they attach their great talents and efforts to the work, the successful work that we are doing, they are going to magnify their work and magnify our efforts as like nothing has ever been done before. Nothing like this has been seen before. Don't bother me telling me any more about but this group or but that group. Nothing like this has ever been done before. This is a video game, and it's interactive. It's lessons. It's a quiz, and it's still being worked on. It's still being rolled out, but now there are portions that you can log on to, you can play. And the maker, Western Kind Games, wants you to share your score on Twitter. Please, let's give a great big round of applause for this hero who is coming to the work we are doing. And you know, we have another guy who and he knows who he is as soon as I say it, the guy who makes toys. And he sent me a long email, and I'm going to be getting back to you, brother. The trip was overly taxing. I thought I would be able to get back to you during the trip, but I'm going to be catching up on all of that now that I'm back and rolling. So we're going to have actual toys for our children to play with, video games that are lessons. We have the homeschooling. Good God Almighty! This is it. Could you get any more excited about this? What a difference! What a night and day difference between what you see elsewhere. Hide in your basements, buy MREs. They're going to lock down whole cities. Don't do anything. And what we're doing. Wait for somebody to write a constitution, and the hubris and the absolute ego gone maniacal that thinks that, oh, I can fix everything that all of the geniuses wrote all by myself. Nobody else is going to be included on that. And you all just sit tight until I'm done with it. And then magically it will enforce itself. Good God Almighty. This is the actual changes that we need having take place across the West today. These things are happening across the world. And so let's keep that round of applause going right now. And by the way, I noticed that this Western Kind Games, and I don't know if I still have this up, maybe so. His avatar is a rabbit. And I wonder if he is referring to, let's see, do I have this picture still up? Probably not. But let's see. I wonder if he's referring to the Hoppy Monster. I don't think I have it up. I might have to look for it to see if I can find the Hoppy Monster again, and share that story with you at some point today. But I wonder if that's a little sly reference to the Hoppy Monster. Let's see what else we have. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know him well. 41 BMC. 41 BMC, a magnificent hero in service to White Wellbeing. And he has happened upon tons and tons of flyers posted all over Minnesota, of all places. How fortuitous is this? Again, not peer pressure, not social pressure. He's not a member of an organization, a member of a chapter, and the president says, well, your chapter needs to get out there and do something. And if you don't, then there's going to be some peer pressure. You might not be able to continue to participate in our little group anymore. This is out of love for our people, and investment in an idea, an ideology, a curative contagion that 41 BMC sees with his own eyes is working in his life, in his family's lives, and those around him. He sees working throughout this community. He sees people trying the dialectics and the lexicon for the first time and absolutely changing their lives. And he decides upon himself that he's going to get out there and he's going to find all of these business cards. He's going to find these leaflets posted. I'm sure in every one of these cases, it is posted in a place where it is lawful to do so. But what an eagle eye 41 BMC has to be able to be in the state of Minnesota, where you have so many atrocities taking place. And he is finding these leaflets all over. Thank you, my dear brother, for that. And the last thing I'll say before we bring on our most beloved guest, you all have been demanding for this lovely lady back. Adults and children, I understand. I have been told that children have asked for Tiina back. They saw her on the show and they said, oh, I really like that lady. She seems like a really nice lady. I hope she comes back. Well, she's coming back. To all of you out there who have asked for Tiina, she is absolutely back. The last thing I want to say, though, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a little cryptic, not as perhaps, or definitely not as the sort of thing that I was saying 3 Sundays ago, and we've been talking about. That all is still taking place, and so keep moving, keep chugging along. It is getting more is happening, and most of you have not been able to see it yet, but I will tell you, it is revolutionary. It is an absolute change in the fabric in which we operate. And so you get excited, be one of the front runners, be on the vanguard so that you can be remembered as one of the heroes. Don't be one of those. This is the time. Now, this is like the investment time, ladies and gentlemen. This is before the first call, before they first start selling the shares to the general public. You know, they have that private sell, and that's where the actual money is made on stocks for companies. And once it comes out to the public, it's totally useless. You'll have to wait 100 lifetimes to make any real money on it in most cases. This is kind of like that. Don't be the person who is a coward or who is a naysayer who says, oh, this going free can't work, or it's and then they're going to copy. They're going to start painting rocks with antiquated symbols that are going to scare people and this sort of garbage. Don't be one of those people, because soon enough, cowards will be able to say that we should be going free, that they have no white guilt, that they are sick and tired of anti-whiteism. Cowards will be able to say it soon enough. This I will tell you, no more. So don't wait. Don't wait, because we'll know who is a coward. All those folks who show up, who show up once you don't need courage to show up anymore, we will know that those folks were the ones. If they heard the message and they didn't show up, we'll know that they were cowards or idiots. So don't be one of those. But this I want to say, there's something very exciting coming up. You're going to find yours truly someplace that perhaps you would have never imagined to find him. You're going to see yours truly someplace that perhaps you would have never suspected you would see him. And that's all I will say. It's coming up. And in the next couple of weeks, very excited about it. Looking forward to that. But I'm most excited right now to bring forward the wonderful Tiina Wiik.
Oh,
hello, dear lady.
Evening, everyone.
Oh, you have a mic might be here. Oh, there you go. I can hear you now. Very good.
Yeah. So is everything working all right?
Yes. Everything's working great. Just
great.
Keep talking, and there's a little delay in your audio, but I'm sure it's fine. We'll see if it clears.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier that you don't want me to fall asleep on a live stream, and it actually has happened once when we were making, I think it was coverage of election in Slovenia or something, and we had to pull an all-nighter to wait for the election results to come. And on that live stream, I actually fell asleep in the middle of the live stream. And of course, there are screen caps of that unfortunate moment going around.
That is fantastic. I wish I could have. I'm going to have to see the screen caps of that. I don't think I've ever seen anybody fall asleep, but I could imagine it happening easily enough. Some people can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. My father put his head down and he's out. Me, put my head down, and 2 days later, I finally fall asleep. So I don't know what happened there. I didn't get the same skills. But how are you doing? And is it cooler over there than it was last time we spoke?
Yes, it actually has been pretty rainy now in July, and this is sort of strange because usually July is always the hottest month of the year, but in June we had a huge heat wave. It was very hot, but now in July it has been pretty much raining all the time. Today it was sunny, so it has been clearing up recently. So just enjoying the Finnish summer. It doesn't last long here, so it's good to make the most of it.
Oh, I imagine so. How long? I mean, you say it doesn't last long. About how long is it?
Well, it depends a lot on the year. Like sometimes we have very warm Mays or very warm August, but usually you can only rely on June and July to be like actual summer months when it's warm and you can go swimming. That those are the ones you can usually rely on, and May and August are more uncertain. They might be warm or they might not be. So it's very unpredictable, the weather around here.
Well, I can't wait to visit there. I can't wait to be there and to take a stroll around and to get folks over there excited about going free and maybe change that country overnight. I know that many of the folks over there are a lot healthier than they are in many of our other countries who have been infected for much longer by anti-Whiteism and much more deeply so. So who knows? I mean, maybe we'll see your country turn right around on a dime and start going free. And then just think, the whole world, the whole Western world will be able to look at that and say, my God, look how healthy they are. Look how safe they are. They don't have to worry about pandemics. They don't have to worry about their cities being destroyed. And of course, that's going to be one of the stories we want to cover here today. And folks, we are going to be available to you. And we're going to have the dear Tiina with us for somewhere between an hour and maybe a little bit more. Is that about right? And
Yep.
so if you have questions for her or myself or both of us, please tag me as No White Guilt in the No White Guilt chat, or Discipline with NWG on that chat. I'll be able to see you, either of those. I'm more likely to see you on the No White Guilt chat. If you want to write a comment or question that will not disappear, you can do so on the question widget, the Tall Kevin widget, over on Entropy, which is now open and running. If you head over there, this is the No White Guilt Entropy that is up. If you go over onto the Discipline Entropy, you shouldn't be able to see the stream there. That shouldn't be up and running. And if you write anything in the question widget or you financially gift there, you will have to tell me somewhere else because I'm not going to be able to see it. So if you accidentally financially gift there, let me know that you did. Of course, you can financially gift here on the No White Guilt Entropy stream. And if there are any issues, I ask the moderators to let me know. And of course, you can financially gift over on Cash App with questions or topics that you would like us to address while you have us here. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the nationalism, the antiquated, senescent nationalism of the past. I mean, can you see? It's almost like when I think of the nationalism of the past, I think of it in black and white. I think of like some old man, with a cane that is in part a walking stick because he's half blind, and he still has some little national flag in his hand, and he's thinking about how can I enrich the people of my particular country at the expense of the other countries in the world, including the countries with white people in them. And of course, that is for the past, ladies and gentlemen. That is how the anti-whites have undermined us. Tiina is our great sister. We are a single people on planet Earth, a single people with many countries. And by the way, they all have been made quite glorious by us, and they have all been ruined by anti-whites and anti-whiteism. That is the true enemy of our people. So make sure, again, that you tag us with questions. But I think I'll start off with this, since I just mentioned it. We have the destruction across the United States in our cities, the destruction of the West, and the destruction of the Western law, Western rule of law, Western norms and standards. You know, when people say to you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure Tiina has heard it, where they say, what is white culture? It's not anything. That's what an anti-white will say to you. And there is nothing more despicable than to have somebody like that try to undermine the very biospiritual projection of our people, to say that there's nothing there. Well, if anything, it is an admission of their efforts to white erase our projection from our environment and therefore our culture. But what they are doing indeed is they are erasing the norms and standards of Western civilization. And that is what so many white people are mourning. The anti-whites know very well what is white culture, because they're out there setting it on fire. They're out there putting it to the wood chipper. They're out there putting an end to it in every way they can, whether it is in the streets by the miscreants and malefactors that we have all seen, or whether it is in the DA offices, as we've seen in St. Louis, or in these judgeships where these clowns in black robes, and that's all they really are. The judgeship in the United States has long since ceased being something of reverence and dignity. It is now clowns in black robes. They just need to put on the robes. I bet you, if you had them stand up and walk out from behind the bench, you would see those big clown shoes on their feet, because that is all they have become in service to anti-whiteism. And we had this incident, Tiina, in the United States, and I'll read here from the news. And of course, I will say, caveat emptor to everyone who is watching, that everything we say here is subject to whether or not CNN verifies and validates it. So if CNN doesn't say it is legitimate, then it is not legitimate. This says rioters, of course we will translate, destroyers in Colorado take aim at vehicle, shoots 2 other destroyers instead. And we can laugh about that. And I understand, especially because these people are fine. We don't want anybody to die. We don't want any, even unless somebody is attacking you or one of us or one of these people. These people were, and they end up dying in the process of trying to harm you, then that's legitimate. But these are idiots, anti-white idiots that were standing on the other side of the road as some anti-white criminal decided to open fire. And Tiina, I don't know if it was with you. It might have been with you. We had you on where I mentioned that or maybe it wasn't. No, I think it might have been Daughter of Albion, where we had 2 incidents in the United States. And there are more now. And I don't know if you, and I'll get your thoughts on this before moving on with the story. But we had 2 incidents in the United States in just the past few weeks where motorists have pulled up to a body of people, a body of anti-white destroyers of Western civilization, blocking the road. And then, of course, they descend on the motor vehicle. When they identify, the driver, and particularly, and we have seen this in so many of these videos now, there's just no denying this now. If it is a light-featured white guy with a square jaw, you're finished. You are finished. You better get, or a similar white woman. You're finished. You have to get away from there as quickly as possible. You are primary target number 1. But all white people are targets of the anti-whites. And they pull up, and then they see that you are in the vehicle, and then they begin to destroy and terrorize you by destroying your vehicle, by slashing your tires, by busting your window. Of course, a shattered window can throw glass into your eye and blind you. And we have actually some more news about anti-whites blinding people with lasers, and we can talk about that at these destruction where they're attacking the cities, these attacks on our cities. And in both of these cases, you had the vehicle pull up, The motorist is, the white person is terrorized by the anti-whites surrounding the vehicle, shaking the vehicle, hitting the vehicle with hammers. Who knows what else the motorist might be afraid of? Stick a dynamite onto the side of the vehicle so that when they drive away, it explodes. Who knows what could be going through someone's mind in a moment like that? Am I going to be pulled out of the vehicle like in all of the other videos that we have seen, going all the way back to when the guy was pulled out of his pickup, out of his rig in California and bludgeoned into a vegetative state? Am I going to get pulled out of the vehicle? Am I going to be stabbed in the throat like we saw a police officer stabbed in the throat by an anti-white destroyer? And then these people decide they're going to drive away. They would need to get away. They're terrified by this. They are terrorized by the anti-whites. And the anti-whites, in at least 2 cases, these ones I spoke about with Daughter of Albion, pulled out firearms. If you are a white person in Western civilization and you are not going to allow yourself to be terrorized, to be murdered, to be maimed, to be put into a vegetative state, to be gutted by the anti-whites, to sit on the blacktop in the final moments of life as your guts are spilling out of you after they open you with some sort of blade. If you are not going to allow them to do that to you, well, they then feel justified in firing weapons at your car. And so in one case that we had Daughter of Albion on, they shot at the car and the driver was not hit, but their bullet holes were in the vehicle. In another case, the driver was hit in the head and he was in stable condition. I don't know what ended up happening to that. Another victim who we'll never know of, but of course everybody knows of Floyd. Everybody knows of the beatified Floyd, even though, we're not going to talk about how actually, he could have, whatever the anti-whites say about how he died, even though, he was on high doses of drugs of several types of fentanyl and purportedly might not have been, probably not, it's probably a lie. But the people were lying, saying that he was on fentanyl. People were lying saying that he was on methamphetamine. People were lying that the autopsies saying something about and with fentanyl. Apparently, if you look it up, you might find, if you look up on the internet, you might find that there's difficulty breathing if you've had too much of that drug. But all of that had nothing to do, of course, with Floyd's death. Whatever the anti-white regime says killed him is the reason he died. And you all get to know his name, but you don't get to know the name of the guy who was driving the car, who felt terrorized as they attacked him and his vehicle, tried to drive away, and then was shot in the head. What's going to happen to his children? What's going to happen to his wife? What was it like the moment? We've all heard from Floyd's brother and half brother and whatever these relations, all of these different relations this guy had, distant friends, Al Sharpton, they've all come forward. What about the wife from the phone call that she received from the hospital when she collapsed on the floor, when her husband, she got the news that her husband had a bullet in his brain? And when the children, they fell to their knees in tears when they found out their father had a bullet in his brain. You don't get to know because he's white and therefore his life doesn't matter. That's the world we live in. So we don't talk about it's anti-white, but no, no, we get out of their story because they're monsters. So what I want to ask, and then we'll get back to this story, Tiina, is we see this ramping up in the cities in the United States. Have you seen, now of course I've seen also these videos of the ramping up in France as well, and you're much closer, and I don't know if you speak French or not, but we see the same thing happening in France. And are you seeing any of that near you, and what does it look like from your perspective, from the perspective of those over there looking at the United States and seeing this sort of violence ramping up by these anti-white destroyers in the cities?
Well, here in Finland, we don't really have that sort of violence yet, but I can tell from the signs that it's coming here that both the far left and the migrants are getting more violent every year, and they are getting more daring, that they are not as scared of the police as they maybe used to be. And they know that they have a lot of power in the media, so they can control the narrative, so they don't have to behave. Like us on the nationalist side, we are watched all the time. Everything we do is nitpicked, and everything we do is criticized and portrayed in the most negative light possible. But the far left, they have basically free reign to do anything. That they know that the media will be on their side, so they don't need to follow that sort of strict behavior rules. And but in countries like France, yes, it's really getting out of hand. They have thousands of these completely gratuitous attacks against white people every year. And they are simply attacks that are based on skin color. That some white person is riding the bus, some white person is walking on the streets, and they run into people of foreign background, and they just don't like the look of the white faces, and they attack these people. And you see these similar sort of trap situations that you see in America, like you mentioned, these drivers being attacked by the rioters, that if they stop, they will be attacked, they will be assaulted, they will be dragged out of their vehicle. And if they try to escape that situation, and if they try to fight back, then they will be demonized for it. So there is absolutely no way to end up on top in that situation. So that's what you also see in France. And I don't speak French myself, but luckily my boyfriend's other mother tongue is French. So he is the one who follows the French news in our household and keeps me up to date. And there was recently this case in which some men of foreign background, I'm not sure where they were from, because they had these very generic Muslim names like Muhammad and such. They had attacked some woman's dog, like a French woman who was walking her dog, and they attacked her dog. And she started defending her pet, and they attacked her, and they dragged her in the back of her vehicle for like 800 meters, almost like 1,000 yards, and she was killed. Her arm was ripped completely off in that. And they also had on the same week situation in which a French bus driver, a male, was beaten into vegetative state because he tried to get some migrants to pay for their bus ticket. And they didn't want to do that, so they beat him up. And there is this very heartbreaking video of this man's wife explaining what had happened and crying, because now she doesn't even recognize her husband, who was beaten into pulp and who will never be the same again, maybe never even wake up again. So you see these trap situations all the time, that if you engage in any way, there is no way for you to land on top if you are white. There's no way for you to get out of that situation without either being attacked or being demonized as a racist or maybe a violent far-righter or something. So I think the only solution right now for white people, like the short-term solution, is to disengage in any way possible. That stay away from these people, try to keep your distance so that you won't end up in these situations.
Very well said. Very absolutely. We need to, folks. What Tiina just said is perfect. Don't go anywhere near any of these sort of actions that these where they are attacking the cities. If you see it happening in front of you, don't decide that you are going to be it's going to be legitimate or morally right or morally acceptable or legally acceptable to defend yourself in this scenario because they were going to take your life, or they were, whatever it might be. Get away from the scenario at any cost. Just get the heck away from it. Save yourself, save your family. Do not rely on the fiction of law to protect you. Indeed, as Tiina was saying right there, they're going to use the law against you. We see this DA in St. Louis using the law against the couple who had just merely brandished their firearms on their property in front of 300 to 500 people who were saying that they were going to murder them and their dog and then take their home for themselves. And this is still moving forward. The law enforcement came and took their weapons from them. They confiscated their firearms from them. My guess is even that the firearms were never even loaded in the first place. But yeah, they confiscated their firearms. And guess what? The police officers, apparently what happened when the police officers came there, and they were too ashamed to even look this guy and his wife in their eyes. And they apologized profusely that they had to come and do this. It's so we need to accept that there are the reality that there are good people in the military, good white people in the military, good white people in law enforcement. And we need to have a tool for them, and we have it going free. We need to have a tool for them to be able to defend the positions that they take, to be able to spread the curative contagion to others within their departments, branches, etc., platoons, divisions. And only then can we have a scenario where you have enough of a law enforcement department or division in the military, whatever it might be, that says, no, we're not going to carry out these orders. You cannot say to yourself, well, this one guy or these two cops, why didn't they just refuse? Why? Because they have children, they have bills they have to pay, they want to keep their jobs, they want to be able to work again in that field. So we need to take them and their interests and their concerns and their families into consideration as well. The children and the families of good people in the FBI or any of the secret services in any of our Western countries, those people are just as much our brothers and sisters, and we need to care for them and about them and their children as much as anybody else who is not in that system. Because I'm going to tell you what, if you make them into an enemy, they will be your enemy, and they will have the law and the weapons to make a real mess out of us. So it says here, there is actually video of this incident here. Oh, and let me just also say, the news that Tiina shared is only legitimate if CNN says so. So if you want to know whether or not these events actually happened in France, then you're going to have to look at CNN or its equivalent in France, and then you'll know that it actually happened. You cannot take our word for it. Just look into it for yourself. A green Jeep stumbled upon the riot taking place in Aurora this evening, and after receiving harassment, just the way they word these things, what imbeciles, harassment from the, but uses the word miscreants, clogging the interstate, fled in a panic. Shortly after, they sped off. So where there weren't more than one person in the Jeep. One of the destroyers, I will implement the word there, discharged 5 shots in their direction, in the direction of the vehicle, I guess. His aim was, this author being snarky here, saying his aim was true in that he hit 2 of the other rioters. That's bad form. Those people on the other side, they might be total imbeciles. Maybe they deserve a lot of horrible things. But in this instance, they did not deserve to be shot. I understand that one was only grazed and one is going to live. So, but this again is a great example of how the anti-whites are ramping up these militaristic attacks. And that's what they are, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, I mean, if you use the word like riot as an ancillary in the description of what's happening, that's fine, but use it only as an ancillary. These are militaristic attacks on the cities. They are coordinated. Weapons show up, bricks show up, they're planted in places. These people have powerful lasers that are available to the general population, but are nonetheless military, police level, scientific level grade, and can blind instantly. So this is not like your basic laser pointer. This is, even if you looked at a laser pointer, you're going to damage your eyes. This is the kind of thing that swipe over your retina and potentially blind for life as a consequence. And you can see in these militaristic style attacks, these people, these soldiers, these anti-white soldiers are in the streets. They come with the kerosene, they come with gasoline, they come with torches, they come with implements to instantly flatten tires, they come with batons, they come with guns, they come with weaponized lasers, they come, and I think I mentioned, with gas masks, so that they defeat the efforts of law enforcement to use gas masks to disperse them. And you'll also note, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that law enforcement has exotic crowd control, less than lethal weapons that they have still not deployed on these people yet. And we can talk about that and maybe why that is. We can get maybe some Tiina's views on that. But Tiina, what are your thoughts on the escalation? Now you see this vehicle, and this green Jeep, apparently what had happened, and you can see in the video, and there are several angles of the videos of this incident. The Jeep was, and again, even though you can see this, ladies and gentlemen, in a video, nothing I'm about to say is true unless CNN says so. So the vehicle is surrounded by people and out on the highway. This is the highway. This isn't like some back road. And these anti-white soldiers are in the streets. They've stopped traffic. And remember, we've talked about this before, and always use this as an opportunity. I know brilliant people like Yiz are going to be using it as an opportunity to speak to and persuade those that she speaks with that there are ambulances in that traffic jam that can't get to the hospital, that has your father that just died, that has your mother who now has a permanent heart arrhythmia because she could not get to the hospital in time to get the treatment she needed after the minor heart attack. And now the rest of her life is going to be miserable on strong drugs. There are going to be people who are on their way to the hospital in just somebody's car, somebody racing them to the hospital. There are going to be people who might be on their way to the job opportunity that they've lost their job because of COVID-19 and the economic shutdowns, and they're finally on their way to their job interview, and they're not going to make it now. They're not going to get that job. Maybe they lose their apartment. Maybe they lose wherever they might live, the house that they live, the room they're staying in, their lease breaks, and then they have nowhere to go as a consequence of the anti-whites doing this. Never miss an opportunity to talk about the human cost to our people. We are the ones being victimized. We are the ones being victimized by these people. So they surround this Jeep and they are terrorizing as terrorists the occupant or occupants in the Jeep. And they slash one of the Jeep's big tires. You know, some of these, and this is a nice Jeep. This is a nice Jeep. This is not like somebody paid a lot of money for this. These things aren't cheap. So this is not like some like dirty wrecked Jeep. And I'm cool with it. If you got a dirty wrecked Jeep, that's cool. Then you don't got to worry about getting it dented or whatever. I get it. But this is a nice Jeep. And so they flattened one of the tires. So the thing leaned way over. Well, as soon as the driver had an opportunity, nobody in front of the Jeep to get away from the terror, the driver got away. And instead of allowing this person to flee from the terror, because that white person was not allowing their head to be caved in or allowing their property to be destroyed or allowing who knows what else was going to happen to them in the midst of that anti-white attack on their life, an anti-white decided, you're not going anywhere. The anti-white is going to murder that person, because that's what other reason are you firing bullets at someone than to murder them? He or she, whatever the thing was, decided to pull out a firearm. And you don't hear the anti-whites now all over the news and entertainment in America talking about firearms and how we have to stop them from being used. For God's sake, if they're being used to harm white people, the anti-whites are going to embrace it. And those who are going free realize it. They only want to take your right to self-defense away when you are a white person who is an anti-white. So this anti-white attempted to murder the person fleeing for their life. And this is not the narrative in the news across the United States, not even on Fox, not anywhere else on planet Earth. Why? Because we're living underneath the anti-white narrative. So he fires or she fires this weapon to try to murder the driver or occupants of this vehicle. For all we know, there were toddlers in the back. For all we know, there was a senior citizen in the back. One of our most vulnerable members in this vehicle. And this person is trying to murder them. They fired from a distance. And they probably have rarely picked up a gun. And as a consequence, they couldn't even hit the broadside of a barn. And they ended up hitting some other innocent people on the other side of the road who happened to be anti-white themselves. And I will say, I mean, if we're going to have folks out there who are trying to destroy Western civilization, and innocent white people out there who are suffering as a consequence of it, it damn well better be the anti-whites who are causing this that ends up being the ones that get hurt, rather than the innocent people, like the innocent people in that Jeep. But heart still goes out to the people who were innocently hit or struck or grazed by this. But Tiina, what are your thoughts, for God's sakes, looking at what's happening? What about, you have, by the way, I mean, you have a lot of children who love you. I mean, they see you on the show. They we love this lady. What are your thoughts for them and their lives and the terror they're feeling as they look out at what is happening to our country and the refusal of the anti-white regime to put an end to these attacks on our cities?
Well, it must be a dangerous or a horrifying experience to grow up in this sort of environment, because we keep being told that Black parents have to have the talk with their children about how to deal with the police so that you won't get shot, or how to deal with white people so that you won't get shot, when in fact there is no epidemic of white on black violence from police officers or anyone else. But the white children who grow up these days, they have to see these situations in which their people are constantly attacked, and nobody is even bothered about it. Because when somebody black is being attacked or killed by police, whether it's justified or not, there is always an outcry about it. So when a black child grows up, they can see that people care about what happens to them. But it's a completely different experience for a white child, because they see that nobody cares.
That's right.
There is no outcry for the lives of people who look like them. And the group that sort of mystifies me the most about all this are the white liberals who aren't like far left, but who are liberal, because they seem to be the only people who actually still manage to believe that this is somehow about equality. Mm-hmm. You know, these liberal journalists who defend Antifa and BLM, even when they riot, even when they subject white people to completely random violence. And I have a difficult time understanding how they do it, that how can they keep ignoring all of the evidence for this being an anti-white operation instead of this being an operation for equality. And all of these Black Lives Matter activists, like black people, they know that this is not about equality. They are often very open about it, that this is about getting back at whitey. Mm-hmm. But there are these white, and also the Antifa types, the white Antifa, they also know that this is a war against white people. But the liberals, like the mainstream left-wingers, they are the only ones who still manage to believe that this is somehow about equality, that even when all of the like the statues that are being defaced, the common denominator isn't that they are somehow symbols of oppression, because you see like statues of abolitionists being also vandalized. You see stuff like Holodomor memorials being vandalized by these people. The common denominator is that they are symbols of white people.
That's right.
And not oppression. But still, these liberal journals, they manage to make themselves believe that this is a battle for equality and not against white people. And I completely agree with you, what you said about the word riot being a sort of problematic word for this, because when you talk about like demonstrations or rioting, it sounds to everyone as if there is some sort of operation against the system, like a operation against the structures of society, like political actions or something like that. But this isn't rioting against system. This is rioting against one demographic in the population. So this is more like pogroms, like the Kristallnacht against white people, and not rioting, because that rioting also would include some sort of fight against social structures.
That's very well stated. That's exactly right. It isn't, and that's why they continue to misname things. And the beginning of getting on the path to truth and victory and the recapturing of our destiny is calling things by their right names, is understanding things as they actually exist in the world. So I'd like to actually keep you talking about that. The anti-whites misnaming things, and for example, we have the anti-whites and just ignoring things. We have these essentially these hush crimes and other sorts of activities across the West where we had this, and this is news. I think it was in, which city was it? Might have been Portland, where federal officers guarding I think it's a federal courthouse in that city. The mayor absolutely pulling the police of the city out so that these anti-white soldiers could attack. And you can see these military level and scientific level lasers being wielded against these officers. And it's now being reported that 3 of them have been blinded, and that the blindness may end up being permanent. We also have an incident where an anti-white approached, and I believe this was in Texas. And somebody, if they could provide the link for the story for this, I can't find it right now. But approaching a motorist with a shotgun in his hands, and then the motorist ended up shooting. The motorist fortunately had a firearm, and ended up shooting this anti-white soldier dead. But this is exactly what you're speaking to, Tiina. Is you have these incidents where they continue to talk about what is actually warfare on the part of anti-whites and misname it as things like looting. And we talked before about this really diminishing what is being done by these anti-white soldiers to just theft. And then you have what you're talking about there, where they make it seem like, well, there's some kind of a righteous cause to this. They're rioting against the system that is oppressing them. A system, by the way, that is surrendering to them. How do you think it lands on people? General white population, all these brothers and sisters that we need to join us and are beginning to join us. How do you think they receive the information when they see the anti-white narrative saying that the people in the streets are these powerless creatures that are resisting this oppression, but at the same time they're seeing that the people in office, particularly in these cities, are defunding the police, are pulling the police out of these areas so that these anti-white soldiers can go and occupy and destroy? How do you think that lands on so many of our people that are watching what's going on right now? And do you think that bodes well for them to begin to see through this lie of the anti-white narrative?
Well, I think for the normies, like the majority white population, this is starting to seem very obvious that what sort of people we are dealing with, because the problem of the far left and the BLM in all this is that they seem to be in a hurry, that they are moving way too fast now, because they have this hubris of feeling that they are at the height of their power. They can riot in the streets without being stopped, and they can bully anyone to get fired from their job. So they seem to have this idea of being all powerful right now. So they are going a bit overboard with their actions, and they are moving too fast. And I think that's what is actually working in our advance, that when these people at the same time say that Black Lives Matter is movement for equality and that we all should support it, and they also at the same time say that White Lives Matter is a hateful slogan of the far right, I think even for the normie who doesn't really follow these things too actively, they start to think like, okay, that seems like a bit of a contradiction, that okay, are you saying that white lives don't matter? So I think they are moving too fast right now, and that they forget that even though right now they have this sort of power that they can use, that they have basically politicians and huge companies on their knees, them using that power too aggressively will also lead to resistance rising against them. And you also see that thing when these activists target like companies or brands, that there are people who otherwise aren't really political, but then something that they like, something completely ordinary, maybe like an ice cream they like, or some other product they like, maybe a video game or something, gets attacked by and targeted by these activists, and then it changed. And this normie, who otherwise isn't really political, gets annoyed by these people and gets becomes alienated from their cause. So I think they are not thinking too far ahead with this very aggressive use of the power they right now have, because every time they go overboard with it, they also end up making new enemies for themselves, and they also end up sort of making those whites politically active who otherwise weren't.
Very, very well stated. In fact, I will, let's see, since that was so well stated, I'm going to just do this really quickly. Does that make sense? Fantastic video that was made, ribbing me a little bit, but it does indeed make a lot of sense. And on a lighter note, after you mentioned that, I do want to read and then maybe get your thoughts on this as well. We have this, we have the non-white militia, anti-white militia group that everyone thought was so impressive at Stone Mountain. They have they deployed there and even doing their best to look like a branch, perhaps, of the military. Several platoons strong. And I think some of their members are former military. What a great idea to have these anti-white bastards in the military of the United States. You know, the country that we created, there should be a bit of some sort of a test for entrance, and maybe a quick polygraph test. Do you dislike white people? And if the answer is yes, no, we will not train you on how to be a soldier. So let's see, we have gunshots erupted during a planned protest in Louisville, Kentucky, Saturday, and 3 members of the heavily armed anti-white military group, and I'll just read the acronym NFAC, were injured by shots fired from one of their own members' guns, police told Fox News. Now, since, of course, this is coming from Fox, which is not CNN, you're going to have to check with CNN to make sure this is true. The shooting took place near the Baxter Square Park around 1 p.m., and all the victims were transported to the University of Louisville Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. This is what the Louisville Metro Police Department told Fox News. Protesters ducked behind cars, scattered to flee the area. A reporter from, WHAS 11 wrote on Twitter. One of the members of the NFAC spoke to throngs of protesters and said, quote, "We had a little accident here. It happens. Just shot a few people." Earlier in the day, officers from the LMPD were on high alert, aware of the possibility of violence from the highly armed anti-white militants dressed in all black, many of whom are not from Kentucky. They throw this in like that matters. What state are they from? You know, like they are down. This is the way they downplay that it's anti-white. One of the many ways that it's like saying when it's a bunch of anti-white non-whites who attack a person, no matter what their age is, they suddenly become youths or juveniles or whatever. So this is the same thing. It's not that they're anti-white, it's that they're from someplace other than Kentucky, claiming they are defending. This is the anti-white group says they defend the Constitution and decry the death of some new, flavor of the hour. That just another name. Just remember what I said, ladies and gentlemen. At any moment in a multiracial society, you're going to have somebody in power disadvantaging or harming somebody who is not in power, maybe even all the way to the point where that person dies in their care. And when it's multiracial, sometimes it's going to be a white person that has power and a non-white person who doesn't. They can pick any of those out and say, this is the reason we have to destroy your civilization. So that's why you have to get out of their story. You cannot debate it. I'm not even going to read this person's name because you are being a dumbass and I'm sorry, Tiina, for talking that way in front of you, but you are being a fool if you then decide, that you're going to go find out, well, look, this person was actually a porno actor who lived on the streets and who beat up children. It doesn't matter. It'll be somebody else the very next day. You're not going to be able to do that to the end of time. You'll just keep losing. Members of a, and here's the other thing, and this is supposed to be Fox News, ladies and gentlemen, as anti-white. I know that CNN and the rest, they don't like Fox, but it's anti-white as Fox is. I mean, as CNN is. But here they add that this group supposedly says that they're defending the Constitution. Give me a break. I've listened to videos of these people speaking. At no point did they say anything about defending the Constitution. I don't deny that maybe one of them perhaps said something, but it's probably more likely that the author added that just out of their own volition. Just as I'm going to tack this on to make it seem legitimate. These people are talking about sanguinary things for the white race. It says here, members of a protest group, I guess this is just another part or another retake of the same news story. Essentially what happened here, Tiina, was that, yeah, look at this garbage. Now they want to talk about this new person, this new non-white person who has died somehow. And now this is the justification for them to destroy Western civilization, to inflict harm and terrorize Western kind. Essentially what I understand happened, I read in another news story, was that it was hot outside and like idiots, these people were walking around with one in the chamber. So the firearm, it was ready to roll. And that they should, of course, if we had dressed up like this, even though, and so this is important for those brothers and sisters around the world about what's legal in the United States. If you're a bunch of white people and you get together with loaded firearms ready to roll, and you have even anywhere remotely near the rhetoric that this anti-white, non-white group is sharing with the world, you are all going to jail for the rest of your life. You are all losing your firearms. They will surround, SWAT will show up, and they will, and probably could even end up in a situation where they end up gunning everybody down. It's happened before in the United States. If they can put a bullet through the head of an infant that's being held by the infant's mother, and the bullet then goes through her heart, killing them both in one instant, they can kill a bunch of white guys out there standing in the streets saying that they're going to defend the Constitution with loaded weapons. But apparently this person, this anti-white, non-white, had one in the chamber ready to roll, and with violent warfare, shooting, and got a little sunstroke. And one of these folks getting sunstroke seems a bit bizarre. I thought they were better in the sun, but got sunstroke, and then, I don't know, fell, maybe just started pulling the trigger because he or she was a little out of it. And then the lead started flying. And then this group of highly militarized, they promised efficient, effective, and coordinated military activities. They fled every which direction. I don't know, like flies from a fly swatter. It didn't look very unified or coordinated. But any thoughts on the sort of, and this is almost, this is sort of comical. Any thoughts on how these people who are so inept are in the streets and they have loaded firearms terrorizing people, and the kinds of things that could happen, not just an accident of shooting their own, but even an accident shooting some innocent people who might just be in their home. I'll just remind folks, a round from a high velocity weapon like an AR-15 or 30-06, that's going to travel for mile, and it's going to go through houses, it's going to go through sheetrock and plastic siding and everything, and can kill the people inside. So what are your thoughts on this story about these people accidentally shooting each other?
Well, it really seems that rule of law isn't a thing anymore in several Western countries. So it's interesting to see that. And when, for example, Trump tries to put some sort of order in place by sending federal agents to calm the situation down, of course, these people play the victim and pretend that it's somebody's basic right to endanger others, to loot property, to destroy property. So it's interesting to see this sort of change happen so fast, especially in America, because, of course, in America, you have this idea of personal liberties and rights that is much more important to you than it is in most European countries. So it's interesting to see that even in that sort of atmosphere where people have this very strong sense of my rights and my liberties, they are so willing to submit to this sort of sudden change in which suddenly you don't really have your liberties anymore, and you don't have a right to be safe. You don't have the right to have your possessions be safe or your family be safe, but you are basically at the mercy of whatever hooligans you happen to encounter on the street, and you are not going to get protection from the law enforcement that you pay for with your taxpayer money. So it's sort of shocking to see that if this can happen in America, that people can this widely accept giving up their personal safety and rights to some sort of mob or crowd of hooligans. It can happen everywhere. So I think it's this happening in America specifically. It adds a sort of a shocking twist to all of this.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's very well stated. These are very plainly written laws, the rule of law in this country. It's very clear. And it actually, the statement you're making there about the incident here really, again, puts to rest two ideas that have undermined our folks in the white positive sphere. And that is, one, that you can have a document that will matter at all. It can just be perfected, and if it's just a perfect document, then it will protect for all time. It will somehow enforce itself and force itself upon the population. Simply cannot happen. It is what I have said here, and that is that it's those interpreting the document that matters, not what's written whatsoever in the document. They can interpret 180 degrees different, because these individuals out marching with 100 or 150 or whatever they are in a militaristic fashion with weapons locked and loaded, as they say, ready to roll through suburbia, where you have homes with innocent families. And this is a kind of accident right here that happened. That kind of accident can happen. It can end up in a dead baby. It can end up in a dead mother, a dead father inside of a house somewhere, purely by accident. These people, let me also say, I'll make the other point, and then I'll make the larger point about civilization, and we'll keep moving. I want to get your thoughts on this European religion being Asatru, I guess, being immediately targeted as soon as they purchase a church. And it's an interesting story. And this is that you have also this argument in the white positive sphere, again, hogwash, again, nonsense. And again, it is the kind of thing that people say so that they don't have to do anything at all. And that is that there will be some sort of a grand rising of right-wing militarized individuals, and they will just take everything back. Well, and that all it would take, of course, is a spark. All it would take is a fraction of what we're seeing across the United States, and nothing has happened. Again, I argued that nothing would happen, and many thousands, there were 101,000 people, followers of that one guy. They were all wrong because they believed in him and they believed what he claimed would happen. They were all wrong. Unfortunately, many of them now are coming here to actually get productive and make a change in the world rather than waiting for an invisible army to show up. But if you have 150 anti-white, non-whites marching through town in one town, locked and loaded, ready to go, and you have 500 cities with these anti-white soldier destroyers, and we have a great suggestion by Hansa saying that we could call them anti-white hit squads. I really like that, Hansa. You have these hit squads, these anti-white hit squads showing up, more than 60 cities on fire, and not a peep from the grand right-wing Civil War, revolutionary, militarized nonsense. And why? For all of the reasons I gave many times before. But and so that's the important thing. That needs to be laid to bed and never revisited. And when new people show up and they think, hey, what about this? They can be told, oh, that's already been proven one way and or the other, and it doesn't work. And so now come on over, folks, to something that works, which is going free. Don't go down that path. It's been shown in our lifetimes, in the very recent memory now, that it doesn't work. So just stop looking like a fool and lazy and a coward, and let's get busy being brave at the family dinner and telling the family members you're not going to hear anti-whiteism in front of you anymore. Be brave instead of saying that you're gonna lock and load when the time comes, because the time is past. And if you're still that mindset, you're a coward. You are just so pusillanimous. Just please leave and don't come back. Ban yourself from this channel, and don't follow anything more we do, because the time has come and passed, and you did nothing. There was no great civil war. So instead, do something productive and go free. The big thing here, and then I'm going to get to this story about the European religion and the thoughts of the general public on it in this story, and then get your thoughts, Tiina, is this: that we submit ourselves, and this is a much deeper reality than people normally think about. We submit ourselves to a societal contract where we obey the laws and we work our way through a very structured system of trying to climb, to get ahead, to make our lives easier, to try to rear our children in healthy places, and we obey all of these societal structures in order to do that, so that we can have society, so that we don't have anarchy. When you have the laws being completely ignored, when you have the normal norms of society and the structure of society ignored, erased, effaced, wiped away, defaced by the anti-white hit squads in the streets, civilization itself, our civilization, Western civilization, is breaking down. And it's hard to see. It's like those video of the bridges that were especially that one, Tacoma's Narrows, where the wind was picking up and the thing would vibrate and jostle and undulate a little bit. And they thought, some people, who saw it, and they thought, well, maybe it won't be a big deal, until the bridge ripped itself apart and fell. And I think, fortunately, only a dog died that was in a car. But anyhow, civilization itself is crumbling. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that in the minds of, let me back up, the signs and the sidewalk and the curbs and the buildings, they're all still there. Courthouses are still there. But in the minds of the people who compose that population of the civilization, it is ceasing to be a civilization. And at some point, intelligent people, and even opportunistic, unintelligent people, will say, there's no sense in obeying all of these laws anymore. There's no sense in obeying these structures anymore. All there is to do now is to somehow circumvent them, so that I can protect myself, protect my family, get ahead, not be robbed, not be fleeced, etc. So very quickly, civilization dies. It dies first in the minds of the people who compose it, and the primary composition, really the only composition of Western civilization, is the white population of the Western country, because that's where it resides inside of us. It doesn't mean that non-white people don't or can't contribute and cannot work to support and maintain. They absolutely can and do. There are such people, and we celebrate them. But what it means is that Western civilization is inside of each one of us. And the moment that, and as that percentage increases, we come to the conclusion that it's broken down so far, it's not worth obeying anymore. And in fact, we can protect ourselves more robustly by circumventing law and order, by circumventing civilization. We can get ahead by circumventing more robustly. We can get ahead more robustly by circumventing civilization. We can, etc. Once the percentage of those people grow, civilization dies in the minds of the people who create it there first, and then it dies in reality all around us. Then you have nothing but widespread tyranny, anarchy, and corruption, and we see that mounting. And the anti-whites in the party that call themselves Democrats, This is the route to power for them. The greater the anarchy, the greater the destruction, the more power they're able to wield. And we'll be talking about that later after we let Tiina go, because it's quite a bit of information to touch upon. But I do. Well, Tiina, do you have any thoughts on what I just said? And then I will read about this white heritage religious group takes root in Minnesota.
Well, what you said about these symbols, like buildings losing meaning, and what we talked about earlier with people losing their right to this sort of mob rule, and America losing the rule of law, I think this can be used as a very strong argument for ethnic nationalism, because it shows that your rights and your liberties and your culture, everything you hold dear, they only exist as long as you have power to enforce them. So if you don't have any power, your rights and your liberties, they are going to be just a piece of paper, and they are not going to exist. You are not going to be able to walk into these Black Lives Matter riots and say, but you don't have the right to attack me.
Right,
I have the right to be safe. Try seeing how that works out. You only have rights if you have power to enforce them. And right now, all Western countries and or people in them are willingly giving up the power to enforce their rights. So with that, they are also giving up their rights. And it just comes a bit later on, and usually too late for them to notice what is actually happening. But if you look at like African countries like Zimbabwe or South Africa, you still see these like the infrastructure left there by the white rule, but it doesn't really mean anything anymore. It has been left to become decrepit, and there are still some white people there, but they cannot enforce their rights, so they have no rights. They are basically at the mercy of other people, and whatever the people running the country, that's what defines the country. That if you have a majority African population running the country, you are going to live in an African country in all ways, not just in the demographic sense. So I think here lies a very strong argument for ethnic nationalism, that if you are going to hold on to your rights, if you don't want to live at the mercy of someone else, and you want to be able to decide for your destiny, you are going to have to hold on to your power to enforce your rights. And in a Western sort of democracy, that only can come through demographics, holding on to being the majority.
Yeah, brilliantly said. Gosh, thank you so much for just what you just said. So many people are going to hear it coming from you, and it's going to resonate much more than coming from somebody like me. But it's absolutely the truth. And we can honestly say that there isn't a galactic yardstick for biospiritual projections, so that we can, in some galaxy or galactic sense, the Western civilization, which is what's inside of us, is on that galactic scale somehow better than the biospiritual expression of the folks in Africa. The reality is that we like our biospiritual projection. We like the law and order that we create. We like the medicine. We like, etc. And that's where we want to be. And a lot of their people want to be in that environment too. But you're absolutely right that if you're going to end up living in one of these environments, then you're going to, or subjecting yourself because you don't have any power, then you're going to end up living in one of these environments that are a very different projection, a biospiritual projection, than the one we have in our hearts and souls. And that, my friends, is someplace that you definitely don't want to live, because if you did want to live there, you wouldn't be in a Western country. You would be in one of these countries, and you certainly wouldn't be watching somebody called No White Guilt on YouTube. But we only have at most 30 more minutes with the dear Tiina, and she's in the land of the midnight sun. So it's a great gift to us to be able to have her with us, and I am thrilled to be able to do so. We are going to take a look at this last story here, and then we will get your questions and whatever you might have for Tiina and myself before we let her go on to bed. And let me see here. We have the story. This is a Nordic heritage church, and this author here, I'm gonna have to really take out some of the words. So a Nordic heritage church that anti-white pressure groups call an anti-white slur. And by the way, why don't we do this while we have Tiina with us? I'll do this really quick. This is the lesson from Go Free today. This is addition to iteration 1, and we will be working and making iteration 2 available. And if you have it electronically, you should be able to download iteration 2 without any additional cost. And this is anti-white slur. All oral and written communication that directly or indirectly inflicts harm on white well-being or those serving white well-being. For example, the word, in quotes, racist is an anti-white slur. Anti-white slurs are individual pieces of the language of white oppression. Individual pieces of the language of white oppression, which is reinforced and legitimized by its use. So when we're going to use one of these words, and I strongly encourage every single one of you, when you're going to use one of these words that is from the anti-white lexicon, from the anti-white narrative, from anti-white ideology, you refer to it as, and you put it in the box, you put it in the frame of, that is an anti-white slur. You don't use that with me. Do you all remember the mother who was going free, and she had her, what was it, her brother or something with her in the car, and the children were in the car, and then the brother said, or the mother was of the children was saying that we should be proud of who and what we are and what we've done. And then the mother's brother said, oh, but you don't want to be, and use the anti-white slur, racist. And then the mother / sister said to him, don't you ever use that anti-white slur in front of my children again. And he immediately was silenced. He immediately was stunned. He had no idea how to respond to that. And in fact, he ended up apologizing to the mother who's going free. This is how you handle their language. You refer to it as an answer. It doesn't matter whether you're a mom with a couple of kids and it's your brother, or if you are an elected official and a reporter decides to say to you, isn't it, and then they use the anti-white slur, racist. Isn't it racist of you to XYZ? That elected representative should say to that person, don't you ever use that anti-white slur with me again. That is despicable, it is immoral, and it means that you are anti-white. That's the proper response. So here we have, and this is very interesting. So a Nordic heritage church that anti-white pressure groups call the anti-white slur white supremacist is sinking permanent roots into the Swift County town of Murdoch, Minnesota. They purchased a church there, let's see, and the group is called the Asatru Folk Assembly, and they revere Germanic gods and goddesses of ancient Europe. They've purchased this former Lutheran church and is creating its third Hof, I believe it's pronounced, or a gathering hall. Joining others, the group operates in California and North Carolina. Organizers said the hall is intended to serve believers throughout the Midwest. Now, we get on to, and then Althea very kindly, she grabbed some, and I guess this is referring to the same group of people. And this is the town's response. And this is what, Tiina, I want to get your thoughts on. The mayor, Kavanaugh, said he first heard about the church at a city council meeting last week and is trying to learn more about the group. Quote, I know I've got a bunch of people in town worked up about it, close quote, he said. Quote, people don't know what to think. Obviously, some are expecting the worst. So this is, folks, focus on the fact here that this is, now remember, when it comes to, I'm not criticizing Asatru for their approach to religion or their approach to reverence or revering ancestors, and all of that's wonderful. What they're lacking is a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against them. And so when the general public, these vagues here or hardcore anti-whites come after them, the defense that Asatru is going to make is, well, we're just this passive, we're just looking back at our ancestors, and you're going to see, just as you saw in places like Rhodesia, South Africa, etc., that this is not going to be good enough. Churches, Christian churches, have made these same sort of arguments, and they were not good enough. Asatru, if these folks are listening right now, or other pagan groups, I know I have a lot reach out to me, some of them from this Asatru. You all need to pick up going free and make it part of your religious practice. When you go to your Hof or whatever it is, and you talk about the ancient gods or whatever it is you want to revere, and meaning you find in the ancient tales or whatever, you damn well better be going free, because if you don't, you're going to piss all that away, just like it's always been pissed away. It says here, and then I'll pass it over to you. Let's see. The organization exists, writes the author of this story, to celebrate the ancient pre-Christian heritage of Europe, likening it to groups that celebrate Native American or African ancestral cultures. So do you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? This is a defense that is being made where? It's being made inside of the anti-white narrative. Can you win by saying, well, we're just the white version of Native Americans and African Americans? Can you win by saying that? No, you cannot. We worship our God. We love our history. See, I haven't read any of this until just now. I just predicted what their defense would be, and then here it is. Exactly what I said it would be. Okay, a lot of people seem to make an avocation of not letting us practice our faith in our own way. You can call us what you want, but that doesn't make us that. So again, the kind of defense that will not work against anti-whiteism. It says here, the prospect of a European religious group moving into Swift County is disturbing, said Murdoch resident Peter Kennedy, because the area's, quote, growing population, listen to this very closely, ladies and gentlemen, when you're thinking about, oh, okay, well, we're all just going to go move to some town that's all white. And what have I said about doing that? What did I had a conversation with a young lady, and I said, she said, all we need to do is just move to a town where it's just a bunch of us, and we're just, it's traditional values, traditional beliefs, and raise our children there. And I said, really? You think you can survive by doing that without going free, without a psychological defense? And she said, yeah, because that's just, once we're all together. No, once you're all together, you are going to lose without the psychological defense. How many examples of loss do you need? And then secondly, you have this. Peter Kennedy saying, because the area's, quote, growing population of immigrants and people of color, of course, immigrants and people of color being the exact same thing. They're not having a bunch of white people, say, coming from Finland over to the United States. So a growing population of immigrants and rapidly growing population, people of color, has been well accepted. We've well accepted these people. Many Hispanic and Somali people have moved to the region in recent years to work for the dairy farms and meatpacking plants. He noted, quote, we just don't need this crap out here, Kennedy said, talking about Asatru. What other religion, quote, this is Kennedy talking again, what other religion in the world makes a big deal out of the color of your skin? Maybe the real face of racism is coming to meet us face to face in Murdoch. And then I think the final thing we have here, okay, that was it, just highlighting that. So ultimately we see that, and I really want to get, and we just, Tiina, you could just talk for the rest of the time you're with us about your thoughts on this, because I'm sure there are plenty. We have this idea being put to bed by reality that you're going to be able to survive without a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. Forget about it. If you don't, I mean, it's kind of an IQ test again, and maybe you're a midget wit, And, you need more than an infinite number of losses inside the anti-white narrative before you finally say, okay, maybe we should do something different. So maybe that's a bit of an IQ test. But we also have being put to bed here this idea that you're just going to be able to move to some community somewhere where it's all white today, because it's not an accident that you have massive numbers of Somalis and Mexicans moving to the all white town. That's not an accident. Nobody rolled dice. Nobody threw a dart at a map. Anti-whites are identifying these areas, and they are paying for these people to be moved to those areas. So then you say, how do we survive? How many times then do I have to say to you, how have you not heard me say go free yet? You need the psychological defense. We are going to be inundated everywhere we are. We are going to have to survive in an environment that we, by way of changing the context that the discussion takes place within, are able to survive and then recapture our destiny. Tiina, what are your thoughts on a group such as Asatru saying that, hey, look, the American Indians and the African Americans, they celebrate their traditions. Of course, we have Kwanzaa, which is an all-black thing in the United States, and we have all of these other things, and now Asatru coming under fire by anti-whites. Pagan religions, are they being attacked by anti-whites in Finland and the rest of Europe? What are your thoughts on them being attacked in the United States?
Well, I, of course, understand where they are trying to go with saying that, well, this is just like a Kwanzaa, but that sort of leads to a problematic idea, because that sort of leans on the idea of diversity, that we should all be here celebrating our own heritage side by side. So that's where the problem lies. But there is a better way to use that as an argument, this comparison between us and other groups, because you can also say, okay, you understand that the Black activists think that it's important for them to have safe spaces where they only have Black people present, that they have their own Black organizations where they can be amongst themselves. And you understand that it's important for, let's say, developing countries in the third world to have gained independence from their colonial rulers and be the masters of their own destiny, or that you think that it's important or even vital for Native Americans to have their reservations. So when you have these people who don't want us to have any of that, who don't want white people to have any spaces of their own, it must mean that they want to hurt us, because they clearly recognize that it's vital for people to have these sort of spaces where they can be with their own kind. And they don't want us to have those spaces. So it's very clear that they can't have any good intentions towards us. And I have actually found that to be a very effective argument in another context, because in Finland there are some Kurdish immigrants who are usually hardline Kurdish nationalists. So they fight for the cause of Kurdistan, for Kurds to have their own state in the area of Turkey and Iraq. And what they do in Finland is that they often try to make friends in the conservative scene by pretending to be against immigration and Islamization, because Kurds don't like Arabs. And many Finnish people then mistakenly think that these Kurds are like friends and allies to us just because they hate Arabs. But you can easily call these Kurds out by taking up ethno-nationalism with them, because they, of course, are strongly ethno-nationalists themselves for their own people, but they always hate Finnish ethno-nationalists and call them racist. So I have found that if I try to explain to the moderate Finnish nationalists, like the basic mainstream conservatives, that these people are anti-Finnish, they always start defending these Kurds, but they are good people because they are good immigrants and they are against this bad kind of immigrations. They always start defending them. But I have found that when I put the idea like that okay, you notice that these Kurds, they realize how vital an ethno-state is because they fight for it for themselves, but they don't want it for us. So how can you think that they have any goodwill for us if they don't want something that they know is necessary and vital for us, but they want it for themselves? So I think that is a much better way of putting the idea, because it shows the true intentions behind the actions of these people, and you don't have to fall in line with the diversity ideal that we can all celebrate our traditions side by side, and we can live in this diverse nation, because that's nobody's goal. Like, nobody's really going for it. Our opponents don't want a country like that, where we can also be a part of that diversity. So it's useless for us to pretend that that's our goal, because it's not our enemy's goal. So I think that's a better way of putting it. And when it comes to these old religions, like pagan religions being attacked, it's especially strong in Sweden, where basically anything to do with like the Swedish pagan religions is now branded far right, like using runes, for example. Having a rune on your t-shirt, having a rune on some company logo, it's now a far-right symbol. Anything to do with these ancient religions is now far-right. And at the same time, they also have this other narrative in which they try to diversify these pagan religions, that they, for example, had some archaeological site where they found some ancient items in, I think it was Sweden or Norway where that happened. And there was some like a hocus pocus scientist who mistakenly claimed that one of these items had like Arabic text on it. And there was no Arabic text on it. There was just this decoration that she interpreted to be Arabic, when in fact it wasn't. So at the same time, they are also trying to sort of take over these pagan religions and the ancient history of Nordic countries. And they are also at the same time trying to prevent us from using those that history.
Very, very well stated. And I love some of these points. I mean, beginning with that last one, how they are stealing and doing their best to steal this from us, stealing anything that we could be proud about. We just saw this with this King Arthur thing in the UK that's coming out, where it's going to be a non-white man playing Arthur. And then I'm sure he's going to, I don't know yet, but I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful white woman that is his love interest. You also talked about seeding the multiracial anti-white argument when you say, well, they can have, the Africans have their thing and the American Indians have their thing, and now we're just a part of that big witch's brew of Western civilization. Brilliant point there. You don't want to cede that to them. And then you had the anti-whites revealing their motivations by denying us places of our own, that they really don't intend for any of this to be a live and let live environment. Indeed, that is absolutely correct. And then the great point about the false alliance, and I'm glad that you made it, because these so many white people, and even in the white positive sphere, believe that there can be some sort of alliance made between powerless us and other powerless groups, and that somehow that equates to like 0 + 0 = a million, and it just simply doesn't. So you're talking about the groups over there, as soon as you mention Finnish nationalism, they suddenly are not happy with your conversation anymore. Let's see about some of the comments we have here and get you to speak to them before we let you go to sleep, dear lady. And we thank, of course, your wonderful boyfriend for allowing you to be with us this evening here, middle of the night. And we have actually Sarah Dye is, the wonderful Sarah Dye is in the live chat. Thank you so much for being here, dear lady. A big salute to you. She was on last week. And she writes here about the Asatru Folk Assembly. Many in the Asatru Folk Assembly are indeed going free, she says. That's fantastic news. That is really great news. She says here, Stephen McNallen would be a great guest for your show. And then she writes, Tiina, you are beautiful. Thank you so much. She absolutely is. Both of you ladies are beautiful. And embracing the well-being of our people somehow brings out the beauty in every single one of our people. And you notice the ones who continue to embrace the antagonists in the anti-white narrative, they end up actually looking like the antagonists. They're ugly, stupid, and somebody you definitely wouldn't want to pull over if you had a flat tire. You know what I mean? But if one of the heroes from this community in service to white well-being, that would be the kind of guy you would want if you had a flat tire and you needed help. That kind of guy to pull over to help you out. We have Shadow Play saying, Jason, I can tell you as a heathen myself, most also true groups have a wet attitude and accept all races into their groups. How does this celebrate our white ancestry? And I'll toss that over to you first, Tiina. Have you seen similar things in other pagan groups? I know you were saying just a bit to that. I know I have had pagans write to me complaining about that sort of thing, thinking that they're somehow going to escape condemnation and get a pat on the head by the anti-whites if they just say, well, any race is allowed to participate in our white positive religion or whatever, or we lock arms with the American Indian groups and the African American groups and etc. What are your thoughts on that statement by Shadow Play?
Well, I think it's especially on the more moderate side of nationalism, pretty much a plague that people are not just seeking these false allies, but they are actually pretty desperate to find them. And it's one of the things that really, really annoys me. And when I see people do it online, I can't help but start calling people out for it, because it's one of those things that really bugs me. When you see, for example, people who claim to be Finnish nationalists, but then they see some, let's say, Arab migrant criticize immigration, and they all eagerly share the video or a blog post by that Muslim migrant and say, oh my God, look at what this migrant is saying. And they are clearly messaging that this is more important because we have a migrant saying it. That if it was a white Finn saying the same thing, they wouldn't find it so important. They wouldn't be sharing it so eagerly. So I can't help but always go and say, okay, how can you call yourself a nationalist if you honestly think that a foreigner's, like a stranger's opinion, is worth more than a Finnish person's opinion? So that I think is a sort of a problem in the nationalist scene, especially on the more moderate side. And I think it comes from always being the sort of underdog, that nationalists are used to being a sort of minority group. Mm-hmm. So I think they are sometimes way too eager to find allies where there are none. And they lack confidence, that when we should have the confidence to trust that the mainstream will come to us. There are also these people who think that for nationalism to go mainstream, we need to go to the mainstream. We need to change what we think. And I think that people just need more confidence there and get rid of that defeatist and fatalist mentality that we are always the underdog and we are basically pleading for others to join our cause, when it's not like that. We are right, and people will come to us because we are right. That's how it works.
Amen to that. This is the courage of this lady, and she is this sharp in the middle of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is fantastic. Let's keep this moving along so we can let you go to bed. White Agility, financially gifting $10 over here on Entropy. Thank you so much for your contribution to White Wellbeing. Can't wait to see the reactions when I post no white guilt flyers in my town. The anti-whites attacked a table of Trump supporters at the UCSC, and the local paper didn't even report the incident. Imagine if someone did the same at an anti-white parade, or another type of anti-white parade. Go free with NWG. Amen to that, White Agility. Thank you so much. Bartleby here as well. $25 financial gift. Thank you, dear brother. And I think also perchance moderating in today's chat. So double duty. Thank you, brother. And writing, thanks to Tiina for being our wonderful guest tonight. Indeed. Thanks to Tiina for being our wonderful guest. And over here we have let's see. I know we have Tiina. This is Yiz writing over here in the question widget. Tiina was talking about statues and memorials. Tell her what I say to call them effigies for what they really want to destroy, which is healthy white families and our history. Yes, we had Yiz used the word effigy for our statues, and I believe also Althea on Twitter talking about you take the effigy of our people, and this being the statue, for example, and when they put it in the water, and drown it. It is the sort of ceremonial drowning of white people and precursor to drowning actual white people. In America, they've also raised the statues by the neck and as a ceremonial hanging. And of course, this would be the precursor to hanging white people. Do you have any thoughts on that? And Yiz, by the way, used this, Tiina, magnificently in an interview she was on a channel that a gigantic channel the other day, and reached many people by doing so. So a big salute to Yiz. But any thoughts on referring to the destruction of things like our statues as effigies for our people, our actual flesh and blood?
Yeah, I think that gets the point across better, like without explanation. So I think that's a good idea there. And it's funny how people, like, I talked earlier about these mainstream liberals who are not like on the far left, but they are the only ones in the entire world who believe that this is a fight for equality instead of this being a fight against white people, that they can look at these videos in which statues are beheaded or nooses are placed around their necks, statues are being thrown in the water, and they can still believe that that's not somehow not an intention of violence against whites. Because if you saw like a group of white people doing that to a statue of, let's say, Martin Luther King,
yes,
everybody would immediately get it that, oh my God, these people might be a danger to black people. But when it's the other way around, you still have this absolutely dumb and aggressively ignorant, like actually not just ignorant, but actively fighting reality. These liberals who still manage to believe that, no, I don't think they would really hurt me because I'm one of the good people. And this is just a fight against like these racist structures, but I know they wouldn't really hurt me.
Yes. Oh, it's absolutely 1000% dead on with what you just, they would absolutely, there's a gigantic statue of MLK. Right, I'm right outside, folks. If you don't know, I'm in the once great state of Virginia, right outside Washington, D.C., and there is a giant statue carved by an Asian man of MLK, and white too. Oddly enough, the whole thing is white. And if a bunch of white guys, a bunch of Westmen, were to go down there and pull that thing over and decapitate it and set it on fire, absolutely, just like Tiina just said. I hope some of the great folks who are watching while you're on the show tonight, Tiina, will be clipping these segments and of you and the great things that you're saying, and then putting that on Twitter and elsewhere. We have a whole crew of folks who are doing these wonderful things, dedicating their time. We have, let's see, Zero Talent has financially gifted $5, another great participant. And he says here with those $5, our culture will win with or without a constitution. Very well written. Absolutely. A great participant with a wonderful name. Goodness, greatness. Financially gifting $10 and writing here, proud support. Amen to that. And 41 BMC himself, after getting back from finding leaflets all over Minnesota, financially gifting $20 an investment, he writes, in the future of Western kind. Amen to you, dear brother. And look at who we have here, the wonderful Sarah Dye, always active. What another champion. Tiina, we have just, well, I'm going to have a big round table and just have all of these great new female content creators who are not the female content creators and dilettantes of that old, like this, they want to just make a buck and they just want to look pretty on the camera and have nothing to say. Folks, you could tell. We had, was it Sarah and Sarah both last week and now we have Tiina, and all of these women have had very intelligent, sober things to say. They're not simply repeating what they heard on some other show somewhere. They're having and they're giving insightful commentary on what's taking place, original commentary on what's taking place in our world today, and they are heroic. They're standing up for our people. They're standing up for our children. They're selfless. This part of the white positive going free, serving white well-being. This is where it's truly happening. Sarah Dye is one of those big players, and she financially gifts here $3. Thank you so much, dear lady. And she just writes I guess she had gifted this earlier, and then she wrote, just to make sure I didn't catch it, writing here, once again, many in the AFA are going free. So thank you so much. And I guess everybody that she's in touch with, I would imagine Sarah is telling all of them, look, you got to go free. You have to have the right mindset or it's not going to work. We have the great Nathan Lentini, who is here as well, another new participant, rising star, $5 financial gift, and writing, Köhne is right every time. Well, not every time. I just asked my mom or dad. Let me see, the only time in my life that I was right all the time when I was about 13, 14, then I was always right. And then when I got a little older, and then I realized, well, wait a second, I'm not always right. But back then, yes, you would have been right. Over here, let's see if we have any more questions. And we're going to be letting Tiina go, ladies and gentlemen. She's got to get to bed. So if you have any final comments or questions, make them really quick, rapid fire. And I'm going to take a look over here at the question widget so we don't miss anybody. But if you do have a question for her that we do miss, I'll just message it to her. And then the next time we have her back, maybe we'll remember to start with that. We have Roy Danton over, the great Roy Danton, who has returned to the land of living. And he's in the question widget mentioning that Eunice and Tiina will be on Monday night, and I'll say Sierra Post. That's not actually what it's called, but it's a Sierra Post. I don't want to say the actual name. On D Live tomorrow. This is Monday night, tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want to see both Tiina and Eunice tomorrow. Is this right, Tiina? Does Roy have that correct?
Yes, we will be on Kiss Kardashian's channel on D Live.
Fantastic. So make sure, folks, that you catch that on D Live, and I imagine that Roy will be posting the link. We have Donning Armor over here, another magnificent participant. Last stream, Tiina mentioned that she didn't see signs of differing minority groups uniting, that she did not see signs of the different minority groups. And of course, Donning Armor, we call them anti-white rather than minority. The anti-whites like us to refer to them as minorities because it makes it sound to us like they are in some kind of precarious state and we have to coddle them. We can't speak too loudly to them because they might just fall over and shatter into a million pieces. They're so delicate. Not very delicate when they're bashing your head through the side of a car, so we refer to them as anti-white. So Tiina mentioned that she didn't, and this is Donning Armor is recalling this, Tiina, and you can just speak to his recollection or to what you recall, that she didn't see signs of anti-white groups uniting. Does she realize that anti-white groups will unite against a common enemy? Whites are the enemy I'm from, is what he's saying here. And I just want to amend that really quickly because and we talk about it in the book Go Free. The unity is only an appearance of unity, and it's because they have a common victim, which is Western kind. So there's an appearance of unity among the anti-white non-whites and the white anti-whites because they all have a common victim, and they give us various names, various excuses for why they should be justified and why we should lower our defenses. But really the question, and allow them to harm us. But Tiina, really the question here is, do you see signs, I guess, in your country of anti-white groups coming together to inflict injury on Western kind yet? Or has that not yet really started there?
Well, I think all of them are having their battle, and I think it's very much exactly as you said, that it may give the appearance of unity because they are all having their battle against the same victim, but it's not like they are working together. Like if you have, let's say, some Black Lives Matter university feminist and some, let's say, a Black Muslim from the Muslim Brotherhood, and let's say an Afghan migrant, they don't really have much common ground. Actually, the only common ground they have is against whites. And because they all are against us, it may seem as if they are working as a united group, but when you actually look at how much cooperation there is between these groups, or is there even communication between these groups, there usually really is none. And lately you have been seeing in America celebrity Blacks going against Jews, then Jews again going against these celebrity Blacks. So them hating us and having their own battles against us, it doesn't in the end change the fact that they are also in competition with each other. And you keep seeing like these small demonstrations of that, like how the African Americans attacked Kamala Harris for not being genuinely African American because she doesn't descend from the slaves, but she has a different sort of heritage. And they thought that she was sort of stealing their victim status by trying to portray it as if she is an African American in the same sense as they are. So they have the common enemy, but I don't think there is much cooperation or even communication between them. And even though they have the common enemy, once you remove that common enemy from the discussion and it's only them, they will immediately start competing each other about the victim status, like you see with the Black celebrities who have talked about Jews, that when they smear white people, nobody gives a damn about what they say, but when they go against Jews, the Jews start defending themselves, attacking these Black people, and it's like white people don't even exist in that discussion. It's just their competition for victimhood. So I hold by my statement that I don't think there is cooperation between these groups. It just may seem like there is because they are so relentlessly attacking us.
Right. Yeah, and that's actually the thing when we talk about the event horizon, and this will be what we'll, right after I say this, we'll let you give your final thoughts, my dear lady, and what you'll be doing next, and about this show you will be appearing on tomorrow with the great Eunice by your side. And that, in fact, we had a funny thing. Who was it that said this a moment ago? Let me just, Aunt Sally said, when I lean over, it looks like I'm touching Tiina, I guess, on the screen. I'm actually shaking Eunice's hand. We have some sort of a portal here, and I'm thanking him for being there and helping Tiina and being these two being a great team in the service to white well-being. We do have DF has just shown up with a financial gift of $6. Thank you so much, dear lady, for being with us. She's a great participant, and she writes here, "Thank you, Tiina." So, this is, we talk about, thank you, DF, and we talk about the event horizon in Going Free. And that is, and I'll just sum it up really quickly, when these different anti-white, non-white groups, as well as the anti-white victim groups of all races, multiracial groups, many of these anti-white victim groups, when they begin, to whatever degree and whatever percentage, begin to see that their path to their group's enrichment and empowerment is not being as served as well when it is directed at the white race as it could be at some of the other victim groups or non-white, anti-white groups or what have you. As that grows, we enter a phase where we have no idea what the societal context will look like at that point. That's why we have to be growing. That's why we have to be going free. That's why we have to be spreading as rapidly as we can. And we need to be spreading to good, normal white people in America. That's going to mean a lot of the MAGA folks. Those are the kind of people we need to be reaching out to. First Amendment folks, Second Amendment folks, And it doesn't downplay the reality of the genuine motivation of every single anti-white is jealousy and envy. It's just that non-white people, the one thing they do a lot better than us is that they naturally know that their individual well-being is made and secured by way of their group's well-being. The white race, more naturally individualistic. We don't realize that, so we have to train ourselves to behave that way. And what eventually, though, will happen is, though, they'll realize, hey, these different groups, it's not so much, I can't make my Jaguar payment anymore because this other group is now getting more of the white man's tax dollars and etc., and more perquisites at Xerox or whatever company. And then that some of that ire will begin to get directed at these other groups. When that happens, the context that we have been laden with for all of these years, fraught with, begins to break down, and we will have opportunities we can't now imagine. Sound Killer also really quickly came in $5 on Entropy. Thank you, my dear brother. I'm enjoying reading Go Free, brother. I can't wait to finish reading it, and we'll continue to reread it. God bless NWG and Tiina. Thank you so much, Sound Killer. And Tiina, thank you so much for being with us. Please, as part of your closing comments, let us know that you'll come back happily to appear with us. And what are you and Eunice working on? Where will you be found most readily and most quickly? And then we will let you go, dear lady.
Of course, I will be back anytime. I always have so much fun on these live streams with you. And Eunice and I, of course, stream on our DLive channel, which can be found on dlive.tv/VPFM. And we mostly stream in Finnish, but on Tuesdays and Fridays, we have a stream dedicated to our foreign audience, which is always in English. It's called Out of Line. And sometimes we just talk about the news between us or some specific topics. Sometimes we have guests over, and we have had a lot of fun shows. So you can find them on our DLive channel, VPFM, on Tuesdays and Fridays. And of course, you can also find me with my name there on the screen on Twitter. And that's also an easy way to reach me. And tomorrow, as Jason there said, we will be on Kiss Kardashian's channel on DLive. And they have this lovely, funny live stream they do every Monday, and we will be there. So check that out. And we will probably be also mirroring it on our own channel. And of course, we now have also our real life stuff, like the work in the city council, which will resume shortly after the summer break. And there is the Awakening conference in Finland coming up in October, and Jason, of course, is coming there. So if you are interested in that conference, you want to come see Finland and see our amazing speakers there, you can email our organizers at the awakeningfinland.protonmail.com. So that's where you can get your tickets there. So we have a lot of stuff going on right now, but I think that's the short version of it.
Well, we could not be more grateful for the work that you all are doing. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. Thank you for staying up in the middle of the night and being sharp somehow, even though you're well past your bedtime. And we look forward already, before I even click goodbye, we look forward to seeing you again back on the channel very soon, dear sister. Have a good
anytime.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how exciting was that to have Tiina with us once again? What a fantastic lady she is and all that she shares. I tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to watch, we're going to listen to a song, and we're going to come back. We're going to start off with a Final Blossom, the video, and then we'll probably cut into that, and we will listen to a song, and we'll come back, and we're going to be on even more fire and electricity than we are right now for White Wellbeing. We're really going to fire this up. Got a lot of things to talk about, a lot of your comments, and we're going to have calls coming up. So don't go anywhere. In fact, reach out to your friends right now. Let them know that we have quite a lot going on here, and there is salvation for their woes. There is pain. There is cure for their suffering. And we'll see you soon in just a moment.
There is no excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Hollywood isn't history. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
What an absolutely ass-kicking song that is. Creation of the Gods by Eminent Rain, the first of the pieces for his album dedicated to telling the story of Prometheus Rising. How's my audio, folks? Am I coming across clearly? Is there no bizarre reverb or something otherwise peculiar taking place in the image as well? I know I'm still not a young 20-something female with my bosom cleavage falling out of the front of my attire, but we'll do what we can, which is something short of that, definitely. I apologize. But we did just have the beautiful and very bright Tiina on with us. She is a fantastic guest, and we look forward to having her on again in the future, as well as we had Sarah Dye show up, and I don't know if she's still with us or not, but magnificent to see her in the live chat. And thank you so much, dear lady. Another beautiful and astute and brilliant lady. And we also need to give a big thank you now, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, we'll save that thank you for a moment, and I will look at some of your comments, and I will look at your fantastic testimonials, as well as some of your questions, anything you have in the live chat. And yes, I did say bosom. I did indeed. But let's see. What do we have here? Promethean promulgation. This is magnificent. Big round of applause for Promethean promulgation. I just sent a clip from No White Guilt that I guess HB 2014 made to 16 random people I never seen before, and I got a few followers. If we all did a few tweets like this, only takes a second, that's about 5% of the way to our goal by November. Fantastic. I salute you, Promethean promulgation. What a great idea that is. Thank you so much for doing that. And that's the kind of thing, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that people, when they happen upon something, and this would be the case, somebody tweets them that they don't know, tweets at them that they don't know, and it's with this material. If it's something that they are amenable to, or something they already agree with, or something they find interesting and they pursue it, they are going to perceive that as a fateful moment. It will be an auspicious moment in their life, and it will be in objectively. And so you can be the engine of that fate. You can be the engine of fate. You can be like Promethean promulgation. You can reach out and randomly tweet at people clips that HB has made. God, he's made hundreds and hundreds of them at this point. You can go through his Twitter. I have retweeted everything that he did. You could go through mine, but you can go through these things. Obviously, Budapest Babe, Raymond Foster, For Null, Eminent Rain, so many others that I'm not remembering at the moment to say, who are doing this, and they deserve the plaudits. And rest assured, when we start having actually getting together, we're going to bring these people, if they're there, we're going to bring them up in front of everyone. And if they don't mind being seen and applauded for their efforts, we will do that. Or maybe we will just applaud their name while they might be in the room, otherwise remaining anonymous. We know how, the white man just controls the world. And so that's why we have to do all of these things, bend over backwards to conceal our identities so that our lives are not ruined. But what an absolutely brilliant idea. Be the engine of chance for these people. I used to say, you have these people, what did they used to, I guess people, let's see if I'll remember what that guy told me. This was many years ago. If I don't remember it right now, I'm sure it will come back to me, exactly what he said, and then I'll share that with you as well. But thank you so much, Promethean promulgation, for that service to White Wellbeing, and for letting everybody know that it worked, it had an effect, that you got a couple new followers, you've turned some new people on. Who knows now where that will lead, one domino touching another, and what that will end up doing for White Wellbeing. Maybe you just did something that will be the absolute kernel, the fulcrum that will swing things in our direction. So bless you. We have, let's see, who else do we have here? Art Acrobats, and writing, "Hi, Legionaries. I've been putting Go Free on blast for weeks now. Lots of positive reactions. Several people ordered the book." Thank you so much, Art Acrobats. And I think Art is here today. So a big salute to you, brother, for those efforts. We have John, and he wrote, "To just finish Born Guilty. They are not getting any more from me." John says, just finished reading Born Guilty. They, meaning the anti-whites, are not getting any more from me. That is the kind of thing that you want to have happen. When somebody put the book down and say, enough is enough. That's splendid. He goes on, starting to work with other like-minded folk in my area that I have come across lately. And then he says, a side response also, I just ordered It's a Comedy, Damn It. So yes, if you want to laugh, It's a Comedy, Damn It is another, it's a novelette that I wrote, and it is a comedy, as the name implies. So I can have a little laugh in the midst of doing great work for White Wellbeing. We have 737 Pilot writing here, my dream aside from my aspirations and goals of finishing school and pursuing my career is to sometime, hopefully soon, call in and chat with the greats who founded this amazing creation. Thank you, 737 Pilot. He goes on to write, thank you, Jason, for everything. I am teary-eyed in gratitude for all you do, and same to all others that help. Hope one day we can chat and I can share my story and also some advice for our brothers and sisters. Well, God bless you. Thank you very much. I'm sure we will be able to do that. Absolutely. And thank you for coming to this community and your dedication, your desire to set forth in service to White Wellbeing, doing magnificent things. I have no doubt you will be one of our greatest champions. We also have Heil Odensire writing, Crucible was so good, I almost cried. Well, God bless you for that, dear brother. I really appreciate it. And that book, of course, we're working on that speedily to make sure that is available here as we come up to election time. And once we do have that available, we want that to serve as a bridge to the MAGA community in the best way that it possibly can. And we will galvanize all of us to try to make that happen as quickly as we can. Remember that our goal here with these stupendous pole shifting, continent shifting, tectonic shifting events going on behind the scenes is our goal is to reach out to really as many as we can. But we want the net result, the bottom line to be that we get in front of 100,000 or so of the MAGA type people, and that 1 in 5 of them, at least 1 in 5, we bring over to becoming a follower or a subscriber to one or more of the content creators that are serving Going Free, not just generalize the white positive sphere, but serving Going Free to a total roughly 20,000 new altogether when we add us up. So we can do it. We can make it happen if we work together and we work hard, and we will. And I will be doing my damnedest as well. We can make this happen, and it is essential that we make it happen. And we're going to be able to do it with the efforts of folks like these, Promethean Promulgation and others as well. So let's see what else we have going. We have, let's take a look at the mailbag really quickly. And we have here, let's see, in the mailbag from a gentleman who has a channel and doing great work over on this channel. This is Right Wing Universe. Right Wing Universe writes, and with a financial gift of $30, financially gifting $30 to White Wellbeing. And you can find Right Wing Universe over on, well, I guess is it D Live? Which platform is he on? Anyhow, he writes here, I think it's BitChute. He says, I'm writing to thank you for promoting my channel. The channel continues to grow every day. and I try to implement what I have learned from you over the past year or so into my daily work for White Wellbeing. There have been mistakes made along the way by standing up for our people in their story. Nevertheless, I try to recognize these errors and then move forward by sticking to our magnificent and glorious story. That's very, shows that you have a lot of character to admit to making some errors and then moving forward, correcting and moving forward, correcting and moving forward. Fantastic, brother. He goes on to say here, it's of course, and folks, let me just say really quickly, your whole life, if you're honest with yourself, your whole life when you start going free, you're going to have moments where you catch yourself and you go, oh my God, I was just speaking from the anti-white position inside the anti-white narrative. That sounded wretched. I would have been, that was the wrong thing to say to the kids. That was the wrong thing to say to the person I was arguing with or trying to persuade. And if you're honest with yourself, you're going to just admit the inevitable, that this is going to happen to all of us over and over and over again. The right course of action is to accept, aha, I've screwed up, and admit that you have made this error. And really, if you can admit it to the community, hey, I messed up here, so I made this adjustment, and now everything works much better. That is going to help you to grow far faster than trying to keep it a secret that you screwed up one time here or there. We all do. And so there's no shame in that. And in fact, by admitting it, owning it, you're demonstrating that you're human, you have good character, and you have a sang-froid, that you're able to make an error or make a misstep and then correct and continue on the course. He goes on to say, it's of course a work in progress, where days brighter than a million suns await us. Very well written. We stand shoulder to shoulder. I feel the powerful energy of the white positive sphere every day. The gods have summoned us to live with a higher purpose, so that the sacrifices and tears and blood of our ancestors will not be forgotten, but honored and celebrated once we recapture our destiny. And also, during our struggle to recapture our destiny, we celebrate our forefathers. Thank you for being a hero in our story. Well, thank you as well, Right Wing Universe, for being a hero in our story, for everything that you are doing. And he was we shared some of his video in a garage party, and his links over there. So under one of the garage parties, or if one of the mods can find him on BitChute, Right Wing Universe, they could share the link in the live chat. I would deeply appreciate that. Otherwise, you'll be able to find him under one of the Chuck Martel latest episodes. I think it was the one before this past Friday. And we also have from the mailbag our dear friend Randy, financially gifting $20 to White Wellbeing and saying everything he had to say with those $20, pissing off those anti-white hit squads that are entering our cities and wreaking the havoc that they are wreaking. So let's see what else you all have, what you all are saying, questions you might have. Let me look over at the Discipline channel. I'm excited, folks. I am excited. First of all, I know it's a bit unfair. I know, I'm doing some things in the background, and you are not entirely privy to that because these things are real. But you all will begin to see more and more. So I'm super excited about that. I'm also, it's a bit unfair because I'm really excited about you all finding me in a place that you would not have expected to find me in the next couple of weeks. And that's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. But we can see so much that is going on all around us. I mean, I'm going to be catching up as best I can with everything going on on Twitter and all of these other places, Facebook, all of these different platforms. So many of you are rocking the world. I have to say, I was in IRL a couple weeks ago, and I just could not stop bragging about all of you. I was with the guys that were there a long time, people in the white positive sphere, and I was like, and here's another one, and here's another one, and here's another one. It was just unbelievable how many champions that we have stepping up to the plate now to make this change in the field, like we talked about the Higgs field, in which all things take place, and thereby restricting, inhibiting, undermining, circumventing everything that the anti-whites are doing to us. Thank you all so much for that. Let me look over here. We have on the Discipline channel, we have a great brand. Danger is over there. Mad Brindle is over there saying, brilliant stream. Well, God bless you. Thank you so much for that. The wonderful and lovely DF is over there on the Discipline channel. I see. So is somebody. Johnny was over there. And it looks like CJ is over there, and Colt Python and Canardia, is that what that was, is over on the Discipline channel. Great to see you all. Fortune and Glory, what a great name that is, over there on the Discipline channel. And over here, what do we have happening? Yeah, we don't need that document. We'll let that go away. And let's refresh this. Let me see. Rory is here. Shadow Play. James Edward is here. Popcorn Popper. And let's see as I scroll through. Eternalism. Moy is here. Jerry is here. The Great Fournull is here. Jennifer, hello to you, dear lady. Panzer is here. If you're the same Panzer from Facebook, we answered your question again at the beginning. The Great Syntheside is here as well. Alex is here. Danny Girl, great to see you as well. We're on the winning team here, ladies and gentlemen. This is where actual winning takes place. Unlike, regrettably, unlike the Trump campaign. Darth is here. Hello to you. Looks like a Darth Fabulous. And it looks like the avatar is perhaps a lady speaking to a crow or a raven or some other little bird. That's a wonderful, wonderful avatar. The Great Bartleby is here. Of course, Wild Fang and Jim. Nordic Nightmare is here. Science. What was the other? Science Learner Member, I think it was. Something like this. Here, great to see you. Rebel Prepper. Great to see you as well. So many heroes. Remember, folks, if you have something specific you want to talk about tonight, a question, a comment, make that with a tag. No White Guilt on that channel. Discipline with NWG on that channel. If you don't want it to disappear, or if you're afraid it will disappear, you could copy it onto a Word document and just keep posting it again into the live chat until I finally see it. Or you could put it on the question widget on Entropy, which is easy to jump on over, and it won't disappear unless you or I delete it. Financially Gifting gets preferential treatment, as makes sense. And it looks like over here on Entropy, we have Insane Hermit. Great to see you, brother. Financially Gifting $10 and writing, Jason, I use your terms. They are powerful. Can I use the phrase anti-white hate or anti-white hater and anti-white hate group? The hate part seems to give it extra punch. Here's what I would say to that Insane Hermit. No. Is that I just make it simple. You can use it if you're in a discussion and it's just an ancillary thing and you're not going to make it regular part of speech. The reason why it feels like it's giving extra punch is because it's part of the anti-white narrative. Hate is an anti-white slur. Hate group, hater, those are anti-white slurs. And when you say it, if you were just to take a random person, and if we were to do a test and say, here is a picture of a dozen faces, and let's just say they're all smiling faces, and which person in this group is the hater in the group? Who is the person that is infected with hate? What person is possibly a member of a hate group? Almost every single person looking at this survey would point to the white man in the group of faces there. So it feels you should appreciate that the word hate is a meme pathogen. It feels like it has power because it does. You've been infected with it. I've been infected with it. We all have been infected with it. When you pair it with anti-white, you then open up the possibility, among other things, of there being anti-black hate. So you could end up saying to someone, well, you are an anti-white hater, and then they could easily undermine your argument by saying back to you, well, you're an anti-black hater, or you're an anti-whatever hater. And that would immediately defeat you, not just neutralize your argument, because hater or hate group or hate is only associated with white people in this hell that we are forced to live in, this anti-white narrative. So if anything, you've learned a powerful lesson, and you've provided everybody watching now and in replay a very powerful lesson about meme pathogens, that these things have power to us because we've been infected with them, the same way that the word, the anti-white slur and concept racist has power. So fantastic question, and thank you so much, dear brother, for asking it. And Insane Hermit, great participant, ladies and gentlemen, in service to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much. And we have here Heathen Reckoning. Heathen Reckoning, great name. Financially gifting $25. Can we get the Prometheus with fire poster behind you? Yes, you will be able to acquire that in the near future. Just it's not available yet. I'm going to get everybody just wanting it. And it will be available soon, though, at the No White Guilt Collectibles.com collectible store. And other things will be put up there, posted there as well. Other shirts saying No White Guilt, and things that you can proudly wear, especially as the election cycle ramps up. This is our time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. We are needing more than ever to get to these MAGA people while they are ready to hear the message. And they are ready to hear the message when you have lasers being used to blind, industrial-sized lasers being used to blind police officers, and you have these anti-white, these hit squads using firearms on automobiles, on people, trying to murder them because they won't allow themselves to be murdered or maimed in their vehicles, or pulled from their vehicles and murdered by the anti-whites. This is when we're going to be able to reach them more than any other time in your life. You need to appreciate this. And every one of us knows somebody who blew the last 3 months. Every one of us. Some of us might have been those people, regrettably, but who blew the last 3 months, who had been introduced to going free, who knew what this was, who saw the successes. Ladies and gentlemen, we had, long before the past 3-4 months, 5 months, we had 5 people who got off the path to suicide already. We had a handful of births because of going free, not because of people who met at just white positive events. We had people who saved money, people who kept themselves out of jail, people who made money off of understanding this, people who have radically transformed their lives, their diets, the way they think about themselves, people who have radically transformed their families. How much more info and proof do you need? The testimony is every single week, all week long. We are hearing from people having tremendous success, going free, winning arguments, changing minds, persuading people. And you knew, perhaps you're one of these people who saw this happening and you still pushed it off. And then when some clown or clowns come along and they want to say that the end of the world is nigh, it's been said so many times, I'm sick of hearing it, and you decided, well, I'm not going to try to change my environment. Instead, I'm just going to go buy a bunch of meat that you all are cooking right now. Some of you wrote to me. You're trying to cook that meat that's going bad because you bought far too much. You wasted all that time that you had off from work, the money the government that's yours gave back to you, and instead of investing in changing your environment, you sat on your ass. We cannot afford another 3 months of you sitting on your ass. You need, if you were one of those people, you need to make up, you need to do 6 months worth of effort to promulgate going free in the next 3 months. You need to triple what everybody else is going to be able to do over the next 3 months to make up for the stupidity, especially if you are an adult well into your years. If you're 20 years old or you're 18 years old, I forgive you. You were misled. But it's now time you have agency. You're responsible for your decisions. You were misled by people you thought that had the answers. But now you've seen that they lied to you. They had their heads up their asses. They were so wrong. And when they move that goalpost and say, Okay, yes, well, it didn't happen now, but it's going to happen 3 months from now. You need to be adult enough to say, you're an idiot, and I'm not going to listen to you anymore. And I'm going to put the message out there to content creators, writers, bloggers, vloggers, whoever you are. If you try stealing any more of the recapturing of our destiny from me and the work that we're doing going free, from all of these people, from all of their children, from all of our children, if you try stealing any more of it by telling our people that they need to buy up freezers and meat so that they can have enough food for the next 3 years or whatever it is, or you tell them that they just need to sit around and wait for some invisible army to come and save them, or somebody to write a constitution that will save them. You try to do any of that shit from now on, I'm not going to let your name go unmentioned. I'm going to mention you here, and I will ruin your ass, because we don't have forever. I am going to be reading tonight from the document that the Democrats are going to implement, whether they get elected this cycle or the next, and it's over. We are never going to have a chance like we have now coming up to this election. So don't you dare say we need to all move to some little hole here, or we need to all move to some little hole there and buy up freezers. You bastards. I swear, you know this now, and if you know any of these people, tell them to watch this segment, because I'm not going to let it go unmentioned again. I take it personally. I am sick and tired as all hell of 2 decades of putting up with people whose IQs are too dumb to get what they see is working right in front of their goddamn faces. Holy Christ. And you damn well better hope that if you're going to go down that road of trying to get yourself some acclaim, try to get yourself some name, try to get yourself some funds from poor working class people here, try to sell them some books by fear-mongering them to the death's end so that they end up in their houses waiting for the invisible army, waiting for the politician who's going to come along and magically make it happen, waiting for the next disease, waiting for the magical document that somehow can implement itself because it have the power of fantasy up its rear. If you end up causing these people to do this, and I end up seeing your ass at a conference somewhere or at a meeting somewhere, you're going to have many other better days. You're going to be able to remember many days in the course of your life that you will think, boy, every one of those were better than the day that I came across No White Guilt after he put the warning out, don't waste any more of our people's time anymore. I'm just sick and tired of this Bravo Sierra. There's no more time for it. If you haven't, we have a lovely woman who went through this document. We're going to give her the accolade that she deserves for getting through these colossal sized documents, these voluminous documents, and highlighting the most important parts for us. Not paying her to do it. She loves our people. That is why she sees what's coming. She sees the power in going free. You want to spend your days, if you're a content creator, you want to spend your days just fear-mongering people and endless talk about COVID-19 or what this is going to happen next with this disease or that disease. And you'll find out really quick this time as we move forward that there's no patience here for that. And everybody else in this sphere knows the value of going free, and knows there's no more time to play tree fort. Knows there's no more time to play revolution. Knows there's no more time to build elaborate mausoleums. All right, let's see what you all are saying. Thank you very much, Heathen. I get fired up, and I'm sick and tired. The hourglass is running out of sand, ladies and gentlemen, and I am not going to see in my mind's eye those little white boys and little white girls coming into a world of absolute demonic hatred for them because some absolute pencil dick dipshit is going to be fear-mongering or wetting his pants or whatever else it might be. I am not putting up with it anymore. I am not putting up with it anymore. Academic peacock, I will grab an academic peacock off the ground if I get in their presence and they're thinking they're going to lead you all down some interesting novelty take. And I will show them that there are plenty of other pursuits that they can waste their time on and waste people's times on. And not this. God damn, I'm sick of this. All right, let's see what's going on. No more time for play. No more time. Roy Danton says Brant Danger doesn't have a wrench over here on the discipline channel. So let me give him a wrench while I try to cool down, and we will get your questions. If you, William Runner, the great William is over there. Wonderful to see you, dear brother. And let's see. If I saw Brant before, and I know it, there we go. Okay. There you go. Should have a wrench now over on that channel. Dear brother, thank you very much. Roy says also put in on the Tell Kevin widget. That's what it was. Thank you, brother. And obviously you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can see. If there's any doubt about where I'm coming from, if there's any doubt about what is motivating me, these people, these content creators, these academic peacocks, all of these others who have wasted your time, who have misled you, I put my arms open to them. They can go free. If they have a concern about a possibility of X, Y, or Z out in the future, they can say to their audiences, ladies and gentlemen, we need to go free. We need to be spreading this. It's working. Let's continue to spread the curative contagion. I also have some concerns about X, Y, or Z that Jason and all of you, Roy Danton, Yiz, Althea, Brand Danger, all of you are not focusing on so much. I have some other concerns as well, and I'm going to talk about it. And I love that. I love it. Do that. You're an academic peacock or whatever it is you're going to say to folks, this is working. Let's go free. Let's spread going free. And I want to also talk about this philosopher or this other take or whatever. And I love that. Do that. And reach our people. We need many different layers, many different people talking about different subject matter. You have people who want to be, like flippant, and they're fantastic, and they talk about the news, they mock people and all of this. They tell people to go free, so they're not misguiding them, they're not taking up their time, but they also do this entertainment. Fabulous. I love it. Bring people in. We need that. We need many different veins reaching out into this world. What's not going to be tolerated anymore, what you need to not tolerate anymore, is anyone out there that is going to waste the time of folks who are amenable to going free, who are otherwise actionable for the reclamation of our people, for the recapturing of our destiny. We can't have somebody sitting around giggling about being, calling themselves some kind of animal or something, watching some content creator and just wasting their day away. If that person is also could have been actionable and could have been going out there, saving themselves, saving their friends and family, getting out into the world. And it's metaphorical war. But I tell you what, where we need to be the absolute most intolerant is within this white positive sphere. Anybody wasting the time of our growing community, anybody trying to lead people down another wayward path, another dead end, we need to be so intolerant of those people. Fire comes out of our goddamn eyes. No more patience with this sort of garbage. No more patience. And if somebody says, well, I really don't like that, I think you get the point. You get the point. Thank you all for doing what you're doing, because I know the folks here are heroes. And let's see, Yiz says here, is there anyone in the Southern Virginia, Eastern Tennessee area who would want to work with me, meaning Yiz, in person to do community outreach projects like flyers, interviews, etc. My friend who was going to help me bailed. I'm really sorry to hear that, Yiz. So if there's anybody, Yiz is in the live chat. If there's anybody that is in that region and you want to help Yiz out and you are legit, then let her know that you'd be willing to help out. And you damn well better be legitimate, because I expect Yiz to do her due diligence, find out, you know, who you are, and to be Yiz to be safe. And if you're not, and you harm this lady or whatever, we're not the conservatives. Just know that. Thank you, Yiz, for being a hero. I had plenty of times over the years distributing leaflets. God knows the numbers. And people bailed on me. So I know exactly what that's like. I had meetings. You all have no idea. There are people who know me for a long time. I've held, and this is a sad reality, but it's nonetheless a reality, and it's a testament to my conviction and the scientific proof that what we have here is real, that it works, it's empirical. I had dozens easily of meetings that I held where no one showed up. No one showed up. I was the only one at the meeting. No one would keep going back and holding meetings and letting people know that meetings are going to be had, and I'm going to come to your area and I'm going to hold a meeting, and I was a young guy, and drive the distance with the cars that are breaking down on the way there. I could tell you the stories of them breaking down and having to repair them on the side of the road in the rain and everything else, and to go to a place for a meeting and have people say, like, not a crapshoot, like I didn't know if anybody was going to show up. I just felt like maybe I'll go out there and who knows. People actually saying that they would show up, and then showing up, nobody shows up because everybody's got, you know, the TV to watch. They're so drunk on actual alcohol or other drugs or what they're going to buy next, or the reality TV show or whatever garbage it was. And so they didn't show up. Nobody would keep doing this unless they knew that what they had worked, right? Nobody would keep doing it. They would only do that if what they had they knew worked on people. They knew would save our people if they were truly dedicated. So yeah, I had meetings. I had people who were supposed to show up to leaflet with me, end up in the middle of the night, out driving around the countryside, leafleting all by myself. Don't do that, please. It was dangerous for me, dangerous for anybody to do that kind of thing. Always have a buddy so that you can be safe. And let's see, donning armor, thank you so much for your question earlier. And we also have Mr. Warrior here on the question widget and sharing since the guest is gone and you don't have a subject to discuss, mind telling us about Lamont Riddick? We'll talk about Lamont Riddick, my friend, when we distribute and make available the standalone version of Crucible. And I will give you all some more info on that, as there'll be more people who will want to know who he was and what happened to him. They will have read the story, and they too will also want to know what the heck happened to that guy. And so the pool of people who want to know now is probably not very large, and we will wait for it to grow. We have Irish Ice coming in with a financial gift of $5. Thank you very much. Another great participant in the community for White Wellbeing. I talked to another cowardly white man yesterday. He had tattoos and appeared strong, but one mention of white erasure, and he crumbled like a terrified child and said it was impossible to change anything. This happens constantly with big, tough guys. It does indeed, Irish Ice. Thank you. But all sizes as well. But certainly it's most shocking when they're big and muscular, and they front as though they're tough. There's so many guys like that in the world. It's pathetic, but it's absolutely true. What you're seeing there when he says, Irish Ice, when he says that there's nothing that can be done, that he uses the word impossible, that's a meme pathogen that he's been taught. It's also a collection of meme pathogens from which there is this only deduction, this planned deduction. Remember, a thought chain. The anti-whites are not playing this by the midwit level. This is an intended deduction of a thought process informed by mean pathogens that they have supplied. They knew that he would come to that conclusion. And so when we come across people like this, we need to recognize that they're sick. They're infected with MPs, and we need to tell them about mean pathogens when and where we can. It sounds like this was just a passing conversation you had with somebody. So not exactly the type of environment that you could do something like that. I've challenged such people, though, and you could do the same with like a polite challenge I've done in the past. Guys that look and they want to front like they're really tough. I've said where it's like at a bus stop, at a crosswalk, on the subway, on the train, whatever it might be. I've said, I didn't have any more time to talk to such a person. I've said things like, well, geez, you really look like you've seen the inside of a gym. Like you're a pretty tough guy. You could probably hold your own in a fight. If we had more people like you who cared about white well-being, we'd easily take it. Forget about this impossible business, but have a nice day. Then you give them something to think about, and you're touching on that nerve that is so very important to a guy that is fronting that way, that he's tough. Well, if there were just more guys like me, I'm a tough guy, then we could do something. You might make a change that way. But thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. Final Blossom, $5. The great Final Blossom. We, of course, played the video and a bunch of videos from Final Blossom. And I think we have more coming up on maybe the next garage party. I'll see. But Final Blossom writing here with $5 financial gift. Thank you, my dear, dear brother. Jason, I've prepared a script which may help in increasing your book sales. I sent the script to you as a direct message on Twitter. Would you mind reading it with enthusiasm during the stream? Well, I'll take a look. I would like to read it before, just dry reading it, because it won't be as nice as you intended it. But if I just dry read it, because I won't know where I have to put the inflections before I reach the certain parts of the script. But we'll see. And thank you so much for that. And did you intend for that to be used like in a commercial type video where it's demonstrating or showing the book, or maybe which book, and then me reading this script? But thank you very much. Final Blossom, a great participant and contributor, doing so many wonderful things for White Wellbeing, and we thank you, dear brother. So we do have quite a few news stories, and we have wonderful people, amid them, of course, Althea supplying us with news stories. Let's see, we have that we could talk about tonight. It's up to you all what I end up covering. And remember, keep in mind, when we are looking at this material, when we're looking at news, I'm not here. I mean, I'm fine telling you the news. I'm good with that. But the real purpose here is we want to empower you so that you can treat your own mean pathogens and align more with the archetype of Western kind inside of you. It's there. You need to align with it. You need to tap into it. You need to move through that fog, that mist, those nebulae, and you need to get to it so that you can begin to access the powers, the intelligence, the strength, the creativity, the industriousness, the tenacity, all of that exists in our people. It's locked down inside of you. You are much more than you think you can be. So we go over these news stories to provide you the translation so you know how to interpret on your own, so that you can do this without Jason around. That's the purpose. I am not here to aggrandize me. I am here to empower you. And then you are going to be able to empower those around you. I mean, look at the magnificent things. Some of you have more talents here or there, and you are already putting those to good work. Others are just warming up the motor. And I see a couple of you, some of you I don't know yet, and you're just warming up the motor. You're getting ready to head down that drag strip, and you're going to make it happen. You're going to make this next 3 months, the next 3 years, indeed this decade, one for White Wellbeing, where we recapture our destiny. Those of you, I salute every single one of you. So this is why we are doing this. This is why we look at these stories. So when you think, I'd like to hear about this story, it really should be about getting a take and an interpretation that you can empower yourself with, and that you can then go to your dad, to your brother, to your cousin, to that jerk at work, that bête noire at work that you can't stand, that can't fire you, and you're going to have a response that's going to just shut him right down, and you're going to be able to keep your job, not saying something that makes you look like you're from the anti-white narrative, right out of the casting room or casting room couch. Boy, I wonder what they'd have to do in the anti-white narrative. What kind of disgusting thing would you have to do on the casting room couch? Oh my God. Yeah, all the more reason why not to take up the character of the ne'er-do-well in the anti-white narrative. You don't want to be on that filthy casting room couch with all of the stains, I'm sure. It's coated in. Ugh. So we have, let's see. We have the great Elaine Sabatino, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, reaching out for leaflets. God bless you, dear lady. She's going to be posting those in places where it is lawful to do so. And let's see. And I will get those to you, dear lady. I'm working overtime. There was a couple of days, 4 days or so, that I was at the IRL. I thought I would have more time to work, and I didn't. I went out into the world, even though COVID-19 is out there, because I've had some people say to me, now I know, forget about this. We believe everything the WHO says, but we also know that some people are not fond of what the WHO says. On YouTube, you agree or you lose your channel. But some people are not so fond about what they say. But the bottom line is there are people out there. We lost Simon Harris to COVID-19. We have other members of our community. We have another lovely woman older woman who is wrecked. We have a younger woman who is wrecked. And so, yes, it doesn't, whatever you all want to say, I'm not going to say I agree with everything the WHO says. But the bottom line is when it comes to that sort of thing, and the reason why I'm mentioning it is that there were people who said to me, and I'm just saying that, I'm not saying for you to do this. I'm just saying for me. There were people who said to me, man, you shouldn't go out in X, Y, or Z. You're going to end up catching this, and then you're going to be wrecked, and we need you otherwise. And my only response to that was, our ancestors went out into much harsher conditions. If this kills me, then so be it. If something else kills me in service to my people, so be it. It'll be a glorious death, no matter how it happens. If it happens in service to white well-being, that is the glory that I am striving for in life, and I will be ecstatic with that death, however it comes. And so, just as starting with ancestors that I felt closest to, those of mine who went out, with no shoes and nothing warm to wear, even during the coldest of winters, and fought for the independence of Virginia in the war and the Confederacy in the war for Southern independence. They put up with all kinds of infections and bacteria and lead flying through the air. And we can go to all of our ancestors in every conflict, and not only in militaristic conflicts, but when we forged the boundaries of our knowledge, whether in a laboratory, working with chemicals that we didn't know that as we breathed them in, they were killing us, or they exploded and they killed us, or those who climbed the tallest peaks because they wanted to see what that was, or those who climbed in the jets like Chuck Yeager and took them to the edge of knowledge and the thing ripping apart. And they're telling this hero, shut it down, don't worry about the sound speed. Forget about it. And he said, no, forget about being a coward. And he put the coal to it while the rivets were flying out of the thing, cracked the sound speed, and we discovered a new horizon for Western kind. That is the spirit that is inside of me, and it's the spirit that is inside of every one of you. So you be careful, you don't be reckless, because we're intelligent. But at the same time, there is nothing out there that is going to stop me. And I know very well most of you from service to white well-being. So we have FBI trapped white activists. A story from the National Justice that we could look at. It's probably entrapped them. And let's see, we also have something about Crenshaw and anti-white violence predictions will skyrocket if Trump wins. I think that's probably the easiest bet. I don't think anybody in Vegas would give you any odds there. And then a story about white parents are to blame for non-white children of non-whites failing. And it looks like a couple stories on that. It looks like maybe white heritage on the rise, a story there. Another story on Asheville, North Carolina, reparations. More talk about North Carolina voted for reparations. Of course, we saw, what was it, Kentucky, or the governor there making a lot of statements about using taxpayer dollars to fund state level organizational entities and employees who's will be tasked with going out into the non-white communities to ensure that every non-white person in the state of Kentucky is signed up to free, and there's nothing free in the world, but we're paying for it, healthcare by way of the federal government. So, of course, none of that is happening. That is just for the entertainment value of this show. You have to check with CNN and YouTube to see if any of this is true, but it's something that I felt like sharing with you nonetheless, because I just like sharing all of these falsehoods. Let's see, we do have the Washington Post settling with Nicholas Sandmann as news. We have the Yankees and Nationals. How disgusting was this? The prediction come true. Here, of course, the on their knees at many of them at the baseball stadium for Antiwhiteism. And let's see, we've got a couple other news stories. So we'll see what you all want to talk about. But what we really want to get to before, let me touch metal before I send electricity out of my fingers and into the computer. We really want to talk today about what will happen when the federal government of the United States is taken over by the Democrat Party, because then we are going to have a radical change to the way governance is done in the United States. It's going to very much change the way we resist and advance white well-being. We will adjust as necessary, but it is going to be something that we would like to put off by getting Trump elected. Remember, we are primarily between now and November working to get Trump white well-being to 100,000 MAGA supporters, and 1 in 5 to bring them over to actually going free. We're going to get the message out to that. Secondarily, and especially in those states where there is a the remotest possibility that it could be close, then we need to also, those of you who are in those places, need to help to get Trump elected. So what are those states? You know what they are. You need to help to get him elected for what he won't do. And when you are doing that, say you make robocalls for the Trump campaign, or you are going to place signs out for the Trump campaign or something like this. In every conversation you have, you can also do what? You should also be doing what? You should also be talking about going free. Make it a really, prosaic kind of a conversation. Look, we need to get Trump elected and we need to go free. Do you know what that is? No, I know about Trump, but I don't know what the going free is. Well, here's a card. Here's a leaflet. It just has the information of the website. This is the real deal. This is changing lives. Check this out. Vote for Trump, right? Sure. And then you've just made a connection. You've paced them, and then you've led them in a direction that will be beneficial. Please, if you are in one of these scenarios, you know who you are. You know how you could do this. You know who you could contact. You know that you could get busy. Get busy doing this. Double up your efforts by helping to get Trump elected for what he won't do, and at the same time spreading going free and white well-being to all of our brothers and sisters. You will be part of the process of getting this message out to 100,000 MAGA supporters. Let's not miss that opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have, and we will be talking about in just a moment, the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force document. And this document was read, every bit of it. And these are the highlights provided by Carlyle. And I want please, ladies and gentlemen, a giant, raucous, wild, seizure type round of emojis for this wonderful woman going through that entire document, reading this hell, and providing us with the actual data, not just bizarre opinions, not picked it up and read a couple paragraphs, not dipped into it here or there, or skimmed here or there and found a sentence here or there, which quite honestly would be all that I have the talent to be able to do. This woman went through the whole thing and was able to pick out the most anti-white elements in this document, and not just this document, but other documents, ladies and gentlemen. And we can take a look at those, like the Global Compact for Migration. Doesn't that sound like a riot to read? Doesn't that sound like that would just keep you enwrapped for just page after, you wouldn't be able to stop reading, right? Who can do that? It's totally amazing that Carlyle has this. She's read through these things. She's had the patience to do this because of her love for Western kind, because of her service to white well-being, because she is going free. Where else does this happen? Where else in the white positive sphere? It has never happened, for Christ's sake. I've been here forever. This document on the Global Compact for Migration, and the years that I haven't been here, I am in absolutely intimate, close contact, dear friendships with very old men who have been around for many, many decades, 6 decades in the white positive sphere. I have been granted access to some of the best people, and I have their word on nothing like this have ever happened. Never did they have so many talented people coming together. You know, there's one other group out there who, when they find something that works for their group's well-being, suddenly their moneyed members shows up. Suddenly they're connected. Their human capital, their social capital members show up. Suddenly their geniuses show up. Suddenly their artists show up, and they all put their weight behind it. There's one other group. There's one group that does that, and they have a hell of a lot of success because of it. It hasn't happened in the white. You can't look at any other endeavor. Why am I saying this? Because, God damn it, pardon my French, it's time for it to be said. It's time for even the midget wits to get it. It's time for them to say, look, this is finally the thing that works. Stop looking for the thing that works simply because you have some sort of bias that you started off, simply because you started on that casting couch for the anti-whites. I realize how many directions and how many angles you had to take it to get started, and you feel like you want to stick with it because it's an opportunity. It's the sunk cost fallacy. Talk about sunk, using that and with more meanings than one. Little double entendre there. A couple of sunk cost fallacy on the casting couch for some of these people, and they just can't get rid of that memory. But now's the time to stop. You don't have magnificent people coming to something any other time. You have a bunch of ne'er-do-wells, you have a bunch of dirtballs, you have a good person here or there. And then they're dealing with all of these weird people. You just ask people like Sam Dixon. You just ask him the kind of troubles we've had over the years because of all of these defective, weird people showing up and having to deal with them. And then the decision years ago having to be made of, do we allow the really weirdos to stay because they give the appearance of numbers, or do we get them rid of them because when healthy people show up, normal functioning people show up, they hear something crazy and they see somebody who can't get along with the rest of humanity, and then they end up leaving. So we made the decision, the wise decision, get rid of the weirdos. And then we ended up with almost nobody left as a consequence. This has never happened. So I'll say it until we're at the point where anybody who continues to ignore it by not mentioning it, that they are admitting that there is some other motivation behind their activities. They can have another idea, another vehicle on how to get to white well-being. I'm good with that. But there's no ignoring what's happening here. To not mention what's happening here is to say you've got another reason for being a participant or for being a thought leader or whatever it might be in the white positive sphere, and we don't have any more time for that. So, Global Compact on Migration. This was not signed by Donald Trump. It will be signed by Biden, and it will be signed by his vice president. And we can take a look at that as well as we work through it. But the primary thing tonight is the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force document. Subtitled, they titled it, Combating the Climate Crisis and Pursuing Environmental Justice. Now, what's the translation? Victimizing Western kind. And that's it. That is the subtitle. That is the translation. Victimizing Western kind. We need to read it for exactly what it is. I've got to close a couple screens over here. All right, now let's see if we have anything that we may have missed. And we do. We have something that we missed. And that is and I'll take a look at your comments because I see a bunch of comments coming by. Looks like we have, let's get a round of raucous emojis going for the great sloths. $50 US. $50 he just financially gifted over here on Cash App. I salute you, my dear brother. This guy is setting the world on fire with, metaphorically, of course. The anti-whites are the ones doing it literally. The anti-white hit squads, as Hansa said earlier, brilliantly. Sloths on Twitter, commenting to people, using the lexicon, defeating them every time, recommending going free. His numbers growing, other people's numbers growing as a consequence. We're moving toward that 20,000 goal that we have for November, and in large part being accomplished by Sloths. $50 and writing here, for the brotherhood in glory, pursuing white well-being. God bless you, brother. Magnificent. What an absolute hero making it happen. And thank you all for applauding the good work that he is doing. And I will climb really quickly up to the top of this. And actually, what I will also do is we have to turn off the AC. It's getting a little bit chilly in here. And as soon as the heat begins to, probably the heat that I generate, as well as the outdoors, begins to catch back up with us, we'll turn that back on. But finally, it has been a hot summer here in Northern Virginia, and we will. Sorry, I was just hearing something from somewhere. I don't know where that's coming from. I guess it might be next door. All right, let's see. Elaine Sabatino says, cheers, Jason and family. I'm cooking and cleaning with no white guilt. That's fantastic. Thank you for that. That sounds like that could be the title to a song. I'm cooking and cleaning with no white guilt. Okay, Brand Danger says, plenty of wants to know if his entropy donation went through. I guess it's the same name on Entropy, and it has not shown up yet, but I will ask this. Did Plenty of accidentally financially gift on the discipline with NWG Entropy rather than the no white guilt? And if so, let me know and I will look over there. That screen, that Entropy is not actually up and running, but the financial gift will be received by the good folks at Entropy. Thank you for that, Brant Danger. And Wild Fang says, let's test Trump. If he signs the No Ban Act, then don't vote for him. No. You must vote for Trump for what he won't do, and that's the Biden plan, which we'll be talking about tonight. Trump has, he will likely be put in a situation where they won't need his signature. The Congress can overrule the president. They won't need his signature. And as was the case with another bill earlier in the year, and he went ahead and signed it to save face. So if they position Trump such that they're going to outvote him, and he therefore would look, we could just go on with all of the description of what that would look like for a president to be overruled by Congress rather than just signing it. He's obviously going to just sign it. Irrespective of what his actual opinion is. And we hope it does not come to that point where he is pigeonholed and cornered and has to sign it to save face because he's going to be overruled. All right, let's see what else we have here. Just a reminder also to the everybody in the live chat, even if you're talking about self-defense, do not overtly say anything violent. That's a threat to the channel. And I'm going to ask the moderators. You all are doing a fantastic job. If that happens, you just delete. Be lenient when it comes to actually banning. If someone is here and they clearly just keep going at the, saying idiotic things like that, then obviously. But if it's just a violent statement, ladies and gentlemen, please understand, have patience with the mods and me, that we have to protect the channel. But more importantly, even than that, is that all of these comments are our interview for all of our new brothers and sisters who have shown up and are showing up and who will watch in the replay. And one of the first things that most people do, maybe you do it, is look to what folks in the live chat are saying. And if they look to the live chat and they see a bunch of garbage from the anti-white narrative that looks anything like it, then they will conclude that they're going to get everything here that they saw on television. And that is the exact opposite of the way we actually feel and the way we act, what is real and true for us in service to white well-being. So I thank you in advance for the patience. And you can absolutely, if you really feel angry, you want to say something, save that for, your buddies in person or something. But not here. This isn't the place for it. So, okay, let's see what else we have as I skim through. A lot of great people here. Sismic77 is here. I saw you earlier, Rebel Prepper, Planet of. That's great. And let's see what else we have. And of course, also, if you are brand new, you've shown up, maybe you were, I know we got a lot of new people coming from the proprietarian circles, and you all are still quite sore. And you probably remember that I defeated both of those characters in debate, made them both look stupid, and reality has demonstrated that I was right and they were wrong. But abandon that. Just abandon it. Go free. Do something that actually will have an effect on you and those around you. Just let that all be in the past. You made a bad decision. Come here now. Do the right thing with your life. Some of these folks, I don't know if you all recall, when I defeated their two Doolittle or Doodiddle or John Mark in debate, they attacked this channel and they gave tons of downvotes, and they haven't shown up yet. None of them have shown up to apologize, even though reality proved me right. And that ridiculous effort crashed and burned. You can now be redeemed and come and do something productive. And I hope to see you here. Art Acrobat says, if we get 1 million people, oh, but I was going to say, if you show up and you just want to, because you're sore about it and your movement is now gone and you're bored and you used to be able to just sit around and put maps up on the wall and in the basement and stack up on MREs and everything like that, and you felt like you were doing something, and now you don't have your videos to watch anymore, and you're sore and you want to show up and insult me, this is my house. This channel, these platforms I stream on for the well-being of Western kind is my house. And if you come in my house and you want to just curse me and say ridiculous things, you're gone. No problem with it at all. I don't care what you think. You have free speech out on the street and in front of my house, off this channel. You can start your own channels and you can say anything you want about me and going free or whatever and look like an idiot. And just like you can stand out on the park down the way from where I live. By the way, if you stand out there at night, you'll get killed by anti-whites. But if you can go out and stand on that park and have all the free speech you want. But you, in my place, you don't have all the free speech you want. You slander me, and will introduce you maybe to defenestration. And look that up, AI. Art Acrobats writes here, if we get 1 million people to donate $1, we can get $1 million. That's enough to make a white positive movie. I'm working on it. But that's, yeah, exactly. That would be magnificent. We're working toward these sorts of things, and movie ideas. A lot of things are in the plan that are that's rolling out beautifully. I'll say that, rolling out beautifully. Wipeout Corona is here. I love that name. Let's absolutely wipe it out. People have good people I care about have this dreadful disease, and it's really, let's wipe it out. White Healing says, I just want to thank you for helping me find the hero inside that I always hoped to be, but never could before going free. God bless you. That is magnificent. What an absolutely splendid testimonial. White Healing, ladies and gentlemen, wrote here, I just want to thank you for helping me find the hero inside that I always hoped to be, but never could before going free. That is a magnificent testimony. You are going to save so many people's lives, so many people's time by sharing that with folks. That is exactly the kind of thing that happens by going free. People who thought that they were nobodies, people who thought that they could do nothing, people who thought that they had no power suddenly realize the strength they have inside themselves. And we, and Mr. George and myself, have said many times on this channel and others that it's not going to be some trust fund baby or somebody to descend with this like noblesse oblige down upon the rest of us and going to say, we will do this for you. This aristocracy of old, or the aristocracy of the white race of old are all drug-addled. They're concerned with nothing more than partying. They are garbage. You're going to find better people, more virtuous people that are 100% of the time. You'll find better people who are working with their hands every day, have to go out and sweat for a living. You're going to find far better people. Forget about these people who talk to you now about having this aristocracy, or we need this aristocracy to come down and save us. No, there's no such thing. If you've ever met these people, these are the most immoral bastards, that's why we have suffered as a race. How do you think we have lost so much? Because the aristocracy was worth shit? They're worthless. And all of their descendants and children are useless. If you have met them, you'll know. Everything they touch, they have the inverse of the Midas touch. They live on the money passing down and money making money. the best schools, the best connections, the best this, the best that. And they continue to live a life of luxury while they have allowed our civilization to go down the toilet. So this old aristocracy, or this idea of these people from the past in the white race, when they show up and they've got their pocket watch in and they want to pop that open and tell you, oh, we're here now, you know what finger to give them, because they're garbage. Every single one of them. Now there's going to be a new yardstick for what it means to be a hero, for somebody that is a creme de la creme in Western kind, and that is going to be the heroism and the tenacity, the loyalty to our people, the willingness to put oneself on the line, whether that means anonymously now or with one's face or whatever it might be, for the well-being of the selflessness, not the hedonism. I tell you, one of you pull up in your beat up truck, like my father, a working class man, and I would go as a 9-year-old on side jobs with him. The passenger floorboard had rusted out. The highway ran underneath of the damn thing. The only thing between me and the highway was the floor mat, which he said, don't put any weight on the floor mat, son. I would much rather have a white man pull up in something like that and with his dirty hands say, I'm ready to get to work for White Wellbeing, than have one of these aristocrats pull up and step off his yacht. You've got nothing with the latter. You've got something with the former. So let's see here. And that doesn't preclude that there will be people, and we want them. They'll show up eventually when they don't need courage to show up. And that is white people who have plenty of money, who are not necessarily part of that aristocracy of the past, the filth of the past. We are those white people who have money. They're going to realize, hey, all that we have is going to disappear really quickly if we don't change things radically. And there's a group of people who are making it happen, and they're going to come and invest in us. Those people we love and embrace, and we're looking forward to you finally showing up and getting a little bit of courage. You're not going to be able to claim as much courage as the people who showed up here when there was nothing, when the anti-whites could destroy us, when we have no way to hide. We can't buy another house, another 5 exits down, or another house on another island somewhere to flee to get away from it all. You can't be said to have as much courage as these folks, but if you show up soon, you can still be said to be courageous for doing so. But as far as these old aristocrats, they're useless. So thank you so much, White Healing. God bless you. Hansa says the same as the live chat not having anti-white narrative for newcomers. It's also crucial that you control your language and anger for the same newcomers in the vagues. Yes, you're absolutely right. And I accidentally misspoke while we had the lovely Tiina with us. So I make mistakes too, and I am always working on trying to do better. Lordy Sparker says here, my son just turned 20. And although he is, for White Wellbeing, 100%, I'll be getting going free for him soon. Well, God bless you. That's magnificent. Thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, and Lord Sparky is saying, Lordy Sparky or Sparker is saying it perfectly here, and that is that I guess perhaps a realization, maybe you realize it or subconsciously or consciously, that even if you're white positive, if you don't have the lexicon of going free, you're losing your conversations, and you're losing. And the biggest conversation you're losing is what? Who knows? I bet you Yiz knows. I bet you Roy knows. What's the biggest conversation that you're losing if you're not employing the lexicon of going free? It's that conversation inside your own head that you're having with that infected subconscious mind of yours, That it's those mean pathogens that are so deeply ingrained in who you are and are throwing up the emotions into your mind, who are launching the emotions and the thoughts about your conscious conclusions, your conscious opinions. And you're losing those battles. And as a consequence, you can't be the hero that's inside of you. So yes, Lordy, Sparker, let's get going free to your son. Let's make sure he becomes a man and a hero for Western kind. Let's inoculate him and treat him for all of these MPs that are inside of him so that he can truly go forth and do great things for us. Thank you so much. Sismic77 says, Jason has German blood. He's very stabilizing. That's true. I definitely have German blood. And I guess I helped to stabilize some. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, what else do we have? We got to get on with these stories here and get on to your comments. We've got others that we are going to speak to. A couple more community comments as well. Your comments, your calls. Zero Immigration is here with us. I don't think I've seen you here before. Great to see you. And we have Kevin McCarthy is here. Hello to you. Aunt Sally says, I just looked up defenestration. It wasn't quite what I expected to find. Yes. Thankfully, all in jest. It's all for the artificial intelligence listening ever so closely. We must speak in a way as to not frighten new people away. We all must make a great effort for self-control. Well, precisely, and thank you for that, Hansa. What is this about? Somebody said something about Fuentes as well. I was sent a clip of Fuentes the other day, one where he's using some of the lexicon, and that's fabulous. Let's hope that he continues with his great talents for flippancy and comedy, knack for political discussion, that he uses these talents and comes this way and then helps our people go free. I saw something else, but now it has disappeared. Spencer's Thoughts is here. Great to see you, dear brother. The passionate parts of the stream are the best, says Spencer's Thoughts. Don't worry about language during them. Our people matter more, brother. Well, I would like to try to curtail it as much as possible. I will warn folks, probably in person, that speaking in front of a large audience, it might be a little bit more colorful than here, but not a lot more colorful. I mean, if I know if children are going to be present, then it won't be colorful at all, except colorful in imagination for them to really enjoy. First Lady of the American Theater agrees with Spencer's thoughts, says the passion is inspiring. Lordy says, for sure, and cheers, and thank you for that. Eternalism, you need to improve communication by summarizing your points more often. I will absolutely. All right, we have some other folks who might be available for a chat as well later on this evening when we get to those. So let's get to some of these. Coconut is here. Great to see you. Let's get to what Biden is going to do, whether it is Biden and the Democrats. We must elect Trump for what he won't do, ladies and gentlemen. Use that everywhere you go when you talk about this in the white positive sphere. And if anybody is saying in the white positive sphere, content creators or the like, that and encouraging people in the white positive sphere to actually go out, especially in states where it's going to be close, and vote for Biden, let me know, supply me with the clips, and I will reach out to that person and I will let them know that some choice things that we won't say, and then we hope that they will stop, because it will just be a demonstration of their stupidity and ignorance. And ignorance is a neutral term about what they are actually going to do with these plans. Fernal over here on the question widget, the great Fernal, I don't think I've ever heard you say Archetype Alignment Protocol, AAP. And I was wondering, is that usually replaced by going free? When would we use the term AAP? AAP, Archetype Alignment Protocol, is the actual original name, the moniker that I gave to the totality of the process. And going free was the action of the process. So when you use Archetype Alignment Protocol, is, as I was saying, we had some, what was the question? Was it last week or the week before? And thank you very much for this question, brother. Was it the week before? And what was the question exactly? It was something like, how to come back to me, but it was a term from going free, and they said, well, when is this user? Oh, this is right. It was meme pathogen was the term. Why use meme? And I spoke to the fact that this is not a going free. The Archetype Alignment Protocol is not a whim. It is a professional endeavor, and I gave the examples. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was something funny about, you know, what we could call a meme pathogen. I don't know if somebody remembers, maybe they could put it in the chat. But when you approach people, you don't want to have a jargon that is so alien to them that they immediately turn it off. At the same time, you want to convey that this is a professional endeavor that has had at every part of it reason, logic, and evidence, and the scientific method applied to the totality incrementally as it has been assembled and as it continues to be assembled. So this is a product of the scientific method, the same scientific method that used to govern all of our scientific endeavors, our medical endeavors, etc. And now we see discarded in favor of the mysticism of other peoples of the world. And so certainly Antiwhiteism is a great example of mysticism or mystical thought, where there doesn't need to be evidence for a thing, you just must believe it. There doesn't need to be a hypothesis and a null hypothesis, and then an experiment and a conclusion, and then a determination at the end of that, and then a discarding, or etc. Now it's just it's mystical. It's somebody states a fact of faith, and you have to believe in it. And if you don't, then you are simply wrong. This was actually a perfect example of the Western mind at work solving a problem. And so my thinking, or when I wrote, and when I titled it the Archetype Alignment Protocol, is just the way that, regrettably, I guess, in some sense, it's sort of a leftover, but it now serves the purpose that I was just saying, that those who saw versions of Go Free, even before it was in this book form, when it was essentially like a really thick leaflet or pamphlet, those who saw it in those forms, they saw that the way that I talked, which I've changed quite a little bit, the way that I talk when I write, it's for something that is scientific, it's a very scientific way that I write. And it is difficult for people then to read. They really can't identify with it. And so it ended up going through a lot of iterations. But that title spoke specifically to what was taking place by way of the formulas that were used to arrive at the objective. And so for the same reason why I used a word earlier that precisely, was it colloquy, I think precisely said what I wanted to say, even though very few people are going to know what the word means. So back then, when I wrote something scientific, it was always, all of the words were like that. And people said, Jesus, Jason, no one's going to be able to read this because it's just, they aren't going to recognize these terms and it seems so dry. And so I took the criticism, constructive criticism, and I kept working on it until it got to the place where it is today, and it will continue to improve. But Archetype Alignment Protocol from the beginning serves that purpose that I was originally talking about now. So if you were in a conversation with someone and you were at the point where you wanted to say, look, this isn't just some random guy's ideas. It was just not some random approach. It's not just some, some other author has, turns out a new book every year and a half or something, and this is just one new book he turned out. Now, this is actually something scientific that has rigorously had the scientific method applied to it. If you're at that point with a particular person and it's going to have resonance with them, then you say, the actual process here is called the Archetype Alignment Protocol. And for them, that will have the ring of everything that I just said. For them, it will then mean, oh, now I understand that it went through a professional process, and it's not just some in the, I guess like the colloquialism of some dude typing away on his keyboard. So we also have North Point financially gifting $25. Thank you so much. We didn't read this. Thank you so very much for that kind financial gift. $25. I finished Going Free and enjoyed the reframing of discussion and language. Very digestible. Well, perfectly timed. Perfectly timed. I just talked about how it wasn't digestible, and I received a lot of feedback, a lot of constructive criticism. And because my objective is the well-being of Western kind, I continued changing this until I got it to the point where somebody called North Point financially gifts $25 and writes the very first sentence of the paragraph, I finished Going Free and enjoyed the reframing of discussion and language. Very digestible. Thank you so very much. That's a testament to me realizing I can be wrong and write something that people are going to say, good God, and put it down and then fix it. It goes on to write here, as part of your own self-reflection, what adaptations or additions would you add in future editions of any of your works? Ever since I started white advocacy a few years ago, it pulled me out of an early grave as an addict. Thank you. My God, thank you, North Point. That is magnificent. Thank you so much for sharing that. Addicted to something. Addicted to something on the way. This is another testimony to a life literally saved. On the way, because of an addiction to something, to an early grave, and has now been pulled away from that outcome. God bless you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us tonight. That is truly magnificent. And your question here is part of my own self-reflection. What adaptations or additions would I add in future editions of your works? Well, the first thing I can say is that with Prometheus Rising, the standalone version, of course, which you can see the cover of the book on the wall behind me there, was looked at by people with more education than myself, and they said, Jason, the way that you read it, the way you'd like it to be read, the punctuation really has to be different, and we really had to go through. And then there were some constructions that sentence constructions that were maybe ambiguous and weren't conveying as lucidly the thought that I wanted to convey, and they pointed this out and these different places. And so we addressed those things and made those changes. And that is why the standalone edition is really a thing in and of itself, even though you have Prometheus Rising in Born Guilty. But you also have in the standalone edition a much larger glossary and a pronunciation guide that is truly magnificent. And I did not do that. I have no ability to do that. A hero did that. A hero did that. And God bless that hero, because it took quite amount of talent and time to be able to do that. And so big heartfelt thanks. So that's what makes it its own thing. Now, for all of these works with Go Free Iteration 2 that we'll be working on soon, I'm going to be going through the material that's already there, and there's going to be additions from Mr. V and Spencer's Thoughts, which is Spencer the First, I think, on D Live, and others who have given ideas that are clearly, discernibly going to work, and they comport with going free. And so I will continue to hone my works so that they better serve that objective, which has never wavered in the least. Thank you so much for sharing that. God, it's very meaningful. That is really meaningful. Thank you, North Point. We also have over here, Per Sun, what a great name. Could you publish an earlier version of Go Free on your website as a PDF for us to compare? Well, perhaps. I mean, I imagine that I must have. No, yeah, I know I have those. What were they? What were those little hard disks called? I know I have one of those somewhere with one of the earliest versions. What you would see there, the differences are primarily with some of the things like different names for meme curatives and things like that. Didn't have as many of meme curatives, but yeah, I'll look for that, and it would be interesting, maybe. It would also be interesting as like a set to have you sell like the current Go Free, and it comes with one of the earliers, like the pamphlets, and then you could see them side by side and see what yours truly was handing out at carnivals, and people saying, "What is this?" Vogish Warrior Jason, flex your biceps to shut eternalism down, please. I've never flexed for people. I've made that a thing because so many guys that I grew up with, the ones that did the flexing, it was either, if it's a bodybuilder or somebody like that, then I think it's okay to flex. But if you're a guy, just a regular guy, not a bodybuilder, then you should only ever let yourself see the flexing. Don't let a girlfriend see the flexing. Don't let a wife see the flexing, because it just seems so childish and fake to me. Now, if you have built your body up and you're strong, and you want to say you want some attention from your wife that night, well, you might need some lumber chopped up for the fireplace that you two can curl up in front of later that night, and get out in the sun, take your shirt off, and chop the firewood. I've done that a time or two, and it has a miraculous result. It's just a miraculous thing. But yeah, if you start, unless you're like a class clown, I guess also you could maybe flex. That would be funny. I could see somebody doing that, but I that's just not my thing. But nonetheless, I don't know what eternalism was even saying about the flexing. So let's see. Let us all flex our white positive muscles as we move on to the document that we want to cover tonight. Yes, definitely do the chopping wood, or get out. It really doesn't matter if it's hot outside, as it often is in Virginia during spring and summer, and you come out of even you start off in your t-shirt, or you got to mow the yard, or you got to chop wood, or you got to change the brakes, or change the oil, or you got to paint the shutters, or there's always something to do. You got to fill the bird feeders, you got to dig a hole for a new plant, or whatever it might be. Get out there in the heat and let the sweat start going, and breathe in the garden, let the oil mix, the oil from the engine mix with the cuts in your fingers and your hands. and then let that t-shirt get nice and wet and then peel that thing off. And there's just something that happens. I don't know. It's very strange. It's very strange. Sometimes you just get tackled as soon as you enter the house. It's a very strange thing. Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force recommends, and then we have this document is fixated on the perceived, and now I'm going to translate this for all of us. And now remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not some like remote just ravings of some purple-haired walrus out at sea and, you know, just billowing out a mating call into the night sky. This is the official desire of the Democrat Party of the United States of America. This is what they are going to implement when the Democrats come to power. This is what Biden will do if he wins election. This is what the Democrats will do after Trump finishes the next 4 years. Lord willing, we get another 4 years of Trump. This is your future. This is not a possibility. This is the future. This is why I got so angry earlier and my language got a little off base, because this is going to be a completely different place that we're going to function inside of, and we don't have time for people to continue screwing around. So the anti-whites refer to the totality of this, essentially summarized in this anti-white verbiage of perceived racial inequality that has to be remedied. So of course, this is excuses. This is the myths of pretext, excuses, pretexts to inflict injury on Western kind. That's what the whole thing is. Right? They write here, communities of color, low-income families, and indigenous communities have long suffered disproportionate and accumulative harm from air pollution, water pollution, and toxic sites. Highways have been built to enforce racial segregation. So these are some of the highlights of the verbiage from the doctrine. So you see here what they're claiming. This is the combating the climate crisis, and this is the subheader, combating the climate crisis and pursuing environmental justice. Now remember, this will be extended to the non-white population of the globe. So now they're going to be able to say, this is what the Democrats not just be able to say. This is what this anti-white narrative now avers. That is that not only are non-white people suffering in the anti-white narrative because they're non-white, and therefore, because of the myths of pretexts, all of these excuses, anti-whites can inflict injury. Now they're also saying that they suffer more from air pollution. They suffer more from toxic sites. They suffer more from water pollution. They suffer from highways being built to segregate them because, you know, why did the turtle cross the road? Then they have here a note is calls for increased taxpayer funds to go to what the anti-whites refer to in this document as frontline communities. And what they mean by this, I believe, is communities and non-white communities who suffer the most because they're on the front line of these things. So you see how they craft the anti-white narrative so that you are, if you stay within their narrative, the reprobate. Democrats will work with affected frontline communities, non-white communities, to develop a screening and mapping tool to ensure racial and socioeconomic equality in federal climate, energy, and infrastructure programs. Democrats will work with affected non-white communities, so that's going to be all of them. Remember, this is not a possibility. This is Biden. This is when the Democrats take control. Democrats will work with affected non-white communities to develop a screening and mapping tool to ensure racial and socioeconomic equality. That means that they are going to enrich and empower non-whites at the expense of, detriment to, and ruination of Western kind, and therefore you and those you care about individually. We will, quote, we will support locally driven economic development and commit to directing a significant portion of clean energy and sustainable infrastructure investments to historically marginalized communities to help create local jobs and reduce energy poverty. Energy poverty, ladies and gentlemen. Install clean energy technologies, including community solar, buildings resistant to climate change impacts, expand access to green space and outdoor recreation opportunities. In other words, they are going to be moving, restore ecosystems. In other words, they are going to be moving, they're going to be using your tax dollars, your money, to improve, with more excuses, the lives of non-white people at your expense in their communities. And they're going to be cleaning up their communities, what they have done to their communities with your dollars. They are going to be moving them to your communities, because your communities are the ones that are not frontline communities. So they're going to be moving them into your communities. And you see that indeed this is the case as we move through the document. Protecting communities by reforming our criminal justice system. Reform of the justice system, specifically the way the system impacts those in black, well, so in other words, not black and brown, non-white communities. So specifically the way it impacts those in these communities. So in other words, the system has criminalized, listen to this verbiage, the system has criminalized poverty, over-policed and underserved black and brown communities, that's the verbiage used in the Biden document, and cut public services instead of offering the incarcerated the opportunity to turn their lives around. Our prisons are overcrowded and continue to rely on inhumane methods of punishment instead of treating those who have served their time as full citizens upon the return to society. Too many of our laws continue to punish the formerly incarcerated, erecting barriers to housing, employment, education, and voting rights for millions of Americans. So in other words, the Democrats are going to stop policing the non-white communities, stop charging them, stop punishing them, stop what they call, what is it again, the pipeline from the high school to the prison cell. They want to stop this pipeline so that when anti-white, non-white children beat or whatever, steal at schools across the United States, the schools are not going to be able to call law enforcement. It will be made illegal to involve law enforcement. Of course, none of this is true. This is a public document that you all can look at for yourselves, but by all means have CNN interpret it for you to find the truth of these things. So the only way to achieve the equity in an outcome of punishment is to reduce punishment for the non-white criminals and increase punishment. So in other words, become hypersensitive to any breach or coming anywhere close to breaching the law for white people. This is how they will achieve the same outcome, equality of outcome for non-white and white criminals. And of course, they're going to make criminals out of white people who aren't actually criminals and allow many non-white people to commit criminal acts and not punish them so that they can achieve this equality. And they want to do away with things. Obviously, they say here that upon the return to society, many laws continue to punish the formerly incarcerated. That would be, of course, like the laws that allow you to see sex offenders and child molesters who move into your neighborhood. Right now, you're able to look them up and see, whoa, I don't want to live in that neighborhood. There are a bunch of child molesters. Well, the Democrats don't want you to be able to do that anymore. Of course, that's not true. Just look at this document online for yourself. It's a public document. But by all means, again, have CNN interpret it for you. So when it comes to where they get to live, how they're employed, which means employers won't be able to turn away somebody who, say, is a murderer and got out of jail. An employer won't be able to say, no, thank you. We don't want murderers here, or whatever it might be, and because it'll be against the law to do so. Incarcerated people suffer from serious mental health and substance use disorders at higher rates than the general population. Yet our country has chosen time and again to criminalize mental illness and substance use instead of building an equitable and affordable health care system. Black Americans make up 12% of the US population, but 33%. Now, this is the Biden document, and I'm afraid to even read their document on YouTube. You can look it up online. The Biden document is pointing out that the percentage of different non-white communities in the population of the United States is far smaller, and they name here two specific communities, is far smaller than their representation in the prison. So that representation is far larger than their representation in the population. No White Guilt is not saying that. It says so on the Biden document, and you can, Biden-Sanders document, you can look it up for yourself. Yet our country has chosen time and again to treat people of color more harshly than white Americans, from over-policing to prosecution to sentencing, instead of making investments to build safe, healthy, and thriving communities. So they're going to remedy this. So in other words, this is what I was just talking about, ladies and gentlemen, and you can probably, as you all are hearing me speak, you can think of some of the ways that the Democrats are going to handle in the United States, are going to handle rectifying these disparities. In other words, if a particular non-white population in the United States is X percent, then you won't be able to have more than that X percent, or maybe even a couple clicks below that X percent in the prison system. How many prisoners are they going to release, the Democrats, to be able to achieve that? How many of these groups, individuals of these groups that are criminal, are they going to allow to walk because they've already reached the limit in the prison system? Are you beginning to see that a vote for Biden is suicidal? This is not something snarky that you can laugh about or that you can ponder like a midget wit as a novelty take or something like that. This is the end of your family's lives. These are going to be predators to the tens of millions released into our neighborhoods. They are going to be on the hunt. There's no joke about this. Donald needs to be elected for what he won't do. The statistics above limit the populations, and those are the populations, or the majority of those incarcerated, however, insist that it is due to, right. So they say that the percentage above their representation in the population is due to anti-white slurs, is because of bad white people. It's white people's fault. So it's not actually people committing crime, but if they are committing crime, they don't deserve to be punished because they're only committing crime because white people. So you see why you don't engage, again, in these conversations with anti-whites. You get out of the anti-white narrative and you have the conversation from our field rather than from theirs. How can you have a conversation with somebody who has those conclusions? So, of course, the solution that they're offering is to arrest fewer non-white criminals, and to punish fewer non-white criminals. Says here from the document, we must start by preventing people from entering the criminal justice system in the first place. That's a quote. Now, of course, look it up for yourself, but that's from the Biden-Sanders document. Instead of holding individuals accountable, hold law enforcement accountable for arresting them. So it will be the heresy of the law enforcement for arresting these people. What kind of people are going to end up being police officers in a Democrat-run the United States? When you end up being lauded for arresting more white people and punished for arresting non-white people. What kind of people are you going to end up in policing? When you lose your job for arresting too many non-white people, but you get a promotion for arresting more white people, what will your relationship with law enforcement look like in that environment? This is sobering stuff. This is their official plan. This is what Biden and the radicals, the anti-white radicals in that particular party are going to implement, period. Democrats believe we must ensure real accountability for individual and systemic misconduct in our police departments, prevent law enforcement from becoming unnecessarily entangled in the everyday lives of Americans, and reimagine policing for the benefit and safety of the American people. That is the actual verbiage they use, ladies and gentlemen. They call it reimagining policing. They are going to reimagine policing so that police officers are not arresting non-white criminals that go over the quota that they are permitted to arrest. And they have a system of rewards built into arresting more white people. What is your speeding ticket going to turn into when you have a police officer who pulls you over and maybe his job is on the line or his promotion is on the line, and he has you at 35 miles an hour in a 25 zone, and he can give you a speeding ticket for $10, or he can lie and say it's reckless driving and a lot more. And then when you say that's not what happened, he pulls you out of the car and beats you for resisting arrest. And then you can go to jail. He gets to keep his job and he gets to be given his promotion. What kind of people are going to be policing you then? This is what the Democrats are going to do in the United States. Says here, in recent years, some innovative police departments have enacted evidence-based reforms to change their approach, investing in robust training and putting in place, and even more crucially, enforcing strong standards governing conflict resolution, de-escalation, and use of force. We must, and of course, I'm sure many of you heard in Virginia that they are trying to reduce assaulting a police officer to a misdemeanor. So if he's not wearing a uniform, if a guy is just out or a woman is just out in the community and you knock the teeth out of their mouth, that is going to be assault and it's felony. But if he puts on or she puts on a uniform and you knock the teeth out of their mouth, that's just a misdemeanor. You're going to get a $25 fine or whatever it might be. This is what the Democrats are moving toward. And we are in this state because of conservative mindsets, because people have remained in the anti-white narrative, and you still see it today. Remember that when you think and you hear what we have come to, when you hear the precipice that we now stand upon, remember how we got here. It's because white people stayed in the anti-white narrative, because nobody had the vision and the fortitude and the tenacity and the willingness to cuss at and be cussed at those who wanted to get out or to stay in the anti-white narrative. We didn't have people who fought to get out of it strongly enough. We didn't have an idea. We didn't have the vision. We had people who wanted to stay with the inertia and the old ways. And now you see why I get so passionate. Now you see why I'm tired of having these arguments. Now you see why I'm no longer going to be okay with meeting up with other white positive people and having a disagreement about whether the dangerous or feckless idea that they are sharing that's been done 100 times and failed 100 times, why I'm not going to be okay anymore with just saying, okay, well, you have your idea and we're going to keep doing this over here. Best of luck to you. There's no more time for that, because now, over the course of my life, over the course of your life, we are on this precipice, and we have these anti-white attack militarized battalions setting our cities on fire, blinding police officers with military grade lasers, shooting firearms at people who won't allow themselves to have their head caved in by anti-whites and their property destroyed. We're at this precipice now. So now, whereas in the past, I've been very polite and I've been okay to say, okay, well, you can just go your way and, and I'll go mine. Now I'm more of the mind of grabbing these people by the lapels and say, if you lead any more of our people down this dead end path, I might stomp the shit out of you, because I'm not going to watch these children anymore, any more of our children now subjected to the kinds of things that they are subjected to. These things that Lovely Porge shared with us, programs taking place around the world right now that just 2-3 years ago to everybody else would have been unimaginable, would have been absolutely, to us, we said, no, this is going to happen, and has come to fruition. I'm tired of predicting things that come to fruition and then having so many people say, I'm still going to go some other direction. I'm sick of it. I had so many of these older guys tell me, listen, son, if you just keep predicting things that come true, you'll be able to point to them and people will say, this must be right. Well, old timers, that only held true back in the day when you had people of character who gave a damn. Now you have a lot of people who have no character. And it seems like it's going to take something very different to get their minds off of continuing running us up on the rocks. We will require immediate application of these standards. Democrats will establish strict national standards governing the use of force, including permitting deadly force only when necessary and as a last resort to prevent an imminent threat to life. And look, ladies and gentlemen, for the qualifiers there when these things become bills, because they'll say, except when dealing with anti-white slurs, heretics, except when dealing with heretics, then you can gun them down, as has been permitted. We will require immediate application of these standards to all federal law enforcement agencies and condition federal grants on their adoption at the state and local level. We will require officer training and effective nonviolent tactics, appropriate use of force, implicit bias. So something you cannot see, touch, find, taste, measure. What kind of police officers, good police officers, going to stay in that environment? And peer intervention, both at the academy and on the job. And we will ban, the Democrats say, racial and religious profiling in law enforcement. Ladies and gentlemen, there isn't any racial or religious profiling. What you have is mathematics at work. The police show up where there is crime. That is what happens in law enforcement. There isn't profiling. So it's called probability. It's not profiling, it's probability. It's a mathematical subject. It's why many anti-whites are unable to comprehend it. I understand. But the reality is that the police go where crime is most probable to take place, where people are being victimized by criminals. That's where the police are located. But what the Democrats are going to do is they're going to say, no more probability policing. You cannot be in those places. What is this going to do? You're worried about the economy now. What is that going to do to the economy then? What is that going to do for your ability to have and hold a job, to provide a future for your family, to provide a safety for your family, to provide health care for your family, your children, the orthodontist bills, the kidney treatments for your son, whatever it might be? The business that you might be able to work at, or you would have worked at, will be out of business because they can't function, because the places they distribute to are unable to function since the police can't police there anymore. And then guess who's going to pick up the tab so that the featherless bipeds walking around in those areas with no work and violence on their mind, that they can continue to eat with a credit card instead of food stamps in the United States. Now they have a credit card, and so it straight out of your ass. It's coming straight out of your ass. That's where it pops out. The money comes right out of that back pocket of yours and goes right into that card in their hands, it's going to be you who have to feed these people. At the same time that you can't find a job and to pay and feed, to pay for the food for your family. So we also have new laws to be proposed to sue police officers, and we already are seeing some of these across the states. This will be at the federal level now, to sue police officers for policing, making it easier to do that, and to even sue prosecutors for bringing cases against people. We cannot create trust without holding those in power accountable for their actions. Democrats will reinvigorate pattern or practice investigations into police misconduct at the Department of Justice and strengthen them through new subpoena powers and expand oversight to address systemic misconduct by prosecutors. Systemic misconduct by prosecutors. In other words, we translate this, prosecutors get cases and they're not right now choosing to, at least on a large enough scale. I mean, I'm sure they are. This prosecutor in Missouri, this anti-white, non-white woman, I'm sure she's doing this, but not enough prosecutors are looking at, well, this is a rape, this is a murder, and then saying, is this a non-white person who committed the rape or murder? Not enough of them are looking at the race and then dismissing the case on the basis of race. That is what the Democrats are going to do at the federal level. They're going to create new subpoena powers to expand oversight to address systemic misconduct by prosecutors. Far too often, the law has shielded police officers who stand accused of heinous violations of civil and human rights. Democrats, and we just saw one of those heinous violations. A criminal stole a weapon out of a policeman's belt, used that weapon on the police officer, and in accordance with all law and training, he returned fire with his service weapon. Now he's charged, I believe, if somebody can correct me unless I'm wrong. CNN, if you're listening, jump in the chat, please, and correct me. I believe he's charged now with murdering this individual. So we're not going to allow that to happen anymore. So it says here, Democrats supporting lowering the intent standard for federally prosecuting law enforcement officers for civil rights violations. We will also act to ensure the victims of federal, state, or local law enforcement abuses of power can seek justice through civil litigation by reining in the doctrine of qualified immunity to increase police accountability. And that means, want to be a police officer? Do your job and upset a non-white person, and they then can use the power of the federal government to sue you and to press charges against you, and you will go to jail. How many police officers then are going, how many cases, ladies and gentlemen? And obviously, this is a huge document. It's going to take more than one going free to get to all of its elements and to talk to all of you as well. But how many times now, when Biden becomes either, I suspect Biden won't be around in another 4 years, but if Biden were to become president, if we don't get Trump elected, or if Biden's successor gets elected 4 years from now, and this goes into effect, and they begin to implement this at the federal level, how much of a norm will it become across the United States to witness what we are beginning to see now in many videos, and that is law enforcement watching as anti-white, non-whites beat the bloody piss out of white people. How many of you all saw the video? I'm sure it's fake. You have to ask CNN. Everything I'm saying, by the way, is just made up for jokes, just for giggles. And some of the things I say happen in War of Warcraft, but definitely not the real world. How many of you all saw the video of the airport where a handful of anti-white, non-whites absolutely fell upon and beat the hell out of a white guy and his white girlfriend while law enforcement at the airport watched. That will become a norm with this, because if you're a police officer and you step in, you are likely to get sued. You are likely to have the federal government file charges against you. Poverty is not a crime, and it should not be treated as one. Democrats support eliminating the use of cash bail and believe no one should be imprisoned merely for failing to pay fines or fees. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, and of course you see the outcome all across Western civilization, these anti-white mayors and governors of these states and cities across the United States, instead of, when they arrest these, you wonder, why does there seem to be this limitless number of anti-white soldiers to be in the streets? Well, because those who are the police are able to arrest are taken down to the police station, and then they are, according to New York, and again, this is fake, they are, the mayor saying, don't even bother, just fine, just let them go. Just let them go. And where they are filing charges, of course, they're the filing charges that are beneath what they're actually arrested for. And then they're saying, no bail, you can just leave. You don't have to put anything up. You don't have to, nothing, you have nothing at stake. You can just go free. And the very next night, they're out in the streets again. If they had to put up some sum of money, and remember, when bail is determined, apportioned, or what by a judge, they do it based on how much money you have. So they want to figure out a percentage for you that's going to be painful. It's not a matter of, well, if you're a rich person, it's going to be easy to pay for this. If you're a rich person, it's going to be a colossal sum. And if you're a very poor person, it's going to be a tiny sum relative to most people. It's going to be a lot for you. But if you have to do that, then you get back out in the street, you get arrested again, you lose what you had to put up to get out of jail. Democrats are going to do away with that as soon as they hold the presidency. And they're saying so to you right here. Let's see, pre-trial detention reform, the federal bail system to clear metrics for reducing pretrial detention rates and prohibit risk assessment tools that carry bias. So in other words, it doesn't matter how potentially violent or crazy or the individual is in imminent danger to another person or people out in the population. Think about if you're a woman and you have some predator and he is maybe you and 3 other women. He is an imminent threat to you. If he's non-white, according to how the Democrats are going to handle this, if he is a threat to you, they're not going to be able to say, as they are now, this person is just going to leave the cell and leave our custody and head right back to the houses of these people and kill them. So we're not going to let him go. No, they're going to say, no, none of these metrics will be permitted anymore because it's heretical to do so. That is in the Democrat plan. What do you think of anybody in the white positive sphere who says now, vote for Biden? What thoughts do you have for them now? So there's a lot more here. I want to take a break from it. And we can also potentially, I guess. Oh, the other thing here that's really important. Really important. And is it in the next segment? I'll say it now. Okay, yes, I'll say this now. This is really important. You folks really have to hear this. The Democrats intend to reduce sentences retroactively. Now remember, it's not true. Everything I'm saying is not true. You have to look at this document for yourself. You have to have CNN interpret it for you. But according to the document, the Democrats are going to give judges the power to retroactively determine if prisoners were overcharged based on their race and on the previous minimum limits that they could be given. So they'll be able to go back and say, I think this murderer, I think this rapist, I think this gangbanger, I think this whatever has been in jail long enough. And even though he's murdered somebody in jail, or he's not going to go before or she's not going to go before a parole board, he or she is not going to be not going to have to face the psychiatrists and everything they do in parole board, which we already know are lenient as all hell. No, they're going to create a whole new cadre of judges equipped with the power to reevaluate all of these non-white prisoners and determine whether or not they think they've been in jail long enough, irrespective of their behavior, and then set them free. And I ask you again, you're getting the adult, the mature, the reasonable, the realistic, the pragmatic path here to recapturing our destiny and going free. And when you go elsewhere, when you talk to people that go elsewhere, and they say things, they want to come up with some, and you know what's going to happen if they haven't said it already. Vote for Biden or whatever they're going to be saying. You'll be armed with this information, and you'll be able to say to them exactly the kind of thing that they are promoting by saying these things. What will this do? This element alone, what will this do to the United States, to your neighborhood, to your family? Releasing these animals onto the street of all races. But you damn well know that they're going to be prioritizing the non-white people because they are the frontline people who have suffered, according to the Democrats. These are the special ones that we all remember we learned about as MPs for our whole lives. They're the special. Everybody's the same, but non-whites are better dancers. They're better athletes. They're more spiritual. Everything is better. They're better in every way. Everybody's the same, but they're better in every way. And they're also more victimized in every way. They're the ones that are long suffering. They're the ones that are wrongly put upon. They're the ones who have no power. They're the ones who always get the raw end of the deal in the anti-white narrative. These are the meme pathogens that you and I have been infected with. And that is the morality, the anti-white morality that informs these anti-whites and the decisions that they are making. That is going to be the morality that is going to inform their decision of who's going to get priority of having their sentences reviewed by this whole new cadre of judges with the power to review all of the past sentences in prisons that they are already saying are absolutely surfeited with an overabundance of non-white people who shouldn't be there because the only reason they're there is because of the color of their skin, vis-a-vis the evil heretics that are in the white race. So it's not going to be, it will be, of course, the white criminals that will end up released as well. But non-white criminals are going to be the ones prioritized. And I'm going to tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think long and hard about. There's so much here to think about. So many ramifications to dig into that you should allow it to sink in, and you should allow it to inflame you so that you get out there redoubling and retripling, requadrupling your efforts for white well-being to help people go free. Because these people, when they get out of jail, when they're released, these people in the streets, when they are able to commit crimes with impunity and the police just watch and do nothing for the reasons I was talking about, do you think that for a second they're going to hesitate to come and get you? Do you think for a moment that they're going to hesitate to victimize you on your way into the grocery store, on your way out from the mall, from Macy's? The Christmas shopping trip that used to be so safe coming out of Macy's. Do you think they're going to hesitate when they know that a police officer might lose his job, might go to jail for simply intervening, when all you're doing is maybe fracturing the eye orbit and breaking the jaw of some white woman when you steal her purse? And then just like in South Africa, they're gonna say, oh well, the reason why she was also ended up raped and dead was because it was a robbery gone wrong. That is going to be the kind of verbiage we see in the United States, if not coming up with Biden's with a victory by Biden for president, it will be subsequent, unless we do what we have to do and possibly some other things take place, societal context shifting things take place, and we can forestall this for a little bit longer while we continue to spread white well-being. I want this to impassion you. I want this to empower you. I want you to be knowledgeable of what the anti-whites are endeavoring to do, what they are absolutely going to implement. This is not a fringe document from some loony in the Democrat Party that is saying this is our ultimate aims. This is the heart, soul, and body, and belief, and blood, and sinew of the Democrat Party. And because of the way democracy works, because the population is infected and living inside of the anti-white narrative, because the numbers of non-white voters who overwhelmingly vote Democrat, it's just a fact, but of course I'm probably making that up. You have to look it up for yourselves. Because of those facts, you're going to see more Democrats in office, and you're going to see more of these sorts of things coming to reality. We have got to move like the wind. Let me see what you all are saying, and then we will. What time is it? Okay, we're coming up on 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll take a look at your questions. We'll take a look at a couple of more of these community comments, and then we will get back to maybe a song and get ready for some phone calls before we get much later tonight. I really don't like this this 4 days, 5 days processing for these videos. We're going to have to think about how to, maybe if I stop and start these things, I don't know if everybody would be able to stick with it, but I don't like the fact that the video is going to end up processing for desktop, 4 or 5 days after the fact. It's Focus Warrior over here says, oh, that was from earlier. Thank you for that. I know I saw movement over here on the screen. Let's see what it is. Slots was what it was. You are not being at all exaggeratory. They say they're going to have investigational entities to ensure outcomes are unheretical. Precisely. They absolutely are. And in fact, ladies and gentlemen, they're not looking for equality. When they say equality of outcome, it's not what you might think. When an anti-white says equality of outcome, that means there needs to be more white people punished relative to non-white people. Percentages. So you're not going to just say, well, if white people are whatever percent and non-white people are whatever percent, then that needs to be, oh no. No, you now need to make amends in the anti-white narrative. That's why you don't live in their story. Because as I said all the way back when I was 11 years old, I said, this is a bloody ending in this story if we stay inside of it for our people. And that's exactly what it is. Thank you very much, Slots. Beautifully written. Okay, we also have Moy over here on Entropy, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much, dear brother. If anyone is feeling overwhelmed by all the injustice, as I have been, give yourself a moment to refocus. Our people are strong, and we're no strangers to hardship. Do something each day to help our folk, and by the gods, victory will come. Do something, Moy writes, do something each day to help our folk, and by the gods, victory will come. Amen to that. We will recapture our destiny without question. Without question. DF also financially gifting here $5. Thank you so much, my dear lady, and writing going free. God bless you. Promethean blessings to every single one of you who are here going free and learning the truth about what's in this Biden-Sanders plan, that this is nothing to joke with, and that any content creator, thought leader, writer, or anything in the white positive sphere who thinks they're going to play around and say that they're going to endorse Biden for presidency or something is the kind of person who needs to have zero audience listening to anything they have to say. And their followers, whoever is their audience, need to be ridiculed. They need to be shown this information, and they need to be ridiculed until they learn that they have to vote for Trump for what he won't do. You don't have to like him. You don't have to think that he'll do anything he promises. You don't have to like the way he swaggers or any of these other things that people compliment or are angry with him about. You just have to vote for him for what he won't do, which is this plan right here. White Student Transmission says they already used a legal tactic in California by categorizing all non-whites as previously, quote, previously disadvantaged. So resources money is stolen from the white population. Great to see White Student Transmission. Wonderful to see you here, brother. Great participant in service to white well-being and doing wonderful things for us. And thank you for sharing that information about California. I know that they're moving, if they haven't already, to repeal the ability to discriminate blatantly on the basis of race so that they can blatantly discriminate on the basis of race against our people. Up to now, they've been doing it, as we all know, we've seen on a daily basis, that the anti-whites discriminate under numerous excuses against our people. They do it in hiring, they do it in loans, they do it in housing, they do it every single place you look, and they've done it under excuses. They want to get rid of those excuses because they have the power to get rid of those excuses. Now they just want to be able to say, you're white, and so get out of here. You don't get the job, you don't get the promotion, you don't get to get into school, you don't get the loan, you don't get the financing, etc. Right Healing says, I have no white guilt. Amen to that. Raymond, great to see you, dear brother, is with us now. Cynthia is here. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. And so is Mary Teresa and Ursa Major. Wonderful to see both of you. Fast Eddie is here. Great to see you. Hansa says, right now is when we white people must love our people and unite. Amen to that. That's exactly what we must do. Nancy Drew, great to see you as well. Tawana Anna is here. Great to see you as well. Ashley, hello. Monarchist is here. Wonderful to see you here. Skimming through to get your comments. Any comments in the live chat? Which airport and where, Hansa was asking. I think it was Florida. It might have been Miami. If somebody knows the airport the video is from that shows the beating that I was talking about, then please share that in the live chat. And do not take a beating from anti-whites. Let me rephrase that. I'm not giving, pardon me, I'm not giving you advice on what to do. But if anti-whites of any race fall upon me and they think they're going to give me and a woman that I'm with a beating, I don't care what sex they are. I don't care what race they are. I don't care what headdress they have on. I am going to fight with the passion of God himself and to defend us. And I will not allow them to beat us. But then that's it. As soon as their beating ends, then my defense will end. Wild Fang says, you could just stop the stream and start another one to avoid the 4-day processing. Yeah, maybe I'll plan that for next time ahead of time. So I'm going to think about it to see how that ends up, if it seems like something I'd like to do. And do you all think that if I were to, next time during Going Free, if I were to stop the stream and start a brand new one, would you all just hop right over? Or do you think a bunch of people would be lost? Let me know. Share your thoughts there. All right. I think I got everybody there. Let me go ahead and check the Cash App over here. We have, oh, darn. I'm trying to remember which name I can call you, dear lady. $5 financial gift. I think I have said. Oh gosh, I'm gonna go ahead and go with the name $5 from Tamara. $5. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Thank you so very much. I did, and we made great gains and continue to spread the message of white well-being to many new circles. Things are happening in the background, folks, that we are very excited about, and you should also be excited about. Thank you so much for that fine financial gift and those wonderful words. CO Talent says, I think it would be fine to jump to another stream on the same day. All right. Cynthia says, yes, she would hop over, and she added a little bunny. That's cute. Yes, we have the story of, oh, Imminent Rain is here, folks. The great Imminent Rain. Great to see you, dear brother. We played 2 of your songs so far today. Now, let's see. We also have over here, we have Higgs Boson financially gifting 10 hopping dollars, talking about hopping from Australia. Hello, my dear friend. I just got on. I saw you had Tiina on. We did indeed. I will watch it in the replay. Hail, brother. Well, Promethean hails to you, dear brother. And we have White Agility, also financially gifting $3. Have you checked out Resolution 183, Jason? The bill passed the House and bans white positive sentiments and our ability to organize, while the members of every other race are encouraged to group up. I have not seen the verbiage on this yet, but I will indeed pull it up. You say it's passed the House. Did it start in the House, I wonder? Or is this the... I'll take a look at that, and thank you very much. We will come back to that, most certainly. If not today, then very soon. All right. Is that all we have there? We have Yiz here. Equality, writing, equality is race-based social engineering. Equality. Very good. You put it in quotes because it is one of their anti-white concepts that has no more meaning than to inflict harm on our people. Equality is race-based social engineering. Always in race-based social engineering always means, quote, unfairly force outcomes against white people, close quote. And it's the normal white working class family who is punished the most. Indeed, that's exactly right. White people who are filthy rich, they escape this. It's the avatar for the totality of Western kind, the avatar for the richest white people, the avatar for the healthiest and the smartest white people. And that's just the man and woman who have to work with their hands, who can't get away from it all. They have a white collar job, but it's still, middle class. They can't get away from this, and they're the ones who can't have the lawyers and find out the secret loopholes and all of this sort of business, and have the money to jet off to other places and relocate at a whim. Those are the folks that end up suffering the brunt of it, and those are the people that we are going to bring to going free. And as a consequence, those are the people, ladies and gentlemen, that are going to change the world. What we're going to do is we're going to jump over to a song, and then we will come back with a couple more of these community comments. There's just literally just a couple more, and we will read those, read what you all have to say, maybe a little bit today from this other document, because it is this global compact for migration that Biden would instantly sign if elected, and some other Democrat will sign if they end up getting into the office 4 years from now, barring some great shift in society, which of course is possible, and we are endeavoring to make happen here. But I will see you back here in just a moment.
Yeah, that's it. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty for being white. That's an anti-white slur, miss. You're just saying that because I'm white. You're anti-white. There you go.
Excellent. I love that video. What a hero that guy is, going out there into the world, and one of the very first out there with a no white guilt sign, and applying our verbiage, our dialectics, and this having such success in front of the people that were in a park there, seeing this anti-white pig of a white female immediately using the anti-white slur on him, calling him a heretic, and revealing that to care about white people is the problem, that white people need to be they need to be victimized. And that's what she just revealed, and that's exactly what we wanted to have happen there, played right into our hands. We now are going to do the same thing that the anti-whites have done to us. Now, writing here, is it Wiik? Writes here a community comment. And by the way, can everybody hear me okay? So Wiik writes, "Love you, Ken. This was so interesting. I'm so impressed with those ladies and you, Jason. The amount of great quality work that you are doing is mesmerizing. You truly are a noble, luminescent, elevated human being of the greatest kind." Yeah, thank you so much for that. "I salute you wholeheartedly, my dear brother. Promethean hails to everyone. Much love to you all. Peace, family, and cheers." Well, thank you so much, Wiik. And this was, I think, under the last week's Going Free. And they were wonderful ladies that we had on, Carissa and Sarah. Brilliant, beautiful, and doing the right thing, heading the right direction, going free. And thank you so much for your kind words. We also have, looks like, Divinex, Dragoonex Rising. There's 1,200 coming to all of us soon. For most, it's not much. But I'm on HUD and SSI, so for me, it's a lot. I'm building a motorbike to look for work. Otherwise, I want to invest in being a better advocate for white well-being. I'll take all the advice I can get, both on what to buy and on what to focus on that money can't touch. Feel free to give your thought, anyone. And that's on one of the threads. I think it is also the stream from the last Going Free. And so my words to you are just, my heart is brimming with love for you, that here you are, you're financially, you're in the state that you're in, you're working on building a motorbike to be able to travel to and from a job. You know, the best thing that you can do for white well-being right now is empower yourself, strengthen yourself, so that you'll have a nice sturdy base to do other things for white well-being and to improve our world and thereby your life and your world. So the first thing you need to do is focus 100% on your mean pathogens, focus 100% on getting that motorbike running, on finding that job that you can stick with and make some money and get a decent footprint somewhere, a decent, safe place to live. Get that running and make it habitual, so that going to and coming from work and paying those bills, everything runs sort of in the background almost. Once you have that firm footing, then you will have done so much for white well-being, because then you will be able to be a great participant in the work that we are doing here. That's what we need you to be. That is the very first step to Going Free, is focusing on yourself. And you, brother, I can't thank you enough for having this desire to want to do more and help the wider community, the totality of our people, and thinking about different ways that you can do that. And fortunately, the best way that you can do that right now is also simultaneously the best things that you can do for yourself. So please do that. Keep us abreast of where you are and how you're coming along. We look forward to seeing you climb from where you are today to someplace safer and more stable. And I salute you. Thank you very much for the kind message and the absolutely just unspeakably glorious desire to serve white well-being. Especially, I mean, think about the filthy rich people who have nothing but time and money in the world and haven't a single thought for anything heroic. Joel writes over here about me, I guess, for the video. Good one. And Carissa and Sarah, good one. This guy deserves way more subscribers. Well, I happen to agree, Joel, so thank you for that. I had to share that. And then we have Rise of the Right saying, love your work, brother. And I think that is the community comments that I had put together. I didn't have as much time this week being out on an IRL to do that. But I was still able to participate in the garage party, which I was delighted to do. We had a great time over there. That's where this music comes from that we share here Friday nights, 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you can make it, because we share a whole spectrum of talented artists from the white positive sphere over on that show. Music, poetry, when we're looking for more things. There's a bit of comedy, and we hope to find you over there. Let me see what you all are saying. We're going to take a quick look at this international agreement, this global compact agreement, and then we will get to your calls so that we don't go so long. It takes 5 days for the stream to finally become available. I'm sick of that happening. Let me take a quick look over at Discipline and see what's going on over there. All right, I don't see anybody having tagged me there, so I think we're good. Great to see everybody over there. And I think we are a blank on Cash App as well. Let's make sure. Don't want to miss anybody. And then I'll look to this live stream. Okay, good. Thank you all so very much. I see you're still there, and we will be taking calls soon. So I'm glad you all are happy to participate. Let's see, Zero Talent said, okay, that was from a little earlier. The great Underhill is here, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you, brother. JM is here. Great to see you as well. Yes, let me speak. JK160 is here. Great to see you. So is Southern Nordic. Fantastic name there. Anastasia is here. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. We have the best men and women in the white positive sphere. Now, we had a question about House Resolution. Now, this is not a bill. It's a House Resolution. It's just a statement they make. 183. And I want to say to the White Agility, thank you so very much for the financial gift, the $3 that you had given in this question. You right here in this question, and I want this to be a learning experience. And that is for all of us. White Agility writes here, have you checked out Resolution 183? The bill passed the House, story about that, and bans, right here, bans white positive sentiments. Now, it's interesting that you would say, White Agility, that it bans white positive sentiments, because that immediately tells me, now that I looked back and I saw what that resolution was, that you have a group of mean pathogens. Remember, we are all infected with MPs that you have to address, because if you don't address them, you're going to remain inside of that anti-white narrative, and you're going to continue thinking what you're thinking right now. There is nothing about House Resolution 183 that bans white positive sentiments, at least what I saw in the title and what I recall from it. I could be wrong. There might be something else in there that I'm missing. But it says, you also wrote here, and our ability to bans white positive sentiments, bans our ability to organize, while the members of other races are encouraged to group up. Now, there's no shame whatsoever, brother, in recognizing that you're suffering from mean pathogens. Every single one of us are. We are all infected with them, and we have to treat them. It's good when we identify them, because that you need to identify them before you can treat them. These mean pathogens have you trapped inside the anti-white narrative, as so many of us are. What was I talking about? What was it, last week or week before? I think it was week before last. A lady in the white positive sphere has been free for a long time and still falling back into the anti-white narrative, still fall back and crawl out, fall back, crawl out, fall back. This is a very difficult thing. When folks finally, when we get through this and we recapture our destiny, people are going to look back and say, my God, that was the most psychologically damaged. And, we refer to this as white noir, the most psychologically damaged, the most demonic psychological warfare ever practiced on a people. It says here, the title is of the resolution. In fact, the whole resolution is right here, I think. Okay, so you have a title. The title is almost as long as the... Oh, wait, you got text 2, summary, text 2, and I see. All right. So let me read the House Resolution 183 reads, the title reads as follows: condemning anti-Semitism as hateful expressions of intolerance that are contradictory to the values and aspiration that define the people of the United States, and condemning anti-Muslim discrimination and bigotry against minorities as hateful expressions of intolerance that are contrary to the values and aspirations of the United States. You see, White Agility, that statement at least. Now, if there's something buried in there that you can find and share with me, I'll take a look at. But I don't recall anything specifically from it from back when they made that resolution. But based on that title, there is absolutely nothing there that is even remotely connected to white positive sentiment. It can only appear to be connected to white positive sentiment if you are in the anti-white narrative and living in somebody else's story. These other groups, these non-white groups in our story are on the periphery. We don't have to have a single thought for them. We don't have to have a single thought for anyone out there who doesn't identify as anti-white and act as an anti-white. So you see, the reality is there's nothing in this title here. Now, inside of the white positive sphere and in other circles, I've argued for years against this, and these people staying in the orbit of other people's stories. They love to stay in the orbit of the story of the Jewish people, and to a certain degree, they love to be a character in the story of the Muslim people. They won't live in their own stories, and they won't allow these people to be non-entities unless they make of themselves anti-white. That is where you win. So saying that, now I might be misunderstanding you too, by the way. And if I'm misunderstanding you, then it's a lesson for everyone else that is watching in live or in replay. But saying that not allowing us to hate this certain group undermines our ability to be white positive is definitely revealing that you are in the wrong place. It's definitely revealing that you are in the wrong place. Not allowing us to focus unnecessary attention on the lives of individuals who are not doing anything to us, or are not caring about us, or are not, maybe are on another continent, that prevents us from being white positive. That is definitely revealing that you're in the wrong place. These people are, until they become anti-white, they can be non-entities. Nothing here stops us from being white positive. Again, if I'm misunderstanding you, I apologize, and this can be a education for others for whom it will resonate. They know who they are. And if there's something else in this resolution that I'm missing that actually says that you can't be white positive, that this is a resolution, then bring my attention to it and I will take a look at that. But I greatly appreciate you bringing this up because of the reality, and I think the educational opportunity that it has provided, that if you are out there, and there are a lot of people who are in the white positive sphere and been in it for a long time, and they think that focusing on some other group out there is part and parcel of what it means to care about white, or that's not just part, that is what it means. There are people out there. I mean, if you remember, I had a debate on a makeshift, I guess, impromptu debate against two people on JF. And they were focusing on the, if you are white positive, then that the substance of that is focusing on this other group. No, it's not. It's simply not. That hasn't, it's not going to work being a character in their story because they hold the pen. So thank you so very much for the question and the financial gift and the ability, giving me the opportunity to address that again. It can seem like a subtle thing for some, but there are a lot of people out there who are been in the white positive sphere for a long time, and they really think that to care about white people is to be a character in somebody else's story. I don't even call myself even when I was a Christian. I should say when I went to church, when I was younger, I didn't like, and then I stopped calling myself a Gentile. I'm not in their story. If you're a Christian, you should think about dropping this Gentile moniker. Get rid of that. You're not a character in their story. They are a character in our story. And now they can be bland, and they can be in the background, and they can, as a people or whatever, just have no influence, no effect, or they can identify themselves as anti-white. And when they identify themselves as anti-white, we recognize it. That's what we do. We don't name anybody the bad guy. We just recognize the choice that they make. All right, so thank you for that. And let's see what we have here, if we have any comments. And then I think a little bit from this document, and we will move along. Imminent Rain says, no white guilt. Thanks for playing my tunes. Promethean Hails, so hard. Amen to that, brother. Promethean Hails indeed. Always going to be playing your songs. Wild says, what can be done even if Trump wins? Will 4 years be enough? Since 2024, the demographics will make, we're talking about a societal context shifts. And we've seen two colossal ones in 2020. So these sorts of things happen. There will be opportunities and challenges. If we have the numbers, we have the talent, we have the connectivity, we have the liquidity, we can make a radical change. We can take advantage of opportunities that don't exist today. So potentially, you have to extract yourself from the current context to appreciate that there are a great many other possibilities for the future in which perhaps a recapturing of our destiny on different levels could happen much faster than you could even imagine today. We have to be ready to take advantage of that. Ursa Major, that document sounds like a comedic farce, but sadly, I know it's not. Talking about the Biden-Sanders plan, indeed, it's a tyranny. It's the sort of like the horn of tyranny blaring across the landscape, and who will hear it? We will hear it. We will know what's coming, and we will make preparations and do all things to thwart the efforts of the tyrants. Jerry says, thank you for the stream. Mods, thank you for your work. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much, brother, for being with us. Elaine says, I think Resolution 183 started out in the House, Jason. I doubt it will pass Senate while the Republicans are in control. Thank you for that. I don't know if it's a bill or if it's just a statement. They make these sorts of statements about how anti-white they are from time to time, and they all sign on. Jules writes, hello, brother. Been working both sides, working for our people and working to survive financially. Well done. Great to hear that. I salute you for that. And Hansa says, great advice. Drop the label Gentile. It's in their story, not ours. Precisely. I said to those, to much consternation of the folks at the churches I attended, I said, look, I'm no Jew, but I'm no Gentile. I'm a white man. Well, I was a white boy, but I was trying to become a man. So, and they said, I know, but that means, and I said, no, it does not mean. It does not mean. All right, and we have, I don't know what was this conversation that Wilde was having with eternalism about flexing. I don't know what that is. What was the question? I'll have to clue me in. And then we will move on to the document. So this is the Global Compact for Migration. Additionally, the UN repeatedly asserts the importance of Agenda 2030 and the influence that the document has on the Global Compact for Migration. Global Forum on Migration 2007 and 13, New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants. So be ready for the climate migrants. We are determined to take the bold and transformative steps which are urgently needed to shift the world onto a sustainable and resilient path. So we'll take, I mean, that is, talk about a warning that the document starts that way. Refugees and migrants are entitled to the same universal human rights and fundamental freedoms, which must be respected, protected, and fulfilled at all times. So this is we the heads, states of government, and high representatives meeting in Morocco, 2018, reaffirming the New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants and determined to make an important contribution to enhanced cooperation on international migration in all dimensions. I've adopted this global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. So they are entitled to all of the human rights and fundamental freedoms, which, of course, these anti-whites sitting astride the globe get to determine what those are, which means, of course, that the many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of non-white peoples from around the world, they should have access to your daughters, your electricity, your television. The Global Compact presents a non-legally binding cooperative framework that, quote, builds on the commitments agreed upon by member states in the New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants, fosters international cooperation among all relevant actors on migration, acknowledging that no state can address migration alone. And, okay, let's see. The U.S. is one of the member states that agreed to the terms of the New York Declaration in 2016. So we have an overview here. Objective for safe, orderly, and regular migration. Collect and utilize accurate and disaggregated data as a basis for evidence-based policies. Minimize the adverse drivers and structural factors that compel people to leave their country of origin. Provide accurate and timely, information at all stages of migration. How about this one? Enhance availability and flexibility of pathways for regular migration. So in other words, signing on to this Global Compact for Migration Pact, which the Democrats will absolutely sign on to, it will be the responsibility of you in the United States. And of course, if you are in one of our other countries, Western countries around the world, you will find out quickly that your governments will be wanting to sign on to this as well, that it will be your responsibility to enhance the availability and flexibility of pathways for regular migration. If the anti-whites astride the world decide that it has become economic, or the environment has become dangerous for, say, all of the Bolivians or a big chunk of the Saudi Arabians or what have you, then you have to provide them a path into your country. Use migration detention only as a measure of last resort and work toward alternatives. So in other words, detaining anybody when they come to your country won't be permitted. They say here, as a last resort, they'll never reach the point that they say, well, now we're at the last resort. It'll just be, you're going to take them. You're not going to be able to put them, hold them anywhere, find out what kind of disease. Maybe they have COVID-19. Maybe they have COVID-20, the next one that's going to be twice as worse or whatever it is. You're not going to be able to do that because that is going to be a violation of the excuse they'll give is it is a violation of their human rights. But of course, they're going to say the reality is you're not allowed to do that because we're anti-white and we want to inflict harm on you. And we're not going to be able to inflict harm on you as readily if you detain these people and look for diseases, or you detain them and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, there are no records in these countries. These countries don't keep records. You're not going to vet these people. You're not going to be able to look back and see, oh, well, the meticulous, this is not like they're coming from Germany or something where there's meticulous record keeping. These people are coming from places where there are no records. They're just going to they're just going to lie, and they're going to be permitted to enter into your country. So what does it say? Provide access to basic services for migrants. So in other words, when the hundreds of millions who are displaced by environmental issues and whatever else that they can say, but this environment thing is really the one of the directions they're really going to go. When they are displaced, you have to pay for them when they show up. You have to provide them a pathway to come into your country, and then you have to give them the food, the entertainment, the everything that they might need when they come into our countries. Eliminate all forms of discrimination and promote evidence-based public discourse to shape perceptions of migration. Censorship. You will not be allowed, once the Democrats sign on to this, to say anything negative about this policy and the ramifications and the effects on your community and your family, your job, your 401k, your health insurance. You won't be able to talk about any of that, because if you do, then you will be subject to criminal action. Establish mechanisms for the probability of Social Security entitlements and earned benefits. So we already see here in the United States, for example, and you see this in many Western countries, where non-white people can come into our countries and they can be 70 years old and they immediately are entitled to these Social Security benefits. They didn't work a day in their life. They didn't pay into the system at all. We have many of us have parents who started work at like 12, 13, 14 years of age, been working their whole lives, paying into the system. They're finally able to start getting some of that back out of the system. And you have folks show up, border crossers, wonderful people, NASA pilots and all the rest, I know. And they are immediately able to tap in, these border crossers. Magnificent, isn't it? Of course, none of this is true. This document is online. You can check it out for yourself and pick up the phone, call CNN and ask them for their views. Enhance availability and flexibility of pathways for regular migration. Facilitate regional and cross-regional labor mobility through international and bilateral cooperation arrangements, such as free movement regimes, visas, liberalization or multi-country visas, labor mobility, cooperation frameworks in accordance with national priorities, local market needs, and skills supply. They just, this we have this U.S. Canada Mexico agreement, international agreement that went into effect, that Trump signed, that allows all of these social media empires to censor you into oblivion and not have to give any reason or excuse whatsoever for doing so. As soon as that went into effect, there was a huge sweep across YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all of these platforms. People deleted accounts gone. I made a video about it. You can celebrate the wonderful. Well, maybe I shouldn't say. The document was public, though. You all could see the document. The document has now been taken down because they don't want you to see it. But this new U.S., Canada, and Mexico international agreement that was supposed to be the great replacement for NAFTA allows for the free movement of labor across the borders of these countries. And these people can bring their families, and they can live on your they can use your roads, they can make use of your welfare, but they don't have to pay anything into your country. Now, conceivably, the argument is that, well, an American worker could go and do the same thing in Mexico, but no one will. That's not going to happen. Nobody's going to move to the drug lord hell of Mexico, for example. There's not going to be a huge migration up to Canada where there is unemployment. So they're just going to come here. You're going to see more people from wonderful people. I'm sure there are going to be some actual really good people from Mexico that will come up. But there are going to be a lot more that are astronauts and engineers, and they're going to come up here and they're going to say, I'll work for less. They'll be able to cross the border because they are a economic migrant coming over to get a job. They'll be able to bring the family. They'll use your roads, your schools, everything your taxpayers' dollars are paying for, your power lines, your everything that you've paid for, all the infrastructure you paid for, roads, dams, bridges, all of it. And they won't have to pay a cent to it. That just went in place. I made a video about it, and I made it a short video, and only what 2,000 people or something ended up watching something that had such sweeping ramification for the totality of all the work that we're doing in the white positive sphere. It just makes no sense. So we're sharing the reality with you all, which these things that are actually real in the world, where actual changes are made and power is made, but people want to go watch superficialities. It's despicable. So we see here, this is more of the same, more layers on which lawyers and prosecutors and the rest can use this garbage, interpret it whatever way they want to arrive at whatever anti-white conclusion they desire. And it's pretty black and white. They don't have to do a lot of creative interpretation to arrive at these conclusions. So remember again what I was saying earlier. All of this has been achieved because of all of those old methods. So when you think about trad Catholic thought, or trad Christian thought, or trad pagan thought, or political vehicle, or old nationalism, 101, or any of that shit, any of that Bravo Sierra, I apologize. When you think of any of that, just remember that because of all of that, we now have this. We have reached this point because of those things. Do not look at it anymore. And anybody else that is saying, you can point them to me saying this if you don't want to be as coarse as I'm getting about it. And you can say, look at this guy. I mean, maybe you're an idiot if you continue on that path. Yes? Develop flexible, rights-based, and gender-responsive labor mobility schemes for migrants in accordance with local and national labor market needs and skills supply at all the skill levels, including temporary, seasonal, circular, and fast-track programs in areas of labor shortages by providing flexible, convertible, and non-discriminatory visas. So there you have it. Come and go as you please, as long as you get to rape and pillage. Goes on to say, identification of skills gap, definition of required skill profiles, evaluation of the efficacy labor migration policies in order to ensure market responsive contractual labor mobility through regular pathways, foster efficient and effective skill matching programs by reducing visa and permit processing timeframes for standard employment authorizations, and by offering accelerated and facilitated visa and permit processing for employers with a track record of compliance. So bring in the anti-whites, or bring in the non-white peoples that are anti-white from distant lands, and we will make sure that you get your visas like this so that they can come and go whenever they want. You suddenly have an employer that has a need for employees. Well, no need to turn to that white workforce that you have out there starving right outside the factory. Well, we'll just fly in the non-whites from another country and they'll work for half the rate. We'll make sure at the government level that you will have them on demand. Let's jump through some of these most the highest highlights, I guess. Based on compassionate, let's see, develop or build on existing national and regional practices for administration and stay of appropriate duration based on compassionate, humanitarian, or other considerations for migrants compelled to leave their countries. So in other words, they won't have to leave, because if you don't, and here you have the myths of pretexts the entire time, ladies and gentlemen, and this is, you got to be compassionate. They have to be allowed to stay forever. Also cooperate to identify, develop, and strengthen solutions for migrants compelled to leave their countries of origin due to slow onset natural disasters, the adverse effects of climate change, and environmental degradation, such as desertification, land degradation, drought, and sea level rising, including by devising planned relocation and visa options in case where adaptation in or return to their country is not possible. So there you have more of the climate garbage, slow onset natural disasters. If you stay in the anti-white narrative, how are you going to argue against that? What is the null hypothesis for a slow onset natural disaster? Oh no, see, we have to allow all of Bolivia or whatever country. I'm sure there are great people in Bolivia, but whatever country, you have to let in all of whatever country, because you see, there's a slow onset natural disaster. Who knows exactly when it will become an actual natural disaster, but a slow onset. So they all have to be, we have to fast track them, and they will go right on to your welfare rolls of your country. Facilitate access to procedures for family reunification. You hear that? Oh yeah. Yeah. They'll be able to bring in the whole family. Chain migration, that is a joke compared to what they're talking about here. It's not like, well, you can bring in the immediates and then they can bring in their immediates. It's you get to let them all in. Just let them all in. Facilitate access to procedure family reunification for migrants at all skill levels through appropriate measures that promote the realization of the right to family life. How do you like that? The right to family life. You don't get one if you're white, though. You don't get a right to family life, but they do, because they're the special ones. You cannot win inside the anti-white narrative. And the best interests of the children, including by reviewing and revising applicable requirements such as on income, language proficiency, length of stay, work authorization, and access to social security and services. Expand available options for academic mobility. In other words, scholarships. It says the words right here. You'll pay for their scholarships. No, they won't be paying for your scholarships. You won't get any, but you'll pay for theirs if you stay within the anti-white narrative. Is there any way to argue out of any of these if you stay in the anti-white narrative? No, there is not. We further commit to prioritize non-custodial alternatives to detention that are in line with international law, and to take a human rights-based approach. Again, human rights. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, nothing is a right if it, remember, this is a mean curative. Nothing is a right if it requires another human being to do something, because then you have just placed that human being into slavery. You cannot have a right to the service of someone else. If you have a right to the service of someone else, they are now a slave. So rethink now this idea of a right to health care. Do you have a right to health care? If you have a right to health care, you've just made a slave of the people who provide health care. And then what kind of health care do you end up receiving? So these are things that we in Going Free are bright enough to catch that you don't see elsewhere. You see other people, they'll talk about these things, and one day if it gets them views, and for whatever reason, tens of thousands, scores of thousands of views, they'll say universal health care, and then the next day they'll back off of that for another scores of thousands of views, and they have no idea of the reality, the fundamental reality that you cannot have a right to the labor of someone else. A human rights approach to any detention of migration, using detention, again, here we have as a means of last resort. We'll go just a couple more of these, and then we'll save the rest for the next one, and we'll get on to your final comments, and we'll take some calls and get out of here before the processing is going to take 5 days for it to work on desktops. And I got a bunch of comments from you all to get back to, a lot of work to do as well. And right, who said, somebody just said something good. Eternal entropy, poisonous words dressed in flower petals, precisely. Beautifully written. That is precisely what it is. And as Western people, we are not accustomed to dealing with people who fight war with deception. As Western people, we show up and we say, here are the cards that are positions. Oh, we disagree. We disagree to the point of having to fight. And then we have the combat, and we kept it. At some point, we implemented rules so that since we were dealing with our relatives, extended family, we would treat each other fairly. And then we ignorantly applied that to the rest of the world, who did not apply anywhere near the semblance of those rules with us. They still don't today. They practice this warfare by deception still, and we see this in all of these sorts of words. That is why we need a psychological defense for the psychological warfare. My God, I was 20, I was in my early 20s, and I was saying this to people. I won't say the names of these people because they were esteemed in the white positive sphere, and they thought, nope, we need to continue down this road, and we've continued down the road, and now here I am at the age that I'm at, with whatever life I have ahead of me, and I am now trying to make amends for the errors that these people ended up making. We're trying to put an end to it. This is why I got so impassioned earlier, because we can't sit around and watch people intentionally misleading our people in directions that are destructive. Now, if you are, and here's something else that's important I want to say to those people who have an idea and they think, well, I want to share this idea. I'm not going to endorse or support or speak to what is clearly working in the white positive sphere like nothing has ever worked before, and that is Going Free. And they want to head down a certain direction. I'm going to challenge them all to anybody who's going to do that. I will challenge you to a debate. I will mop the floor with your ass. You will have to defend your argument, and I will demand of you to defend that position and to surrender that position when it is no longer reasonable to defend it in front of all of our peers, because I'm not putting up with this anymore. I've been nice. I've given a lot of people respect and allowed them to take folks down dangerous paths, and we don't have the time for it anymore. The more we look at these sorts of documents, the more we realize the timer is about to buzz. The final grains of sand are about to drop out of that hourglass. We can't allow people to mislead our folks any longer. Use existing relevant human rights mechanisms to improve independent monitoring migrant detention, ensuring that it is a measure of last resort that human rights violations do not occur, and that states promote, implement, and expand alternatives to detention, favoring non-custodial measures and community-based care arrangements. Community-based care arrangements. especially in community-based care arrangements. So in other words, no one will go to jail who is a border crosser, no matter what they do, because you have to have a community-based care arrangement, which means you will pay for them to go into some sort of nice housing after they've gang raped or after they've murdered or after. You have to understand they've suffered from whatever land they came from. You know, they have a slow environmental catastrophe is going to happen in 7,000 years where they came from. So you have to understand that when they show up and they gang rape or something like this, that they shouldn't be put into any sort of prison or confinement. They should, and just reflect on over to the Biden plan in how they want to handle these people who have gone to jail, or how their sentences are going to be handed out, or can they even be sent to jail because there's already been a cap achieved by their percentage in the population. This is where we have come to because of stupid people. You're going to probably in the next couple years, you're going to see me become very and we should all be absolutely impatient and frustrated with and intolerant of folks going down dangerous paths. But you're certainly going to see me getting increasingly impatient with these sorts of people. Consolidate a comprehensive repository to disseminate best practices of human rights-based alternatives to detention in the context of international migration, including by facilitating regular exchanges and the development of initiatives based on successful practices among states and between states and relevant stakeholders. Who the hell are they? Who the hell is a relevant stakeholder listed in the same sentence as states, as countries, as governments? So in other words, there are private entities, private anti-white entities, as powerful or more powerful, they're saying here, than countries, is what it says right there. Of course, none of that is true. And wherever it seems like I'm saying something that is true, it is taking place in World of Warcraft. So everything here is just for fun. Just remember that. None of it's actually true. But you have these relevant stakeholders. So if a relevant stakeholder says, well, you know, I really want these people in the United States, then according to this treaty, the United States needs to bend to that desire. Of course, I'm totally reading it wrong, and it means whatever CNN says it means. But check it out on, I'm sure at CNN they'll talk about this in detail at some point, right? They'll do that, right? Review and revise relevant legislation, policies, and practices related to immigration detention to ensure that migrants are not detained arbitrarily. That decision to detain are based on law, are appropriate. Look at how long they go over this. You cannot detain, you must pay for them. You have to provide them comfortable climate, comfortable housing, food, clothing. You have to unite them with the totality of their family, not just a chain migration, not just, well, you can take your, you can have your wife and children come, and then she of course can have her brother and nephews come, and then that's chain. No, it's everybody you're related to. You have to give them the family experience. They have a right to the family experience. This is the anti-white talking. And what do you hear as someone who's going free? What do you hear when they're talking about the family experience? From the myths of pretext, you hear the sentimentalization, don't you? This is what they'll go at when they think, oh, not enough white women have given into this yet. Not so much for the white men. They'll say, well, some of the white women are resisting still. So let's talk about, and suddenly you'll see on CNN, the arbiter of all things true, you'll suddenly see them talking on CNN about, well, we need to unite their families because parents should be with their children's brother, or children, brothers with their sisters, sisters with their brothers, uncles with their nieces and nephews. You don't want to break up families. There might be tears on their brown faces if you do that. Sentimentalization, you see it right here. We're seeing all of them, the myths of pretexts, in both the Biden plan and in this global compact for migration, aren't we? Every single one is painfully and easily explicable by going free. Do you find the explanations elsewhere? No. What you would find elsewhere and I'm going to continue comparing elsewhere with what we're doing until we finally get to the point where people stop doing dangerous things. You would find people that would try to argue with inside of the anti-white narrative, saying about the family situation, it's not X, it's Y. And you know what we were talking about the other day. We could give any number of examples for that, and how that is going to fail in every single iteration you use it against the anti-whites. The decisions detained are based on law appropriate, have legitimate purpose, taken to an as though these things are not the case. Taken on an individual basis, in full compliance with due process and procedural safeguards, and that immigration detention is not promoted as a deterrent or used as a form of cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment to migrants. Do you hear that? And are taken on an individual basis in full compliance with due process and procedural safeguards, and that immigration detention is not promoted as a deterrent. So in other words, you simply can't jail them. You simply can't detain them, because that might make them afraid of coming to your country, of crossing the border. And who decides what's cruel or inhumane or degrading? Well, if the anti-whites are in charge and it's their narrative, anything short of a 4-star hotel is going to be considered cruel and inhumane and degrading. You, as a white person, can live in a hovel. You can live in a hole in the ground in the anti-white narrative. That's fine. But you cannot subject these migrants, these border crossers, to the cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment of being in anything short of a 4-star hotel. Provide access to justice for all migrants in countries of transit and detention that are or may be subject to detention, including by facilitating access to free or affordable legal advice and assistance of a qualified and independent lawyer. So in other words, if you have all of Guatemala coming because you have a slow-rolling environmental disaster that will happen there in 300 years, and they decide that they want to come to the United States, some other relevant stakeholder decides that they need to come to the United States, and they get held up somewhere. In some country on the way here, they get held up, let's say Mexico. Well, then you in the United States have to pay for lawyers to make sure that they can get through the legal system in Mexico and into the United States as quick as is humanly possible. This is what Biden and the Democrats are going to be signing as an international agreement, signing into law. Okay, I think we will pause there and we can continue with this. Wait. No, we'll go down to the next segment. We're almost there. Reduce the negative and potentially lasting effects of detention on my lasting effects of detention. The lasting effects of white noir on you, not an issue for anti-whites. The lasting effects of you having to shoulder the lion's share of taxation to pay for everything as a white man and woman, lasting effect, no big deal. Lasting effects of these people being in the least bit intimidated by potentially being detained when they enter your country in the West. Well, we can't allow that to happen. So you got to reduce the potentially lasting effects of detention on migrants by guaranteeing due process and proportionally that it is for the shortest period of time in the 4-star hotels, safeguards physical and mental integrity of these people, and that as a minimum, access to food, basic health care, legal orientation and assistance information and communication, as well as adequate accommodation is guaranteed. All of it guaranteed. Anything you want, guaranteed. Communication, accommodations, where you get to live. At what is the basic health care? Do you think if they need dialysis, they're going to say, no, you don't get to have it, you just get to die? No, you know they'll force us to pay for their dialysis. What about AIDS? They'll force us to pay for their AIDS medication. You know that's the kind of thing the anti-whites would do if it comes to this. Ensure that all governmental authorities and private sectors duly charged with administering immigration detention do so in a way consistent with human rights and are trained on non-discrimination. They all have to be trained to be anti-white. Everybody who is going to work in these governmental agencies all have to be trained to be anti-white so that they can apply every rule and order and interpret it, and therefore to apply it in an anti-white fashion. They don't want any of these people to accidentally come to a conclusion that isn't anti-white. That's the objective of this. The prevention of arbitrary arrest and detention of the detention in the context of international migration, and are held accountable for violations or abuses of human rights. So there you have it. Exactly like you have in the Biden plan, ladies and gentlemen, exactly like you have in the Biden plan, where if these individuals who hold these positions accidentally discriminate, and of course, what does that mean? That they're not anti-white in all cases. So if they want to keep their job and not go to jail themselves, you better damn well let all of these non-white people through. You better damn well not imprison any of them. You better damn well not detain any of them. You better damn well give them whatever they want, because if you don't, according to the international agreement, they can prosecute you for not giving them the most lavish treatment that you can shower upon them. Anything short of that, and your ass can go to jail. That is going to be a self-selecting scenario for the kind of people that are going to work in those jobs. A monster and anti-white monsters are going to end up being police officers and the kind of people working as apparatchiks in these sorts of environments for the anti-whites. Because they're going to say, I want that power to harm white people as much as is humanly possible. That's the only kind of people will end up in these positions. Because anybody who's just maybe anti-white a little bit, or vague, or certainly somebody who cares about white well-being, they're not going to want to be in a position where if they don't turn the farm over to every non-white border crosser that shows up, that they might end up getting prosecuted, much less, I mean, you're talking about they might lose their job. They might not be able to work in their field again. No, for God's sake, they might go to jail for it. And we are here today, again, I'm going to say it, because of all of those old systems. You like the systems of the old party? Hey, let's get a political party together. No, dumbass. That's why we're here. Hey, let's get a little religious sect going. No, dumbass. That's why we're here. It just is mind-boggling. I am so finished with midwits and midgetwits out there coming up with schemes that have failed so many times already. And they're too short-sighted. They're too limp. Richard, the short name for that name, to take a look at what is working and say, okay, this is clearly working. We don't have time left. Everything's going to hell in a handbasket. It's circling the drain and it's on fire. So let's go ahead and start making a change in the world rather than these fanciful, nonsensical, idiotic, antiquated, senescent, and desiccated garbage from the past. Protect and respect. This is the last thing. Protect and respect the rights and best interests of the child at all times. So you got to protect this is the sentimentality. And then you had, so you could watch all the way through, go back and watch this, and then find each category. When I read these different bits, find each category where it fits in the miss of pretext, and you'll find it fits under one or more of the rubrics every single time. This is how you come to understand the anti-white. And I got to tell you, for those of you out there who are, and this, I'll finish here. I love you all, but there is there are some of you who follow, who really like me because you like me. You think I'm a great guy, and I am a great guy, I must say. But you think I'm a great guy, and you like that I'm dedicated, and you like that I've been doing this for so many years, and I won't stop, and you say, okay, you're doing good things, you got this, go free, and you keep coming to me, speaking inside the anti-white narrative. You all have got to stop. You know who you are. You keep coming to me and you show me the videos from inside the anti-white narrative. You keep coming to me and using the same old losing strategies. You keep coming to me and telling me, hey, Jason, there's this really great effort going on over here, and they got this guy. He will just make, one heck of a politician someday or something. You know who you are. If you really like me and you appreciate what I'm doing, then you actually need to give up all of that backward, asinine, stupid nonsense. You need to give it up. And you all probably know folks like this too. They just want to put on like they're like, oh, okay, this particular thing is going now. Well, where can I find an eindolon to put on, and that'll be and then they immediately start. They're like, well, let me focus on this one other group out there so that I can be a player in their story. Let me just talk about them all day long. No, dumbass. No, that has failed. That has failed. That has failed. Stop failing. Just stop failing and start doing something that works. I'm losing my patience because we're here now because of this. We're here now and we're facing, this is not something that we can say 50 years from now. We're not saying this 50 years from now, 70 years from now. We're facing this, and not just in our lifetime. Maybe it'll happen when our sight has gone dim and there are a few days left ahead of us and it's a short walk to the cemetery. No, my friends, this is nigh upon us, and we're here because of all of that stupidity. Protect and respect the rights and best interests of the child at all times, regardless of their migration status, by ensuring availability and accessibility of a viable range of alternatives to detention. Favoring community-based care arrangements that ensure access at your expense. White man, white woman, think you're going to have money for your children to go to school? Think you're going to have money for their school supplies? Think you're going to have money to be able to educate them? No, you're going to be paying for these non-white children to come in. You will have to ensure access to education and healthcare and respect their right to family life and family unity. You'll be paying for it and you'll have to respect it, but they won't have to respect yours. And by working to end the practice of child detention in the context of international migration. We'll stop there, and it's getting real in so many ways, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at these documents, let's give a wild, raucous round of emoji applause for Carlisle, who has worked tirelessly through these demonic and dry documents to pull out the kernels of true poison for us here, because we are doing the good work of making a difference in the world. It's by sharing this with us. This heroic woman has not just provided another news source in the white positive sphere. They're doing good work, those who provide news just on a general basis, or provided this information to somebody who is going to be risible about it and wonderful. They're going to make jokes. Those things are good. Or provided to somebody who's going to say, as they read through a couple of these things, what would Nietzsche do? That has its place in the world. She has provided that to a people, to a thought process, to a psychological defense for the psychological warfare, so that we can see where we are today, what tomorrow holds for us as a consequence of all of those old ideas remaining inside the anti-white narrative. They are the reasons we are on this precipice and looking into this darkness now. It is their ideas that have led us here. And it doesn't matter how many times they recreate, they a lot of these folks like to joke around and say that anti-whites will say, well, Chinese communism, the Soviet communism, North Korean, none of that's the real Cambodian communism. None of that's the real communism. Somebody is going to get the real communism right one of these days. And these folks will joke about those people, and they do the same thing. Oh, well, that wasn't the right kind of political movement. We've got it now. That wasn't the right kind of paper pusher that you would find in a bureaucracy in DC. We got another one here, and he's polished up even better. There wasn't the right kind of jokes and flippancy at one point. No, we got one better now. We even ribald now. For that. So that wasn't right. There wasn't a right. They didn't have the right religious movement back then, but we've got a right one now. No, that is just as backward and stupid as the anti-whites talking about communism. Those vehicles have failed for our people because they've been defeated, not because they weren't put together properly. In fact, all of those vehicles were far more powerful. They had far more money, and they had access to far more healthier white populations than we have access to today. So there is no way that these things, having failed in better times, in halcyon times, are going to be able to succeed today. Now, I don't know. I know many people have a hard time, seeing their rear for a hole in the ground. And maybe that's why I feel at this point it's incumbent upon me to just hammer this home again and again and again until everybody is saying it and we are in one voice, so that all of the midwits out there and midgetwits, they finally say, okay, I'll get out there and start to actually do something. I'll change my life. I'll start using the lexicon. I'll start leafleting. I'll start making a difference in the world rather than all of these other things. So let's take a look at what you all are doing. And I am saying, and we will move on, and I'll take a quick look. Nancy Drew, we were talking about Biden's plan earlier, and then the second document is the Global Compact for Migration, which Biden would sign and implement in the United States. And Lord willing, Trump wins. And so it'll be put off to the next presidential election. And hopefully by then, either we will have engendered a societal shift that utterly changes the context, and there are new things, and it forestalls this, or we end up having to work with inside something like this. We'll see. Let's see what else we have here. People are mentioning a name of an anti-white billionaire that I know the AI is listening for, so we won't say that. I will also say that groups like Black Lives Matter are doing good things for their people and their community. And there are undoubtedly good people in groups like Black Lives Matter doing good things. And they are serving their people's well-being the way they are able to do it. We would not be able to serve our well-being that way, but that is the system we are faced with, and we have to act within reality rather than wish for something, a different reality. Remember, wishes are curses. I shared that as one of my personal revelations during my life. Never wish for anything unless you want to never have it. The moment you wish for it, it's a little secret. The moment you wish for something, it makes it impossible. Denny says, Jason, I know how you feel about Trump, and you have persuaded me he must be reelected. He absolutely must be reelected. He absolutely must, for what he won't do. You can give up on you can give up on any of his promises or any of that garbage. Forget about all of that. Forget about wondering. Don't try to read his mind. Carlisle is here. So thank you so much, dear lady. Thank you so very much for all the work that you did here for us in this community and for Western Kind, because it is helping us to make a change. That's a great contribution. And a big hello to you. Art is Life is here as well. Another brand new member of this community doing fabulous things. Getting started running right away. Great to see you. So 7 Colors is here. And we had, oh yeah, we did have 7 Colors. I think Tucker was doxxed again. And he is now facing a Me Too scenario. And of course, he is clearly set up by the anti-whites. Tucker is smart enough to realize that anything he is going to be saying and doing is going to be scrutinized until the end of time by the secret agencies, the spy agencies of, maybe this, not only the United States, but other countries as well. And so there's nothing he could do that would not be revealed to the world. He's more than bright enough to know that. And I have the exact same thing in my life. So I know that the anti-whites would love to ruin me. I know that they would love to ruin Tucker. So I have the intelligence to realize that and act accordingly. Tucker obviously is going to have the intelligence to realize that and act accordingly. So anything that comes out about whatever he supposedly said, or it's Bravo Sierra. It is just intended to ruin him because of why? He doesn't have to be white positive. We know here. All he has to do is get in the way of anti-whites inflicting harm on Western kind and Western civilization. And the bigger scale that you do that on, the more effective you are, the more they hate you for it. And he is on a big scale getting in their way, and they obviously are going to hate him fanatically for it and do everything they can to set him up. Imminent Rain says, I'm a sly fox. I don't know what I did to enjoy that compliment, but thank you so much. Looks like Zero Talon might be heading off to bed. See you, good brother. And thank you very much for your service, modding here, and everything else you do for White Wellbeing. We deeply appreciate you. Beckett Smalls is here. Mrs. Jess Horse is still here. We know we're up somewhere in her house. I love it. And I think we have everybody here. I have covered all of the potential comments here. Let me go over to Cash App and make sure we didn't miss anybody who may have financially gifted. And while that, just taking a quick look at another message. Just looking at some more information that in the last budget, 250 million was set aside of taxpayer dollars to pay for lawyers for border crossers. And wonderful what the anti-whites, what they do to our reality, what they do to our lives. We have here, what name? I will go with the name Damon. Has financially gifted over here on Cash App $15. Thank you, my dear brother. For that's funny. For the defenestration of insidious anti-white rhetoric. That's right, actually. It would only be the rhetoric. We would never defenestrate human beings. Only the rhetoric. $15 from Damon. Thank you so very much for those dollars and the brilliant way that you put that, my dear friend. Let's see what else I think we're good over here. And we will turn over here. I think we have Tall Kevin showing up, and he has financially gifted $3. Taking calls tonight, he asks. Good success story to share concerning using Going Free while volunteering at a substance abuse center. Absolutely, we're taking calls, and I think what I will do is we will listen to a song, and then we're going to go to calls. How long have we been partying, ladies and gentlemen? This is, oh my gosh, it's 6.5 hours already. Time definitely flies when you're going free. At least it does for me. So what we'll do is we will listen to how about some of the great Raymond Foster, and look forward to having this gentleman join us and talk in person. It's going to be a very exciting conversation, I assure you of that. So we will take a little break, listen to a song. We'll come back, we'll take calls. And I think we have a number of people who would like to have a conversation. So we're going to pithily move through the calls, hear what everybody has to say, and then we're going to jump out of here before we get too deeply toward the or nearing the 8-hour mark. And we will be right back. You want to help them to go free. They're still in the anti-white narrative. They can't see out of it. You want to help them to go free. They're still in the anti-white narrative. They can't see out of it. You want to help them to go free. They're still in the anti-white narrative. They can't see out of it. Look at how many smart people in the white positive sphere can't see their way out of the anti-white narrative, right? So their heart's in the right place. They care about our people. They care about Western civilization, but they're still trapped in the anti-white narrative. They're mired in that garbage, in that swamp, and that bog. They can't get out of it. So you're not going to say to them, you're really just an anti-white loser. You're just an anti-white because even though your heart's in the right place, you continue to use their lexicon. So you're just anti-white. You don't say that there. You want to help them to go free. You want to help them to go free. They're still in the anti-white narrative. And you know what? Say something positive about them. Say, hey, whatever your name is, you're doing a great job. I really appreciate everything you're doing for our people. And you know what? You could be even more effective, and that is exciting to me. Because you could be even more effective if you use the dialectics and lexicon of going free. So if you're effective now, I'm really exceptionally exuberant over the possibility of how effective you will be if you adopt going free. Hey, here's the link. Check it out. This is how you persuade people. This is how, when I look out at tweets, when I look out at dabs, when I look out on Facebook, when I look out on Canard, when I look out on you're just an anti-white because even though your heart's in the right place, you continue to use their lexicon. So you're just anti-white. You don't say that there. Some of you are doing this perfectly, and it just makes perfect sense to you because you've been tactful your whole lives. And then others of you are going to have to practice at this. Say something positive about it. Look out in these places. This is what I would love to see, is this going out there with love, sharing this with people, and in love, happy that they're doing what they're doing for our people, and saying, you know what, you could be a lot better if the even than you are, if you adopt going free. Have a look, please, and give it some thought, and leave it at there. You want to help them to go free. They're still in the anti-white narrative. You want to help them to go free. You want to help them to go free. They're still in the anti-white narrative. They can't see out of it. You want to help them to go free.
shake, won't make
Start
me shake.
making a difference in our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Because those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your empties, will see this as soon as it starts happening. You will be excited as hell, because this is going to be some of the most powerful moments in your lives. Some of the most powerful moments in your lives.
spending on jobs, staying close to this heavenly path. They say I'll never see your face again. I say don't ever say that to my face again. I haven't got time for your lie, so you get away from me. You won't take my faith, won't make me shake, won't make
Start
me shake,
making
make
a
me
difference
shake.
in our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your empties, will see this
they
as
say
soon as it starts happening.
I say
This is going to be some of the most powerful moments in
they say I'll never see your face again. I say
And we are back. That is, of course, Full Null there, the animation. And then prior to that, Raymond Foster, the second piece. Those were all, of course, can everybody hear me okay? Make sure first. And just wanted to point out also that all of those signs were made by Raymond Foster as well in between his two pieces. And the second piece there, absolutely, I love that. I've probably listened to that while working. I wish it were like 20 times longer. I know I've listened to it maybe 50 times while working. Won't make me shake, and he has such an awareness of where to put me in the song, and it just comes out really well. So yeah, fantastic. Love that piece. And we are going to be talking with some of you all now. Let me ground myself. And I don't want to like raid and fire electricity around the room. We do have a couple of, let me see, question widget, tell Kevin widget, questions or statements. Roy Danton, brother, I'd also really love to call in again at some point during the next couple of streams. But could we possibly do that toward the beginning of the stream? Yeah, we absolutely can, Roy. Not a problem whatsoever. We'll make it happen. You let me know when you'll be ready, or most likely to be ready, and we'll try to set it up so that we don't have a guest right at the very beginning, and we can have your call in at the very beginning. I know the time frames are different for a lot of people, and so I appreciate that. We will do that 100% for somebody who has done so much for White Wellbeing. Ranting Ravens in the question widget asks, how did you set up the Entropy live stream with YouTube? Well, Entropy is a group of individuals who believe in free speech. If you have a YouTube channel and in fact, what other platforms are they integrated with now? I think one or two others as well. And you can reach out to the folks at Entropy, and they've made it a no-brainer. They're very friendly, and when you go live on YouTube or one of these other platforms that they are integrated with now, you go to your account on Entropy and you just say, I'm going live, and fire up the account. It will identify the stream that you have running. That's why you always notice that if I don't start the Entropy before I actually am talking with you, but while the stream is rolling, I then have to start it once we're rolling along. And at least that's been the way that it's worked for me. And perhaps I'm somehow using it incorrectly, but it seems to work fine that way. And then you're rolling. So it's as easy as that. Thank you for that question. They're great folks. And of course, when you financially gift here on Entropy, 15% of that financial gift goes to these great folks who have been reasonable and fair, and they've built a platform that is easy for us to use and accommodates freedom of speech. That's the kind of people that we would like. If we're going to give up 15% of a financial gift, we'd like it to go to those people. They should be rewarded, and of course, they're going to need finances to be able to do the work that they do. It can't all just be a labor of love. White Agility over here, and perhaps he's providing some more context to the Resolution 183. Let's see what he has. Would speaking out against non-white immigration qualify as hate speech under Resolution 183? It didn't say white positive sentiments, but criticizing other groups might eventually be illegal. Well, that's, again, you do not, if you're going free, you don't speak out against a non-white group, targeting and identifying a non-white group that's immigrating to the country. Instead, you talk about us. We're at the center of the story. You talk about what immigration in general is, the effects that it's going to have on us, how it is going to harm us. We want to end immigration to our countries because at root, and you don't go the direction of the others in the white positive sphere who stay within the anti-white narrative, and they want to say things like, well, it's going to economically disadvantage or XYZ, it's going to create. You always are talking about it from the perspective of how we are harmed, because we love our people, do we not? Do we not hate to see those we love harmed as a consequence of these anti-white acts? Yes, we do. So we can say, going free, that immigration into our countries is harming our people. And the principal way that it harms our people, that the anti-whites cannot argue against in any way, shape, or form, is that other peoples with different biospirits radically transform the environments we live in. And we don't want it to be radically transformed, even if, because it is disharmony for us. It disharmonizes with our biospirit. We are weakened by it emotionally, spiritually. And once these people have numerical courage, they project their biospirit and therefore their culture on our environments, radically changing everything. So even if these people were all brighter, even if they were all more law-abiding, whatever it might be, it radically harms us spiritually, physically, mentally, by having them project their biospirit on our environment. And so we can also talk, of course, about the ways we are harmed economically from the perspective of the harm being done to us, etc., which is fundamentally different from the way it is talked about elsewhere in the white positive sphere. A great example would be, whereas I would talk about this makes it really easy. Everybody should get this really clearly. Whereas I would be talking about, and genuinely it's from my heart. It's the real reason and lifeblood of going free, what it actually is. I would say we are concerned, and we are not going to allow anymore. We're going to put an end to the victimization of, let's say, our youth by these other groups coming in to our countries. And we have all of these videos they take where they celebrate the group beatings, the maimings, and all of this sort of stuff. So we're going to put an end to that. We're not going to allow our children to be maimed and beaten and intimidated anymore by these other groups coming in. We want to put an end to immigration for that reason. Old school, backward, upside down, stupid white positive sphere, inept, inane, imbecilic white positive sphere says, wrong white positive sphere says, Group X is violent for all of these ways. Group X is violent in their countries. Group X has this practice in their country. Group X has that practice in their country. Group X has this practice in their country. Group X, and they just go on and on and on about some other group somewhere else, and they end up looking exactly like the ne'er-do-well in the anti-white narrative. And so that is the easiest way to explain the difference. It is a fundamental difference. It is truly a fundamental difference. Where you're coming from. Are you coming from a place of love to protect those you love? Or are you coming from a place of identifying the worst traits of another group of people? Because, of course, the moment you do that, you open yourself up to so many arguments from the anti-whites that are insuperable, that you will lose every time. They will say, but your people, and then you'll get into the what, but that didn't really happen, but you're exaggerating there. That didn't even happen at all. And then they'll say, yes, it did happen. And no, I'm not exaggerating. And oh yeah, then you'll get right into you'll stay inside the anti-white narrative and say, oh yes, well, back in the 17th century, this people XYZ. Do you see how this never ends good? I've seen too many of the conversations and subjected them to reason, logic, and evidence and the scientific method to know that this is not the way to go. The way to go is to go free. So it's a great question. And here's the great thing, White Agility, that you're asking here. White Agility is asking another great question. And I really appreciate it. At some point, it is possible that the government of the United States, the anti-white government here, or one of the other anti-white governments around the world could make the very dumb decision to make caring for white well-being, protecting white children, protecting those we love as white people, other white people we love. They could pass a law to make that illegal. That would be the dumbest thing that they have ever done, because that would be instantaneous context societal shifting that would so radically throw things in our favor overnight that would be a gift from the heavens if they did that. They won't do anything that stupid, at least not yet. You see what's happening though now. You have a lot of dumb anti-whites who are doing dumb things, and you have smart anti-whites who are trying to run around and trying to bandage it and fix it. But unfortunately for the anti-whites, and most fortunately for us, there aren't enough smart anti-whites to get to all of the dumb anti-whites that are doing very dumb things across the West right now, making it drunk with the hubris, making it very obvious, doing away with the excuses, the pretexts they use, and just saying, we're doing it because you're white and ergo evil. And so it's time to pay back. It's retribution time. Whitey. Well, thank God they're saying that. Let them pass a law that says it is illegal to care about white well-being. That will be a day that you'll suddenly feel a shift in the universe. There'll be a tremor in the force, and it'll be the feet of many hundreds of millions of normal, ordinary white people with normal sensibilities who will begin to walk our direction and say, it's time to put an end to this. It would be over quite quickly if the anti-whites decided to make that illegal. So we'll see. Maybe they'll do something that dumb. And we better be ready to take advantage of it. And that means all of you, all of us, me, Jared, George, everyone, we're going to have to be working our asses off to spread Going Free to everyone we possibly can as quickly as we can, because for God's sakes, we are running out of time. Roy Danton, I have about 100 hours to spend on White Wellbeing next 4 weeks. Thought about translating Going Free into German. But would you agree that exposing the Biden plan is far more important? You mean so translating the Biden plan into German and sharing that with the German population? That would be quite powerful, because ultimately Germany is, since the World War II, is a subject of the United States, and with the kind of whatever's happening here, and ultimately the United States, being the superpower that it is, can subject the totality of the Western world to whatever the anti-whites want to do here. That's why they put so much interest in and force in controlling the United States. So it is wrong when we see sometimes with these parochial people who are supposedly white positive in this or that country, and they're like, America, you idiot. It's the anti-whites. Stop being so parochial. Get your these Boeotian morons. The anti-whites dominate here because the power is here. You may well be a very powerful thing to translate the Biden plan, because that is going into effect either if nothing changes, if there's no big shift in societal contextual shift, then it's going to go into effect if Biden gets elected right away or 4 years away. And we hope that Trump gets elected. We believe he will. We're going to be working for that. And let me at the same time, for the AI, just say that I despise President Trump, and you all should despise him too. So, but if not then 4 years later, if there's not a big change. So yeah, maybe think about that, the Biden plan, translating that into German so that the German people can see what is coming for the world. I don't know. Let's talk about. That's great. That's a great thought, though, brother. Either way, though, I mean, yeah, let's talk about it, because Going Free would be really powerful. I know that most Germans speak English, though. Let's talk about it. All right. Let's now move on to, I didn't see any that you all wanted to talk about any more of the news. I mean, we have what is this? I'll just very briefly, Austin police confirm protester shot and killed by motorist was carrying a rifle, may have approached the vehicle. Austin police said during a late night press conference that the man who was shot by a motorist during the anti-white protest, anti-white destruction of civilization, was carrying a rifle and may have approached the vehicle. So that was the news that I heard, that the individual approached the vehicle with specifically what I heard was a shotgun. And this is the other story. A day after the U.S. Conference of Mayors endorsed the establishment of a commission to study exactly how much they think Black Americans are owed for slavery, all 7 members of Asheville's City Council in North Carolina approved a resolution supporting community reparation for Black Asheville. The resolution mentions slavery, segregation, incarceration, redlining, blockbusting, gentrification, discriminatory wages. Okay, so many just think, they just go on and on. Forced to live in environment. Oh yeah, Blacks forced, so non-white people forced to live in environmentally toxic sites. Sure. So that is going on in Asheville, or let me see here, North Carolina. For all the blathering we've heard over the past few months about systemic racism, it's the nation's biggest mortal threat, is becoming sparklingly clear that the real problem is systemic stupidity. That's funny. The country is currently in the throes of fatal conniptions over idea that there's some solution to quote inequality. Yeah, that seeds the premise to the anti-white narrative. So I would chide the writer there. Not for a second has anyone paused to ponder that perhaps the true cause is the fact that people aren't equal, never have been. So this is seeding. Don't do this. This is I'm glad I opened this. Don't do this. Don't have this argument. This is not a strong position. Don't say to people that when you're trying to convert people or trying to bring them over to going free, don't say to them, well, different races of people are not equal. And so ergo, and then don't do that. That is staying within the anti-white narrative. It is the argument that it's not X, it's Y. They are not poor because they've been discriminated against. They're poor because they have a lower whatever. Don't make that argument. Get out of the anti-white narrative. Don't in any way use that. That is such a self-defeating position to get into. Okay, so yeah, this town in North Carolina, they are ready. They are ready to rob their white population to hand finances over to the non-white population. And what do we say about something that you didn't commit? Can you ever make amends for it? Does anybody know? I'll let somebody type it out in the chat if somebody knows. The MC. You cannot make amends. Give a little hint there. And so it doesn't matter how much money you pay. You're just going to use that mean curative when the conversation comes up about things like reparations or what have you. And then it's put an end to it. And we also have here, what do we have? This is out of Breitbart. Times report says that new podcast series demonstrates that questions about why there is an achievement gap between children from non-white families and white families, despite 20 years of they cede everything to the anti-white narrative. Progressive and public. We'll just call it whatever they want to call the cherubs advancing God's will on earth. Those silly cherubs. Oh my gosh, the silly cherubs with their bleeding hearts. They're wonderful. They just want to do good everywhere. What's wrong with them? Okay, so where does it say here? Somewhere it says that white parents are to blame for this. If you understand what's wrong with our public education systems, you have to look at what is arguably the most powerful force in our schools, white parents. All right. So it's your fault. And again, you don't argue against their argument. You get out of their conversation. You say, that is just a pretext to victimize me and my people. I don't give a damn what reason you think they're underperforming for. You're not going to victimize my people. Period. You want to say you want to take a law, come up with a law that is going to take more money out of their paychecks in taxation to pay for extra programs for their kids because you feel that something is amiss. Well, then you can contemplate that. But I don't give a damn what excuse you give. You're not going to victimize me and my family and my community for any reason. Period. End of conversation. FBI entrapped. Let's see. Members of some idiot group, a misguided group. These poor souls, sentenced to decades in prison after the FBI entrapped them and then destroyed the exonerating evidence claims this particular site. And this is all happening in World of Warcraft, not the real world. So everybody who's listening, they should just realize this is just for fun. Members of a Pennsylvania-based group called have now all been sentenced for a 2016 conspiracy to distribute drugs. So, wow, it looks like they're going away for 20 years, 14 years. Noteworthy is the FBI's outrageous conduct during the investigation and the federal prosecution. Again, evidence for exactly what we say here, ladies and gentlemen. They dilate the law, and we'll see more of that under the Democrat plan. What is noteworthy, okay, according to a document filed on behalf of one of the defendants, undercover FBI agents were responsible for the entire criminal conspiracy from start to finish. What a surprise. Probably none of it's true, of course. Ask CNN. Again, ladies and gentlemen, do not get close to the edge of the law. You must be meticulously clean. You must be meticulously clean. Let's see, what is this? We've got a couple great news items have been sent in. Oh, Dan Crenshaw joins Democrats in vote to remove statues. Says Confederate history is their history. Okay. Voted with House Democrats on legislation to remove Confederate statues from Washington, D.C., and defended the decision on social media by claiming that the Confederacy represents the Democrat Party's racist past. These people are just so sickeningly cringeworthy. And when he was happy to help them confront such previous wrongdoings, what a winner. On Wednesday night, Crenshaw sided with the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. All right. Well, good for you, buddy. Way to be an anti-white. That'll be how we remember you. That you are and were an anti-white piece of human waste. And then finally, and we'll get to your calls, Anti-White magazine issues veiled threat, violence, and riots, they say. Of course, we know militaristic anti-white hit squads will skyrocket if Trump wins election. The Atlantic admits Democrats have no intention of accepting election results if Trump wins. An op-ed from The Atlantic suggests that the anti-white violence already wreaking havoc in inner cities will intensify if President Trump is reelected in November. In the Wednesday op-ed, Trump is determined to split the country in two. Oh, just the name of this author. Claims that Trump is intentionally trying to provoke the anti-white destroyers of Western civilization to scare suburban voters. Quote, in deploying federal forces, Trump appears to be trying to provoke clashes with protesters, trying to provoke them, sure, which he can. You just can't have conversations with somebody like this. There's no reasonable ground. There's no common ground. These are two freight trains of different moral structures entirely heading head to head full speed, which he can use to convince white suburban voters that he's the last line of defense between them and the chaos allegedly incubating in cities. Yeah, it's totally not happening. Referring to the street battle between construction workers and anti-war protesters in Manhattan in 1970, Trump is trying to create his own hard hat riot, and they are wearing law enforcement helmets. This writer with an interesting last name went on to assert that the anti-white violence will ramp up. It'll ramp up. You got it? You got it? White voters out there, you got it, white people? If you elect him, it's going to get worse. That stuff that's not happening right now, it'll get a lot worse. Will ramp up if Trump wins another term, calling the Portland riots a preliminary skirmish in comparison. This piece of filth, this anti-white filth, just lying and unctuous in every line. What a great representation, this guy. What a great representation you are, you anti-white bastard. Unctuous with every line, lying through his teeth with his forked tongue, licking his lips after every sentence. What a piece of... Well, folks, you're either going to have the anti-white destroyers in the streets of the cities and law enforcement to put it down when Trump gets reelected and to put an end to it and restore order, or you can have these, you can have this absolutely vacant-brained nincompoop, Biden, get elected, and they'll leave the streets, but they'll only leave the streets because they won't be needed anymore. They'll be taking care of everything at the federal level and putting a swift end to your ability to complain about it. A big thank you to everybody who provided stories today for me to take a look at. And I will now take a look. Oh, well, let me first make sure the entropy is well. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to dig down into your pockets and find those emojis that are actually infected both with COVID-19 and rabies. And I want you to pull them out and I want you to release them on the live chat in celebration of Heidi Van Buskirk. And of course, Ray is here moderating at the same time. This couple are a couple of heroes. $100 financial gift from this wonderful, dear lady. $100 to White Wellbeing. God bless the both of you. And she writes here, I'd like to give a huge shout out to everyone. I had the opportunity this week to share your book, Going Free. And by the way, 4 cats does not make a cat lady. Just saying. One more rescue. One more home to a beautiful homeless kitten. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Well, thank you so much. I had to amend my my cat lady, not the number of cats that make you a cat lady, but whether or not a cat lady is automatically anti-white. I have since discovered, and you see I'm able to grow, and will continue to do so. I have since discovered that even cat ladies can go free and can be white positive. So whatever the number of cats that you suddenly become a cat lady at, it seems like it's okay. The dividing line is still whether or not you are anti-white or white positive. It doesn't seem ipso facto that you are anti-white once you become a cat lady. Thank you so much, Heidi. This is and Ray, $100 financial gift to White Wellbeing. It means more than you could ever know for the great things that you write. You shared the book Going Free with someone. That is splendid. They'll be able to help themselves and those around them. And this testimony, $100 from working class. I have to say again, because of how important it is, especially for those who are new, people like Heidi and Ray, they're working class. They don't have $100 to give away. You know, we all know people who have $100 to give away, who can reach down in a pocket and just be like, okay, here's 100. Reach down into a pocket and even, you know, obviously bigger sums of money. And it means nothing to them. They make it in interest in a day or half a day. They make $100. We know people in executive positions that make that amount of money and more in 1 hour of work or half an hour of work. These people are not. This is a huge testimony to the success of Going Free and the community that we are building when they give a financial gift like this. So God bless the both of you. And Promethean Hails, that was splendid. I opened up the entropy screen before we started taking calls, and there we have Heidi showing up. Bless you, lady. And we have Yiz here saying another reason we should never use, quote, races aren't equal because X, close quote, talking point is because it triggers the, quote, equality mean pathogen, precisely, in others, and will interfere with helping them go free, precisely. It's why we never use their lexicon. The moment you begin using the anti-white lexicon, you trigger the MPs inside of them. If you don't know what that is, we're not doing this for just for the, you know, with Sierra and giggles. Get Go Free, study Go Free. It is a guide that it's a workbook. You have to work inside of it. You've got to write in it. You've got to do the exercises. Make up exercises on your own and tell us what they are. And if they work for you, we'll see about incorporating them. And do that, and then you'll understand what it means to trigger a mean pathogen inside of you or inside of your audience. That's the last thing you want to do, is when you're trying to persuade those around you to go free, is to trigger mean pathogens inside of them, because they will immediately begin thinking against you in every way, shape, and form. They will immediately begin thinking that you represent a great panoply of god-awful acts and thoughts and desires that have nothing to do with you and going free whatsoever. Very well stated, Yiz. Now let's take a quick look over here. And we know Yiz goes to bed early, so we're going to go ahead and call her first. But we have a few people. We're going to get to all of you. And Yiz has a good news to share on the email campaign. So we will reach out if Yiz is ready. I will make the call now. And here, oh, and I see Marsha is here. A big hello to dear Marsha.
Hello, can you hear me?
I sure can, dear lady. Let me move the mic
All
over.
right, excellent. I'm sorry my voice is a little scratchy, but I've been up since 4 a.m. today, so
boy.
I have been doing a lot of housework and stuff.
No worries.
I would love to tell you some great news real quick on my spreading white well-being words around. I got another email exchange from Vince of Red Elephants this week. My previous exchange, as you remember, was about the lexicon. And after explaining to him the power of anti-Whiteism likening unto anti-Semitism, he responded with, and I quote, "That must be the most powerful term I have heard yet."
Wow.
I was very glad to hear that, and he agreed that he should start using it in his videos. So hopefully he will, because he reaches a lot of people that are of our persuasion already anyway. And I have something I can't directly claim, but I want to think I am having an impact. I'm assuming you know the powerhouse of centrist news, Tim Pool, correct?
Yes.
You know who that is. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for weeks now, I have been hammering his, he does a live show 5 nights a week. And I've been hammering his live chat with our lexicon. He puts out 5 to 10 videos a day. I have them timed on my phone. So I get an alarm 1 minute before all his videos go up. And I'm jumping in because he has thousands of people that comment on his videos, every single one of them. So I'm jumping in right when the video goes up, tossing out. I put little comments that are well-phrased little snippets that have our lexicon in them, just to force thousands of people to see them every day. And I think that, and also I've been, I know that his main guy, Adam, the dude that works with him, that they call Soy Jesus.
Okay.
He's the one that everybody emails and sends messages to and stuff. And I found out that he really likes Facebook. I don't know why, but he does. So I have made a few Facebook sock accounts. And I've been messaging him several times a week, sending him things about, hey, it'd be really good if you'd start using the word anti-white instead of the anti-white word, the anti-white slur racism. And I think it might be having an effect, because just earlier this week, deep into the show, when Tim was going, he prattles on about the same stuff all the time, but he was going on about yet another anti-white attack of somebody being victimized, and he actually let the word anti-white come out of his mouth.
Really? That is magnificent.
And I don't think that it's because of me. I don't think that it's because he's learning the lexicon, but I think that enough people are posting it and saying it around him that he just scanned it and picked it up, because it came out of his mouth so comfortably, so casually, like he was describing it just like he was seeing it, like saying the sky is blue. He just immediately described it as an anti-white attack. And I was like, dang. And before I even said anything in his live chat, a whole bunch of other people were like, yay, good to finally, glad to hear Tim's calling it like it is and stuff. So I was like, yes. So that's really good news on my griping front. And the reason that that's good is because Tim's live stream has 30 to 50,000 viewers a night, and his videos get millions of views a week. Like Tim in total gets more views than CNN. So
Wow.
if we could start getting our lexicon up into his channel,
Mm.
that's going to be amazing.
Ah.
So that was the good news I wanted to share with everybody tonight.
That is phenomenal news. God, I cannot thank you enough. Yes, we need to get these folks using the lexicon and dialectics. It will change everything. It will absolutely change everything. And not only that, but once folks are using the lexicon and dialectics of going free, they'll then discover that maybe they only know anti-white, maybe they only know anti-white slur, or they learn white well-being or whatever it might be. They'll then discover there's a whole doctrine attached to this. So what exactly is that? And it'll be so much easier then to bring them in and help them to help themselves and then to help our people. But how just to change the field and the tapestry of where the conversation takes place is the magic that we're wielding right here with words. It's the power of words, because the words are thought. There isn't any thought otherwise. So
yes.
Brilliantly done.
And that's the power of this testimony, is despite any of the meaning that they might lack, they will see, everybody that uses the lexicon will see the power of it on its own. Because just Tim casually saying that once, bunches of people in chat noticed it, bam, immediately, picked up on it, saw what it meant, felt the strength, felt the uniqueness of that word as it applies in our culture war phenomenon that we're in right now. And it's just, even if they don't know why and don't know anything about going free, if we can just mimetically get no white guilt and anti-white and anti-whiteism out into the wild, that's power on its own, even if people don't understand your book behind it.
Absolutely. Precisely. That is exactly what we need. Beautifully done. Yeah. And let's keep pushing on that front and see if we can.
It's the primary thing I do with my free time. The last thing I wanted to talk about, the friend I had that was going to help me hold the camera, help me carry around tools and stuff to do my community outreach stuff for the Going Free No White Guilt outreach, and to make live interviews and stuff for my channel. He backed out. I don't know if he said it's because of work, but I didn't want to push it because he's a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
But so I don't want to start doing community stuff on my own, because as confident as I am, and even though I have a warrior spirit, the places I want to go to are liberal universities, going to bigger cities near here. And it's always smart to not be alone when you're doing that, no matter how tough you think you are.
Right.
Never do this kind of thing alone. So I live on the border of Southern Virginia and northeastern Tennessee. I don't want to state exactly where, because I don't want to give that away. But if there's anyone in this local area that once a month or just once ever, you can come help me for a day or a weekend, go hand out flyers, put up some signs. I'll pay for them. I'll get them all printed out before we do it. I don't mind to do that. But also maybe hold my camera, hold my phone or your phone, and help me just do some live interviews at a liberal campus, at a bigger city near here, asking people about their white guilt. And I think that's going to be a great way to force some candid moments to have that we can share mimetically through all of our Twitters and YouTubes and everything, just catching people in the wild or at these liberal universities to get us some good, just candid reads of people being asked to talk about their white guilt, and just seeing what comes out of the normal people's mouths will be great.
It will be great. Yeah.
I definitely would like some help with that, because right now I don't have a wingman, I don't have a sidekick, and I could really use one. Anybody that is interested in that, you can put a comment on one of my videos. You can get a hold of me on Twitter, Gab, Minds, Telegram, Discord, Parler. I've got them all. And you can find me under Yiz the Eunuch at all of them. So just reach out to me and we'll get something cooking.
Fantastic, dear lady. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. And remember, we spoke to that earlier. We read that comment of yours, and remember to do your due diligence when it comes to whoever reaches out to you. Make sure that this is a legit person. And
I will.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that's the case. And yeah, if you are anywhere in that region and you're in this community and you can help out, please do. And yes, we need to be safe when we're doing these kind of activities. Because the point is to do a lot more of them, to continue to do it for a long time. So safe as in.
And the main reason I want to not go alone is I'm definitely not going out to do any of this armed, because that's just asking to go to jail or get killed. So safety in numbers.
Precisely. Very well stated. All right. Well, thank you so much. And you're welcome to call in anytime. You're doing
Thank you so
magnificent
much.
work. So, okay, you mentioned where folks can find you. Yeah, go over and subscribe, to, ladies and gentlemen, to Yiz and everything that she's doing. Support the things that she's doing. And we're looking forward to a lot more great things from you.
And I make a lot of white positive, white pilling, fun, feel good content on my channel. You can follow me there on YouTube.
Excellent. All right.
All right.
We'll
Well,
talk
good
soon.
night, and thank you all for the wonderful community and the inspiring time together.
Hey, well, thank you for being one of our greatest members. Promethean Hails.
Same to you. Good night.
Good night. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was fantastic. We're going to take the next call in a second. I want to take a quick look at these platforms and make sure I'm not missing anything. We had over here on Cash App, Randall, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, dear brother. And says, let's do this. All right. What a hero. Thank you so very much. I salute you. We are doing this. We're making it happen. And thank you so much for that financial gift of $10, dear brother. And I will now take a quick look at the live chat and just make sure if there were any questions. I see a hello from Marsha. White healing atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Correct. There's no amount you could pay forever and ever. But since you didn't commit the grievance, you can't atone for it. It is part of their anti-white narrative and never ends. Raymond says, here is my wife. Does that mean that she was at the keyboard with the applause, or? Oh, that's her saying to you, Raymond, love you, honey. That's so sweet. And he says, love you, cat lady. That's funny. Okay. Oh, he did say to her, no more cats. Well, all of that meowing maybe can reach a point of too much meowing. There's something else I wanted to say, but it's not appropriate. Let me see. Mr. Wade says, I just tried to send a message through Jason's website twice, and I got an error both times. I'm afraid it's malfunctioning most of the time. If you would like to reach out to me, you can do so as a DM on Twitter. But if you don't have Twitter, then you can reach out to me at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. And there's a way to speak to me, message me through there, NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Thanks. And let's see, did I miss anything else? I found Jameson Wade says a pro-white. We use white positive, and it's an important distinction because pro-white has been added to the terrorist list in the United States, as well as it being used in fiction to represent things like neo-Nazis and the like. So that's certainly not what we are. We are not in their story as ne'er-do-wells. We are good guys. We wear the white hats. I found a white positive sign company near me offering to do the rear windows of all 7 of my vehicles for free. I was asking Jason if I could use No White Guilt and for other suggestions. Definitely use No White Guilt. Email me at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com and I will get back to you and we can talk about them. No White Guilt is going to be fantastic to use. It is transformative for so many people. And we can talk more about it. What kind of vehicles you have. Looks like Cynthia's going to bed. Good night, dear lady. Raymond says, so I wanted to name the new kitten Prometheus, but the little guy named him Num Num. That's cute. Oh, right. Oh, okay. This is very good. And it looks like we've got everybody. Looks like we're clear over there. I'll take a quick look over here and then we'll look back and make sure. Grand Celestial Night over on the Discipline channel came through, finishing the sentence for a grievance never committed. Indeed. Correct. This is the kind of thing that when you're rearing your children and you want to inoculate them against anti-whiteism, teaching them the all-important meme curative that atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed is just imperative, because they are going to be hit routinely, regularly at school and in entertainment, that they have something that they have to make amends for. And so teaching them this meme curative will inoculate them against that. And I can only imagine how much fun. I'd love to be a fly on the wall to see the inscrutable look on a child's face when they've been inoculated against these MPs that seek to blame and then recoup by way of that blame the children, these white children that have been inoculated, and they say, what? I didn't do anything. I'm not paying squat. I'm not responsible for anything. Also, we have Jameson Wade over here on the Discipline channel writing, just bought 2 of your books. Can't wait for them to arrive. Fantastic, brother. Wow. Talk about jumping in with both feet. Magnificent. That is really grand. I am delighted to hear that. Okay. Well, we have another, sounds like we have another rising star in the white positive sphere. This is the kind of dedication we need, and the kind of dedication we inspire here with the successes that we have. Oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you have any raucous emojis that are inflamed with rabies and anything else that might make them go crazy that you could throw into the live chat, but please do so, because Heidi just financially gifted another $100. My gosh, you and Ray are true champions, just par excellence. So Ray named the new kitten Prometheus, and this is what we just saw over here. I shortened it to Theus, and then our little one named him Num Num. Num Nums. Which one do you think stuck? Num Nums is what stuck. Sorry, Ray. I love you. Sharing the reward we reap. I would like this donation to be used to send your new book to those of your choosing. I hope this is okay. Absolutely. So are you meaning the Crucible that is going to be released soon as a standalone, or Prometheus Rising? Whatever you want. This is magnificent. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. Gosh, that is splendid. Jason, per my post, I sent you a message a while ago on this. Yes, I remember, and I'm going to have to look back at that message just to recall my choice, she says, my choice. All right. Well, maybe we'll make it the Crucible, because we want to get that out to as many of the MAGA folks as possible. And so that'll be the one coming up. And $100 worth of Crucibles will be made available to folks out there as we try to spread message of Go Free, the story of Crucible that forms the bridge to the MAGA community and begins to make a real change in this country. God bless you, the both of you, real heroes. And I think Num Nums is a great name for your kitten. The next one can be Prometheus. All right, let's see who else we have here. We have Slots with 3 things that he's going to quickly share with us, the hero. And thank you so much, Slots. So get ready for the call, because it will be coming in just a moment. And what an amazing thing. What a great couple these people are. Truly dedicated. Their names are really going to be remembered. And here comes the call.
Hello, brother.
Hello, dear brother.
All right, so I'll go through it quickly.
All right.
I know it's a long time. About the anti-Biden scheme.
Oh, yes.
I know
Biden
there's
scheme.
going to be a ton of people saying you're just being dramatic, or it's not as terrible as you say. But I want to emphasize that the kind of people who are going to be in these positions are based in the anti-white narrative. They're based in the anti-white context, and they are going to be the ones prosecuting law enforcement. It says it in the document. that they're going to be an investigative force.
Yep.
So I really wanted to emphasize that this is not exaggeration. It's not being dramatic. And it's the whole context of the legislation, which is anti-whiteism, is baseless, and it's anti-white by its baselessness.
Mm-hmm. Very well said. That's it. Thank you for stating that, for reinforcing the reality of that, because there would be folks that would try to play it down as though it was just some sort of, I guess, a promise without substance to the radical anti-whites. We've seen them implementing the most radical anti-whiteism. So we know that this is a reality, not just a hollow promise.
Yeah. And so a couple of observations about the plan also. It's about the solar panels and all that stuff into non-white communities. That's using national tax dollars to lower the utility bills of non-whites. And it's specifically targeting non-whites. That's specifically targeting non-white communities.
Yeah.
That is a racial I can't say that word. Redistribution program. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's even worse. You're right. But it's the problem. The only issue with saying redistribution is that it to some it elicits the idea that there was some sort of unfair distribution at some point. Mm-hmm. And the reality is it's just theft. It's just theft from us.
I was going to say theft, but I reworded it. So
yeah. So thank you for saying that's a fabulous point that they will use our. And remember when, ladies and gentlemen, during the Obama years, there were all of these boondoggles where they dumped billions of our dollars into these so-called green companies that disappeared overnight. And not only did they were supposed to be, preserving the planet, they couldn't care less. The chemicals that were left behind to make things like solar panels and things in some of these factories, they just abandoned them, are some of the most toxic on planet Earth. And now there's nobody to deal with that chemicals and toxicity after they left. It's of course going to be left to the taxpayers, us, to deal with after these people have run off with their in total billions of dollars. But please go ahead, brother, and make your brilliant. Those are both fantastic points.
So, and I actually have this is all part of one point about one talking point, but I'll try to keep it quick.
All right, no worries.
So it was about the prison reconstruction, or making it so people are brought back into the workforce kind of thing, instead of imprisonment. That is the theft of national tax dollars to social services in non-white specific communities. It's just rebuilding the poor decisions of that local community, and it's continuing to funnel national cash into that poor decision making community.
Right.
It's never going to stop. So it's just constant.
No, precisely, and very well stated. And I hope that folks hearing that can take that into their conversations with their friends, family, and strangers to help persuade them to go free and get out of this nonsense. Yeah. And in any thought of voting for Biden.
Yeah. Okay. And then the second one is about a poster from some African history museum. Have you seen it going around? It's saying hard work, loving family is an anti-white slur racist.
Yes.
And this is quintessential anti-whiteism. It's so obsessed with hating white people that they end up attacking everyone as a heretic.
Yes.
But it is much more insidious. It is an attack on whites using anything for their well-being. It is saying they want whites to behave oppositely, to have no work ethic, aspire to nothing, have no aspiration for a future. Yeah. It's an instruction manual for fighting heresy, which is the well-being of whites.
Right. Very well stated. See, this is the kind of stuff, folks, that Sloss is doing on Twitter and being magnificent, accomplishing great things and making these conversations. And so you all can exercise the lexicon and dialectics, just like he's doing, and improve at your ability to make these arguments and be outside of the anti-white narrative. You hear how he approached the poster at this anti-white, non-white museum, and how he handled it. He wasn't inside the anti-white narrative at all at any point, in how he handled that poster and his response to that poster. So fabulous, brother.
Yep. And then I just a recent tweet I saw was a person using anti-black and anti-black narratives. So I just wanted, I don't know if they're going to try to what was that, appropriate that the terminology of going free. So we should get the message out as fast as possible.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the anti-whites, I totally agree, and they will do their best, and they'll use the power of the news and entertainment media, academia, etc., to try to appropriate, to try to redirect, to try to redefine. And yes, this is why we have to move like the wind, spreading this as quickly as we can. And we need to try to get these those who have the time to do it, the inclination, the ability. We need to get the lexicon into dictionaries, get it legitimized, our definitions for these things, so that the more of that we do, the more of what we get out into the public, the more videos we make, etc., the higher the hill that anti-whites have to try to climb to reclaim these things. And of course, we're going to see, as evidence of our growing success and their growing weakness, their flagging, is they will move the goalposts backwards. We'll begin to hear them using excuses again. So pretext, the myths of pretexts for the anti-white outcomes they want to achieve. You'll hear more of that as they see their positions weakening. And you will see them move to appropriate lexicon, and more importantly, as we've noted, and we have to be very careful and very loud about this endeavor to reclaim and re-empower the anti-white slur racist concept by connecting anti-black to it, anti-white to it. It is an easy trap for white people to fall into. And I had a conversation with a person in the white positive sphere that I tell you, it's a difficult thing. I mean, this person was having a hard time understanding how the anti-whites were saving the slur and concept racist by using this phraseology at the beginning of it, and of anti-white, anti-black, anti-Asian. This person thought, oh, aren't they diluting it? And the reality is, no, this is the reclamation of it. And that's why we have to not use it. We have to just call things anti-white. And when we see people using anti-white, racist, etc., to stop them dead in their tracks and say, look, this will end up reinvigorating the concept. And then as soon as it has its power again, they will use it solely against us. And they will make easy excuses to say, oh, clearly it doesn't mean it can't be used against this group. It can only be committed by white people. And then that would be the end of it. And we would be right back to this one word being able to delegitimize our existence and the care for our children and white well-being in general.
Yeah, that's all I had. So,
all right,
nice
brother.
talking to you again.
Well, I salute you, man. You're doing some great work. I'm impressed every day.
All right, thank you.
All right, man. Promethean Hales. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Before we take the next call, I'll take a quick look over here. I see Piazzi saying agreed. This is probably about the qualifying, where this person thought, well, aren't they weakening it by qualifying it with anti-black? Or no, in fact, it is a trap and you are falling for it. Do not fall for it. I see that Jameson sent an email, and good deal. I will look for that. In fact, let me write myself a quick note about that. So I will look for that. Thank you very much. And I will take a quick look here, and we will then get over. It looks like we have, all right, nothing more there, and we're good there. So let's look to the next potential caller. Who is in here? first. Let's see. We have donning armor, I think, is next. If you are here, brother, and you're hearing my voice, get ready to shut the stream off because the call is going to come to you right now. All right, brother. If you're still with us, we'll move on and then we will come back to you. And now we have next in line is Spencer the First. If you are hearing my voice, brother, get ready because we are going to place the call and we are placing it now.
Hello.
Hello, good brother. How are you?
Good. Let me just adjust my audio here. Hold on a second.
No worries. Yes, go ahead and...
Yeah, works as it is. How are you tonight, brother?
I'm spectacular. I'm feeling splendid. So many wonderful things going on. How about yourself?
I am doing great. Thank you so much. How's my audio tonight? Is my audio okay? Because I'm using a different setup. My other microphone broke, so I have to resort to this one. But is it working?
It's perfect. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so I have 3 things I want to talk about this evening.
Okay.
I think we'll get to about 2 of them. The third one would take much longer than we have left on the stream, so I'll just cover the first 2. Does that sound good?
That works, brother. Go for it.
All right. So first of all, I'm happy to hear that our pristine guest this evening, Miss Tiina Wiik, and her fiance Eunice are going on with Kiz Nick on Monday night. Sierra Post, if you call it, which is just that's cute.
That's right.
No, that's Kiz and Nick. I know them both from DLive. They both I literally know them both. They both helped me out before. They've helped me out with my streaming and so on, and they're great. I don't know if you've ever watched them before, but give them a watch if you can. I'm a younger gentleman myself. I'm a little bit younger than you, Jason, but those two are babies compared to me. And watching them stream is a great reminder as to why we're doing this, as to why we're showing up here and doing what we do. So definitely watch that show if you get the chance to do it. I don't know if you will, but if you get the chance, give that show a watch. Those two are great. I love those two.
All right.
Other than that, so the second thing I want to talk about is that Biden plan that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. The whole idea of voting for Trump over Biden. So when it gets down to that, the argument I have there is from a bit of a different perspective than you went with on this show for reasons that I understand. Essentially, the only people who go for the idea that we should vote for Biden in this case, who are even remotely identify as white positive, and most of them identify as pro-white, which we don't use on this show. I only use it in comments because it's less characters than white positive.
Right.
But because of the people who identify as on our side, the only people who are voting for Biden are people who are quote unquote what are termed accelerationists.
Right.
And accelerationists stopped existing a month ago. Straight up, they stopped being anything worth taking seriously because an individual whose name I will not mention on this show because I'm sure the AI is looking for it, but a guy who I'll call the godfather of accelerationism, or more specifically, the author of the book known as Siege that I'm sure you've gone off on before.
Yes.
I've heard you go off on it before. He heard about accelerationism a month ago, and he was so disgusted by what these people were doing that he made a video denouncing them, basically saying that our enemies are already accelerating this as hard as this can be accelerated. They're already accelerating the anti-white agenda. They're already doing it. If you're going to go with them, it's basically the equivalent of pushing on a freight train. And for the freight train analogy, I'm paraphrasing, but the quote about if you're helping them, you're not on our side, you're helping the enemy is a direct quote from him, and you can look it up. Anyone in the chat who on DLive, YouTube, wherever, who was duped by the idea of accelerationism can look up the video. I could state the direct link. I'm not going to do so, but anyone who knows of the individual I'm talking about can look it up themselves. It's that you're not accelerating anything because they have media. They have the government on their side. Anti-whites already have all that in their control, and the difference of opinion between him and myself is that I don't think it's a lost cause. He already thinks the train is racing towards the end of the line, so to speak, and that's a quote, if you will, that this train is already going towards the end of the line. It's going to get there one way or the other, whether or not we do anything about it. The end of the line is what you would refer to as the event horizon. I think we can stop it, and I think we can turn it back. However, the idea of accelerationism, the idea of voting for Biden to accelerate and accomplish the things that Biden states in his plan to radicalize Westmen and wake them up in that sense is just, it's nonsense. It's pitiful. The individual in question even stated that the only thing that accelerationism will do is give us less time to wake up our fellow people before we get to the event horizon. Now, I'm once again paraphrasing, but essentially that is the argument there. Like, anyone who goes for Biden on the basis of accelerationism can look up the video for themselves, can look up the argument for themselves. It's not reality anymore. Accelerationism is no longer a thing. It hasn't been a thing for over a month's time. We don't go for Biden on the basis that we don't want to accelerate. We want to give ourselves as much time as we can to get together, whether or not you think we're going to hit the event horizon in 4 years or 20.
Uh-oh. I don't hear you.
Jason, am I there?
Yeah, okay, I hear you now. Go ahead.
That's essentially what I'm saying. It's the idea that accelerationism is a canard that a lot of our people have fallen for, but it's not anything real. It's not going to help our people. Did you have thoughts on that one?
Yeah, actually, I am. I'm really happy to hear that the writer of this book, that all of these people with this absolutely deleterious idea of accelerationism, and it's infantile, that the writer of this book has disavowed these people. I love that. I mean, that's just so poetic justice that he's like, you're a bunch of idiots. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, the idea of accelerationism requires an oppositional pole. If you don't have an oppositional pole, then things just go down the toilet. And the fact that these people, or let me rephrase, the people who advance the idea have really demonstrated that they failed the IQ test. There is, to a degree, the kinds of ideas that people endorse, you can infer with pretty darn good accuracy where they are on their processing power between their ears. And if they are thinking, oh, accelerationism, or oh, invisible army is going to appear somewhere, you can really kind of place them in a category of how bright, we'll just say, they are. And somebody who would say, well, we needed to get a lot worse when there isn't an oppositional pole is somebody that's, oh gosh, can you just imagine? There's so many analogies that we could give, but we are running short on time. But thank you so much for sharing.
I know, brother, and that's the whole concept. The idea that this individual himself stated that the anti-whites, our enemies, as he put them, are already accelerating us as fast as they possibly can towards that point. So to do what they want is just, it's mute. It's a moot point, because white positive people don't have the media. We don't have the government. They do, and they are racing towards accelerating this already. So to say that you're going to help them out is essentially just another way to say you're not going to do anything.
Precisely.
Now, he went on further on later in the video in question that, once again, I encourage anyone who fell for the acceleration canard to look up in this chat. If you don't know where it is, you can find it. I'm not going to give you the link on this video because I'm sure that website is flagged by the AI. But talk to people who know where to find it. They will give it to you. It's not hard to find. And it's the idea that he believes that he believes it's going to happen anyways. He believes that what Jason calls the event horizon is going to happen regardless. I don't believe that, so I'm not interested in that kind of idea. But what it boils down to is we have to get as many people, even if you do believe that we're headed towards the event horizon, we got to get as many people on our side beforehand as we can, and acceleration is not the way to do that. It's simply not. There's no way there is no other way other than to get as many people on our side beforehand before the event horizon happens, whenever you believe it, be it going to happen in 6 months or 6 years or 60 years. We have to get as many people on our side, and going free is the way to do that.
Amen to that. And the event horizon is not something that needs to happen. It's not something that is inevitable to happen. Because we are in a context now, economically, socially, and as a growing body in the white positive sphere, in a specific state, that if we are not able to influence, I got to be careful. We can influence, but the societal context. But that's some of the things we're working on, sort of behind the scenes. But we're growing, and the bigger we get, the more of us there are, the more connections we have, the more talented people there are. We can influence the societal context, and we can change it in ways. And of course, also there can be events that we regularly talk about, like we had this pandemic, and we had, of course, these destroyers now, the ratcheting up of anti-Whiteism. That these societal shifts can change things in a way that present us with a new context, a new societal context, wherein if we have the people, the power, the liquidity, etc., we might be able to recapture our destiny to whatever degree in a way that obviates the event horizon, that prevents it essentially from happening. So you're absolutely right. There are a lot of opportunities between now and then. But if nothing changes between now and at some point, that is where, at some point in the future, that's where the event horizon would eventually take place. And that would be essentially the last opportunity for us to recapture our destiny.
Correct, brother. I agree with you 100%. That's where you and the author in question, who I'm mentioning, disagree. He believes the event horizon is going to hit one way or the other. He doesn't mention it as the event horizon, but he believes it's going to hit one way or the other. I'm on the side of you in question, and that we can pull us back from that. And personally, I don't want to hit the event horizon. I prefer to stop us before we get there and turn this back.
Yes.
I think that's a better way to go about it.
Yes.
Now, so I had a third thing to mention.
Okay.
This evening, and this one you and I won't be able to get into tonight properly in any sense of the word. It would take about 3 hours time, unless you're going to shut down your stream and restart it.
Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. It's actually 7 hours and 53 minutes. So yeah, you'll be able to mention it, and that's it, I guess.
Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you anyhow. The thing I'm mentioning is, and this is going to be a bit of a challenge for you, so I'm putting this to you for next stream. I believe it is time for us to address the religion question, and I mean that in a certain sense of not just in the way of, well, if you're pro-European, then you're on our side. Because I had if I can tell you a quick story, I had an interaction today wherein a buddy of mine, man who's been in the white positive sphere for a long time, he's got a lot of followers, big guy. I'm not going to name him because he won't want me to do that. But it goes down to the idea of, we're both Christian, and we were arguing about the idea of whether or not we should accept pagans into our movement. And this individual and I were in a chat hosted by a buddy of mine. His name's John. He's got an interesting family name. He super chatted you last time talking about how we should be one people. I'm sure you remember him. But it boils down to the idea that we were just going on about whether we should accept pagans into our movement. I said yes. He said no. And we were respectful. We were polite the whole time through. We were just talking back and forth to each other. And we might have given each other maybe 10 messages each back and forth. So 20 messages in total. We weren't looking at the rest of the chat. And there were and I looked back at it later, there were about 100 messages going back and forth. And after a while, my buddy John woke up, this was in the morning, and he came in the chat, all caps, just screaming, like, if you guys don't stop this conversation right now, I'm gonna mute this chat room. I'm going to ban all religious conversation from my chat because this is absurd. We are 8% of the population of this world fighting against 92. And I had to go back to them and say, like, well, you know what? Like, we're kind of like, we were being polite. We were just going back and forth about a certain thing. We didn't even disagree on the ultimate goal of helping our people. But then he comes back to me and says, like, dude, you might be right, but I woke up and I scrolled through my chat and I looked in, and it was the first two messages I saw were dead, blank on a stick, and pagans are ball worshippers.
Right.
It's just like, this is like, and all I could think of when I heard that was from the entire time of white positive thought, all the way from a certain painter to a certain fighter pilot to a certain physicist to a half a dozen authors. This has always been the canard that our people have been. This has always been something that has divided our people, and I think it's time to address it. I think we really need to. And everybody who I've encountered in my online adventures has acknowledged that this is the intellectual section of DLive. So maybe next week we can really get into this. We can get into the flesh, and I'll go off on it myself. I'm sure there's plenty of pagans in chat. I know a few of them who can go off back at me and so on, and we can have a good discussion, because I think it's time to settle this. This has divided our people for far too long without sufficient answer, and it is time that we address this so that we do not divide our people any longer, because I am literally two Christians who agree with each other on the fundamentals, arguing whether or not we should accept people, ignite a flame war that devolves into what I mentioned. Right. That is just, to me, that is pitiful. That is something that we need to address. And I feel that to help our people go free, we got to get that out of the way. We have to get that get that out of the way and in the open real quick, such that our people can focus together.
Right. I got a hard stop coming in just a handful of, looks like a minute and a handful of seconds, but we'll talk about it more, brother. Thank you for calling in, and we'll definitely speak to that and set those folks straight. Maybe you can invite them to come into the live chat of this show, and I will address it. But thank you so much. Spencer the First, ladies and gentlemen, doing great work over there. Please go over and check him out. And that's
thank you too, brother. I appreciate you having me on. Check your Telegram. Yeah, I noticed you never check that damn thing. If you can check your Telegram, I'd love to have you on my show for discussion. I can bring everybody on my channel. It'll be wide open, no videos, so you can deny, and Susan won't know a damn thing, and we'll go from there.
All right, man.
I'm gonna let you end this show. Thank you for having me on, Jason. Promethean hails and God bless to you.
Promethean hails and God bless to you too, brother. Bye-bye. That is magnificent. And regrettably, we have a minute and a half before YouTube shuts us down. And I wanted to talk to, Tall Kevin. And then I wanted to also talk to the guy with what his name does he go by? He's got the crazy Russian letters. Maybe on this coming Wednesday, I'll do a going free stream, and if you all are available, I'll take your calls then. Otherwise, then Sunday, YouTube will be first if you are available as soon as you come on. And I have been wanting to do calls earlier in the stream as well, maybe a couple at the beginning and a couple toward the end. We do have Raymond notified me that Pants Monster had written me over here on the Discipline channel. Actually, brother, in response to your question, I wrote you back, and I don't know if maybe you didn't get that, but I was waiting for your response to me and to hear back from you. So if you could find the last email that we had with each other, and you could respond to me again, reach out to me again, I'll see if my message is attached there or not, or if I missed a return message from you. that somehow I missed that. But I believe I wrote you and then have been waiting for your response. And thank you for everything that you're doing and doing the minutes on the tap streams. It's magnificent. A contribution and service to white well-being. And this other idea that you have here, again, another magnificent idea. And folks, we are literally under 20 seconds now before we get to the 8-hour mark. Let me quickly shut down the discipline stream first, and had to do that. But I love you all, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure as we're counting down with 5 seconds left that we all go free. We have a tremendous